YouTube. So what we're gonna go ahead and do is we're gonna be playing some Farming Simulator 25. The only reason I'm saying YouTube on the Twitch side is because I just started the YouTube video and YouTube cares about you welcoming them. It's weird. I'm sure that'll help my numbers. But with all that said, we're gonna be beginning a new challenge. I know we just kind of got the ball rolling on our precision farming run map, but we did check out the stuff there. Another content create Azrael. I am planning to link them someplace in the description, probably after this goes live and all that. To make sure you do their credit where credit is due and all that. But I do want to go and check out. The idea is we're actually going to do a challenge that I can genuinely lose. So Farm Sim, normally when you're doing challenges like the Survivor Man challenge, which I've done many times in the past, I think is an excellent challenge. Usually, as long as you don't sell the equipment or take on a huge amount of debt, you can ultimately get down to, as long as you can make some kind of money, you can recover. So even if you just got like the tiniest tractor with a tiny little like mower and a foraging wagon on it, you can always come back from that. There's not many challenges you can physically lose in Farm Sim beyond like, do this by this date. Well, thanks to a mod, we now have ourselves, right now, like I was saying, like when the video started, right now I'm just calling it the Horrific Debt Challenge. I need a better name for it, but that's what we're going to. But if we look at here, so these are mostly just the Giants official mods, but if we get way down to the bottom, I got a couple more mods on here. We got a modded map, then we check it out. It's a 4x size map, Fresh Stocks. It's basically just a huge map with lots of farms. We need that because, well, we don't need this map, but we need a map that has lots of farmland available on it because I am going to be dependent on contracts for a while to survive. And I just wanted to do a different custom map versus the standard 3 because I've done the standard 3 a bit. So we just grabbed a map that has some farms, it has working contracts, that's good enough. Because most of the time when I get a custom map, I'm getting to like a no man's land or frontiers or calm lands, which don't really have contracts. And for this challenge, contracts are a necessity. We do have this mod here, which is disable contract machines. That basically means when I go to accept a contract where they have the whole thing saying, hey, borrow equipment, I'm not allowed to do that as part of the challenge, and this is just a thing to enforce that. And the reason for that is when you borrow those machines, you get them at a very discounted amount for the lease. And for the challenge, we don't want to do that. We have the enhanced loan system. This is the one doing the heavy lifting for this challenge. It basically takes the loan system that's in the game to begin with and makes it more realistic. So, you know, if I take $1 million in debt, you know, $5,000 a month is not a realistic loan payment for $1 million in debt. That is nickels being thrown across the counter at, you know, at the loan. So it makes it a realistic amount. So $1 million will probably be much closer to like $19,000 a month. It also does have it where some of the money goes towards principal and yada, yada, yada. Like there's a limit to how long the loan goes and all that garbage, but I'm not too worried about that because by the time that becomes relevant, we will be past the challenge part of the challenge. But the point is, at the end of each month, I'm going to have to fork out like $20,000 that's just going to the bank. And then we have the garage menu. This has nothing to do with the challenge. This is just kind of a cool thing that adds another tab to your UI that you can go to look what equipment you own, because having the text list is not very satisfying to look at. It is not important. It doesn't change any gameplay side. It's UI. But as we load here, and this is the map, and this might look like I have a ton of tiny tiles. To clarify, those are a ton of really big tiles. Like some of these smaller fields, like 104 over here and 72, those are more in line with a lot of the tiles you have as your early farms on a normal map. This is a ridiculously large map. But the rules of the challenge. I am starting with $0. I have given myself a chainsaw because with $0 I need physically something to start. I don't own any land, which is counter to a lot of challenges I do. So I have a chainsaw, but no land. So I am going to have to take a deadwood contract as the first thing we do. But ultimately, I cannot take any loans. The idea being I'm already $1 million in debt. and I have $0 to show for it. And you might think, okay, what's the backstory? Did our character go to Vegas, go red or black, and lost? No, we went to Vegas, we ordered a hamburger, and we got a soda, and of course you have to tip, and then the $1 million was gone. Because it's Vegas, and Vegas is expensive as all get out. So, while we're still explaining, I'll slow down time. But yeah, so with... Actually, we don't want to slow down time, because the contracts don't show up immediately. So with that, we cannot take additional loans. We have already borrowed $1 million, and we have no assets or anything to show for it. So, needless to say, the bank's going to say no. I don't care what the in-game allows me to. The bank's going to say no by our rules. I can lease vehicles. That is permitted for this challenge. I cannot take the leases that come with contract. I must lease them myself, which does mean I get worse terms. And that does mean, while I have this horrific debt, I'm going to acquire slightly more debt by being on leases. And when I say debt, I shouldn't say debt, expense, by being on leases. So if we look at this, here's our screen. I'm going to be charged $18,456 every month for the next 60 months. That's how long we have with this debt. Because we owe $1 million, and we got $0. I do own a chainsaw, again, so that the run can be functional at all, which does mean every month I need to make that happen. If I fall below that, we run into a major problem, because it is a thing that they will repossess my property, and if I go negative on my money, and I have no property, and I can't buy or lease anything, the run is bricked. Never figured for a farming kind of guy? Oh, Farm Sim is probably like my 5th most played game on the channel. So with that, we're going to check our contracts. And I'm going to need to speed up time a little bit. Because every single time I've tested with this, I got a deadwood contract immediately. So not getting a deadwood contract immediately is a problem. Alright, game, don't do this to me. I literally tested this before stream. And, like, 3 times for 3 times, the very first contract was a deadwood. Yep, that's fine. So we'll just let this go. I'm gonna have to keep it going until a deadwood contract shows up, because I physically can't do any of these. You'll notice here, actually, weirdly, the wood pickup one does give me the option to do that. That's just a mod. We're not gonna allow it. But you see these contracts showing up. These are going to be my main source of money to counter stuff. I'm not going to be able to do most of these because I'm going to have to lease equipment. The alternative way I approached this was starting with $100,000 and not allowing myself to lease stuff. I might pivot to that if we don't get the deadwood contract here in a second. Because that was part of the plan. Okay, we have a deadwood. We have a deadwood. So let's slow down time again. So we get our deadwood contract. Weirdly, it's also giving me the option to borrow stuff, but we're not going to do that. So I grab that deadwood contract. So it's down by tile 126. I don't know this map super well. It's my first time really playing it. I'm assuming that's near the bottom just from context. I can't teleport directly there, but I can teleport to the farm. Now with this map, generally speaking, the map is mostly just endless farmland with little buildings scattered here and there. So I'm kind of treating it like a no man's land in the fact that it's a lot of space I can do what I want with. I just need it to actually have stuff going on it to get going. Okay, so those who don't know deadwood contracts, they're pretty straightforward. Inside this circle will be a handful of dead trees. I cut them down. I think that might be one right there. Check for the X. Yep. Okay. So what'll happen is I cut those trees down, and we get paid. And this will give me my first $1,500 bucks. The big thing we gotta remember is at the end of the day, I do need to have... I do need to have the... What was it? 20,000? Roughly. To pay the interest on the loans. Now, that said, I can't realistically get much done here without any equipment. Because I'm not gonna get $20,000 worth of deadwood contracts in a day. At least I wouldn't anticipate that being a thing. That's another one. Now, sometimes deadwood contracts could go through like super duper fast. Sometimes they take longer. It really just depends on how good and lucky you are on spotting this. Part of the reason I wanted to do this approach is like because I like the Survivor Man challenge, but I wanted to mix it up a little. Can the trees fall on you and hurt you? No, there is no life in the game. Like you physically can't get injured. It's just not that kind of a game. There's a deadwood tree over there. These trees are spread out enough, it's pretty easy to spot them. Forestry is a type farming. You are not wrong. You are just farming really big plants. Are you deadwood? Yeah, you are. Oh, there goes the excitement. I've honestly been enjoying the last couple days of doing some farm sim. I very much do enjoy oh, there it is. I very much do enjoy games like RimWorld and Project Zomboid and a bunch of those other ones. But every once in a while, I definitely want to just kind of do some nice, relaxing sim stuff. All right, so first contract done, 1,500 bucks. So, $1,500. I don't have another contract we can necessarily do right out of the box. If we were to look at our equipment options, well, first... Oh, wait, I wouldn't be able to lease these anyway, so those aren't an option. Okay, well, let's just instead, we can go in here. Oh, and the only mods I'm running vehicle-wise are only official mods. Wait, do I not have the... Oh, wait, leasing's one menu in. No fender stuff, no extra stuff. Go here. We will want to have no plate. How much is the lease? I don't know. I don't have enough money for it is the point. So I may have goofed on my starting conditions with this. Because the way I was testing to start it with is I was testing doing a small sum of money to start with and then no leases allowed. I might pivot real fast to that because otherwise I'm literally just waiting for deadwood. Okay, we're gonna mulligan. We're gonna mulligan. We're gonna mulligan. That's what we're doing real fast. Is we're mulliganing the game real quick. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is real fast, I'm going to mulligan this. We're going to pivot the challenge rules because I've come to realization my minor adaptation is not going to be sustainable. Because otherwise I'm waiting on deadwood and we will literally lose before we get there. So what we're going to do is instead the rule is going to be no leases. But I will start with a little bit of starting money, but no leases. That's the pivot. So we did a quick edit there. Now if we back up, go back in, this should update to having $100,000, which is what I had tinkered with. But that means no leases. I can only own the stuff, so no leases whatsoever. Because that could be fine for like me doing at a YouTube series of just fast forwarding time until the deadwood contracts, but it would boil down to if I get enough deadwood contracts, otherwise we lose on day one. Like, it would be an RNG, not a player thing. That's the downside when you're doing a new challenge. You haven't had a lot of time to test. Sometimes you find problems. Okay, you're wondering what the possible fail states are? So the fail state you can have is if at any point I can't pay my interest, which is about $20,000 a month, I run the risk of having my stuff repossessed, and then if I'm out of money, I'm negative balance, and $20,000 of debt rolling in each day. That's the whole thing. So I should have 100,000. Okay. So we basically reset ourselves. We haven't cut down those trees yet. But no more leases, because that's the balanced decision. That sounds like a bank problem. Gotcha, so it's not just cookie clicker. Yeah. So normally with the game, what ends up happening is the loans without this mod, the payment for a loan this big would be something like $3,000, which is very negligible. So all I'd have to do, like, I could literally, to make that work, I could literally buy a really cheap tractor. Like, you could buy, like, this little tiny tractor here. I could buy the little header, like the mower header and a foraging wagon, and with that alone I would be able to make more than enough every month to counteract it, versus 20,000 a month is pretty steep. Now by disallowing myself from having loans, that does limit, or sorry, by disallowing myself from leasing now, that does still create some headaches. So we're gonna go ahead and get this tractor again, because I am going to need a tractor. And we're going to say no leases. So of that money I gave myself to start, more than half of it's gone. And so if in 2 months I didn't make a bunch of money, that'd be the end of the run. I should have checked this first, but that's fine. You know what show? Yeah, I've heard of it. I haven't seen it. Okay. So we're still in the moment of we need to sit here and give the contracts a moment to populate. Update the top. Yes, I need to do that. You are correct. My title is currently lying. Challenge. Let's just go $1 million. We'll just say $1 million, whatever. I'll come up with better description later. So I can take that while we wait. Just, what mod are you using? Oh, it's, I believe, Enhanced Loans. I didn't update the command, and I should have. I believe it's called Enhanced Loans is the mod. It's designed to basically make the loan system just a bit more realistic. So the idea being your loan payments actually are something. Well, that's the thing, a small loan of $1 million, but I don't have $1 million. So effectively, my starting net worth was negative $900,000. We are starting significantly more in debt than we are with money. And for those just catching at this point, basically we had to mulligan. I was starting with just the chainsaw and no land or anything, with the intent of going like, okay, take a deadwood contract, okay, you know, take the money from the deadwood contract to lease our first piece of equipment and building up from there. And then the deadwood contract wasn't even giving me enough to do the basic lease. And it's like, alright, well, I'm not going to get 3-4 deadwood contracts in one in-game day, so effectively a doomed run from the start. It's like, alright, quick pivot. So we start ourselves with we start ourselves with $100,000 with $1 million in debt. And we've just changed the rules that I cannot take any leases. Because the whole point is for it to be hard. Another thing to keep in mind while we're doing all these contracts is we're in peak contract season right now when you start the game. I will need to put aside enough money in the bank for the winter, because around November the contracts really dry up. And then there's basically not much in the way of contracts until March. Hey, Kravik, how's it going? Is that a deadwood over there? Oh yeah, no, it does actually have it. If we take a look at the way the loan thing works on here, when you pay it, it will pay a certain amount of that down. So we'll slowly, like, in 5 years, we will have had the loan paid off. That the The interest rate on the loan, I believe, is 3.5% per month or something like that. Yep, that's a deadwood way over there. But thank you for that 5 stream streak, Kravik. I do appreciate it. You ever doing sweaty try-hard farming? Yes. Okay, so that's that first contract done. So I can't do those contracts right now. Like I said, it takes a minute for the contracts to populate. Once we get the first set of contracts populated, though, then it becomes not much of an issue. Baling we might be able to do. The catch is, for, like, the baling. So you want round bales, and you're willing to give me 4,000 bucks. I need to keep that speed up a little bit so contracts keep popping. You're willing to give me 5,000 bucks for some round bales. Now, the catch is, I could go down here and grab the baler and get a thing for making round balers, of which the cheapest we can get that does round bales is 60,000. So I can't actually afford it in the first place. But even if I could, I would need enough contracts coming through here that it would keep me afloat for the roughly 20,000 I have to pay every month. So one contract for $4,000, that's going to cost me $56,000 to be able to do. All right, so we're up to 7,000. That's getting a bit better. Realistically, the contracts are probably going to end up doing is like weeding and hoeing are pretty good ones to start with, because those I believe are mostly year-round. The cultivating contract, I am still a little concerned. We are running the precision farming mod, and when we messed with that on the stream yesterday, it did not count that contract when I finished it, and I think it's a bug with the precision farming mod. Okay, we could do another deadwood while we wait. Okay, so you're way down by 191. Now this map is huge, which is why I'm not running back and forth. We'll drive back and forth with the tractors later. But yeah, this map is astronomically large. Yeah, so I'm going to try to keep the game running on 5 times. I think that should be part of the challenge until we're at a time where I'm just doing my own farms, at which point then I don't think that's necessarily part of the challenge, because at that point I'm established. But while I'm doing the contracts, I feel like we should be required to keep the time on a normal speed, just because you can kind of cheese it otherwise. I could drop the game to like half time, so it's like 48-hour days. And you just be able to get so many contracts done in a day, you can just set yourself up. Okay, we got at least 4 or 5 more deadwood, I see. Let's see, is it not worth taking / selling the logs or cutting down as part of the deadwood? Not really, and thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Like, if we look at this whole tree is not... You, like, basically you get different amounts of money for different types of wood, and deadwood pays relatively poorly. I could certainly grab the deadwood on the trailer and drag it up for extra money. I feel like, realistically, with the time, I'd be better served doing something else. And thank you, Such a Cookie, for the 455 stream streak. Catch the last 455 streams without missing a single one. So thank you so much for that. It means a heck of a lot that you continue to catch all those streams without missing a single one. But yeah, no, it's not a terrible thing. We also have to consider how far back into the forest I am with this. That'd be a little bit annoying to get all that loaded up. I'd probably have to cut them up into smaller pieces. I don't think it's necessarily a terrible idea, but until I own a trailer and all that, it's not really an option, and I know you already mentioned that. But I've personally found taking the time to collect the deadwood and then try and drop the deadwood off hasn't been useful. I do hear it's better for when you have a sawmill. Taking the deadwood to the sawmill is supposed to be pretty okay. Alright. It's another $1,000. Okay. So now we're starting to talk. Unfortunately, that one's square and these ones are round bales, so that's two separate pieces of equipment. The spraying contracts would also be nice. Alright, let's give the contracts a little bit longer to populate. Because I ended up having some pretty good options when I did my testing. Fertilizing, that's another spraying one. Which might be a thing we end up doing. Got more spraying and more fertilizing. Another deadwood. I'm gonna take this and I'll try to make that my last dead. Which contract? Okay, I did accept the deadwood. For a moment, I thought I accepted the other contract. I'll be like, no. Imagine if you have your own sawmill, it would be beneficial. You're getting paid to cut down someone else's tree, then you're turning their trees into a product to sell, double dipping the profits. Yeah, it's kind of the only big negative is, for example, if my sawmill is down here, or like, even if my sawmill's like over here, then I gotta run down here to grab the deadwood and then drag it the whole way up. That is a pretty decent amount of time. Now granted, this is a particularly large map, which kind of escalates that concern compared to normal. But it's just one of those things that you have to go, okay, but what would I be doing with that time anyways? So you're making a higher amount of money on the individual task you're doing, but then there's the time consideration of being like, okay, but is there something I could do other than this to make me more money? Because realistically, if you're using just a normal trailer, you're probably only hauling maybe 2. If you really stack it 3 of the deadwood trees on a trailer before you're gonna have to like go up and come back. Unless you get like a tree carrier. At which point now you're investing like, what is it, $40,000, $50,000 or so for a tree carrier. I think it might even be more. Which means you're gonna have to get a lot of deadwood to offset that. Now, if you're planning on doing like a lumberjacking heavy run, then you can justify the expense of the carrier way easier. It's just one of those things, like, I don't think it's a bad thing to do. It's just one of those things that it's probably... There's probably better uses of your time, is I guess the way I would phrase it. But yeah, I imagine the sawmill helps. I'd be curious how much the handful of deadwood trees are worth. Because weight-wise, the deadwood trees are pretty okay. They're just shy of a ton. Whereas like your crappy pine trees are about 350 kilograms or somewhere in that ballpark. And your good pine trees are like 1.2 tons. And then you get stuff like the American elm get to like 1.4, 1.6 tons. And then there's even bigger trees. There's one of the trees, like, I think it's a kind of oak tree that gets really, really heavy. And I want to say when it comes to considerations of the sawmill, it's just basically the weight you care about. Alright, where are you, deadwood tree? This is where deadwood can get you. Sometimes you knock him out in just a couple minutes, and sometimes you're like, where's the one tree I'm missing? Is that it right there? All right. So, we have a mowing contract. That's something that we can get equipment relatively cheap. I do think we pick up times movement again. Basically what I'm watching for here is I'm watching for one of these to come up where I get a good couple of contracts that are going to pay decently well of the same category. That way I can buy the equipment and make up for it. Right now, the most promising looking one... Sorry, the most promising one are the fertilizer and sprayer. Now, what I don't know is, because we are using the precision farming, how good those... Like, I imagine with all the equipment upgrades, they'll probably be extremely lucrative, but we don't have all that. And it's really expensive. I think the cheapest sprayer is probably in the 50,000, or sorry, I think it's 30,000, and then with the upgrades you'd want for this stuff, considerably more. We have just another minute, and... Okay, hold up. That is a ridiculous one. Okay, so we've got a really big weeding contract. Really obnoxiously big weeding contract. That is an absurdly large field and an absurdly large payday. With the tractor we bought, which I did buy a tractor, right? Yeah, with the tractor we bought, what is the largest weeder I can get? And it was weeder, right? Now it's going to be a really long contract, but that is 56,000 for one go. Okay, so we're going to need to get on that and get working, because that's probably going to take the entire in-game day to get that sorted. So I have 100 horsepower, 160 horsepower. I can't do that one because that's a hoe, not a weeder. I might be able to get away with that one. We'll have, like, the slowdown and all that. Maybe wood chip the deadwood? I don't have the equipment to wood chip. And the deadwood, like I said, I've personally found what I've done for very limited testing. I've not really had much luck with how, like... Yeah, that's our tractor. 140 horsepower. And you would want 170. That is kind of pushing it. Oh, and that's the one that has, like, the extra planter and stuff to it. Yeah, and then these other ones are way higher horsepower. Well, this is gonna be a rough time, chat. Why can't you use a hoe for weeding? Because hoeing and weeding are different processes in Farm Sim. So, while you're running your own field, it's interchangeable, makes no difference. For contracts, if you try to hoe a field that's asked to be weeded, it doesn't count. If you try to weed a field that has to be hoed, it doesn't count. The contract just doesn't count your progress. Okay, and where are you? One of the larger fields on the map. Did I not accept it yet? I haven't accepted it yet. Alright, we're committing to a pretty big process. So 13 is basically straight east or west of us. Because I definitely prefer using that hoe more than the weeders by a long shot, because you can move really fast while doing it. Now, there's no rule against me using the AI workers. Where we're at right now, we are on a hard economy settings. Using this small of a weeder on a contract that size will probably still make plenty of money. It's $56,000. But it will considerably chomp into it, and it's not like there's something else I could be doing in the meantime. Well, I mean, I could do deadwood contracts. I'd rather focus on this. This is gonna be a big contract. I hope I don't end up regretting it that I can't get it done in time. We'll see, because that would be a bummer of a hit. At least we wouldn't take the huge money penalty you get when you fail a harvest. Hey, Ince, thanks so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream. Can I get a shout out for the Inns, by the way? Excellent. Still playing some Oblivion, definitely good times over there. So if you're looking for some Oblivion, the Inns has that going on. As a heads up, they do stream in German, just so you're aware. But definitely good times over there. Does speak English as well, but you know, primarily streams in German. And meanwhile, this car will keep trying to pass me, and I'll keep. Never mind, it got past me. But yeah, so we're doing ourselves a new challenge. But you see I'm trying to not spend too much, because keep in mind, at the end of this in-game day, $20,000 of that money we have disappears. If I do not have $20,000 in the bank, it's bad. We don't want that. That's how we start moving towards losing. I know there's some type of cushion with it where I think like they'll increase your interest rates or something like that. And then if you fail to pay it for a certain amount of time, they repossess your stuff, which in our case, what we're doing with the debt we have, if we got our stuff repossessed, we brick the save and it's game over. You cheese your way through the Thieves Guild. Nice. Always love some good cheese. Yeah, so we've got our tractor. And I went with this one because like 140 horsepower will let me do a lot while also being relatively affordable. Because if I did turn around and spend like the whole $100,000 on the tractor, I wouldn't have the money to buy what else I need. Oh, we want to actually take a left up here. Circle around this field up ahead. Stealing is super easy when nobody can see you. Oh, like you're using invisibility and then stealing things? That's kind of cool. I'm glad the game includes that, because a lot of games, they'll just detect if you're in front of them kind of thing and stuff like that. Then you have the Skyrim classic of like putting a bucket over someone's head, and because they don't have line of sight on you anymore, you can just steal at will. Alright. What is interesting is with the precision farming mod, I've mostly noticed the fields previously were getting marked at like 90% done when you start. Not use extreme used vehicles mods? I have no idea what you're talking about. Chameleon on 100% lets you steal everything with them directly in front of you. I'm assuming like the extreme use vehicles. I don't know what you mean by that. Is that like, I don't know what that mod does. Generally speaking, I tend to mod extremely lightly. This is actually a bit more modded than I normally do. Oh, I am really hoping that that doesn't have problems. Okay. We'll do this field, and if this doesn't work with the precision farming mod, the precision farming mod might have to go away. Because we ran into a couple issues with the fields with track lines on the last stream where we didn't get credit for the full field and couldn't finish the contract. And my suspicion is it has to do with the track lines. That they're being calculated as part of the field for consideration of the contract, but not being counted when you actually do the work, because, you know, there's not a field to work on there. You like the invisibility potions for those vigilant homeowners that watch you like a hawk? They have to chug a new potion for each item grab as the potion wears off upon grabbing the item. Oh, interesting. This is definitely maybe a mistake taking this field. Well, okay. So problem is I won't even know if this is going to be a problem with the precision farming mod or not until we're basically done. Which is making me worry about this. Because I knew grabbing a $56,000 weeding contract was going to mean we were doing a very significant effort. This might genuinely have been a mistake. The good news about this contract is, worst case, I can cancel out of it, and there shouldn't be a repercussion. The ones you get really hurt from is harvesting contracts. I'm just watching to see if we get like a really small weeding contract to test. Because this is... I knew the field was big. I don't think I properly respected how big. Considering it hasn't gone up 1% yet. So we do know the precision farming mod is loaded because we do have the track lines. Those don't exist without it. Not by default. Now keep in mind with the calculation on that percentage, it's not by the volume of the field. There's shenanigans around it. That ultimately what it does, if you go through like the head row and all that, that sometimes the head rows get counted for extra, sometimes less, depending on the process. We check back at 6 hours when your work ends to see if you reached 1% completed by that point. I don't think it'll be that bad, but I am a little concerned. Remind you of the time you took a $300,000 baling contract, took 6 in real life hours? Yeah. That's where I'm like, okay, what we might do is we might circle back and like when we see, if I see another weeding contract, so you can play with Debt Simulator here. Yep. The thing I find weird is every single weeding contract I have done, even right before stream, using the precision farming mod, has started at like 90-something%, and it counts it up from the area like you've weeded or whatever. So I'm trying to see if we get another one. Is that hoeing contract? 9 acres is much smaller. It's a little risky for me to buy yet another piece of equipment. Okay. Ugh. I guess it updated. That looks correct for the precision farming mod to start at like 90%. I feel a lot better now. It's still going to be an obnoxiously slow contract, but that makes me feel a little bit better. My assumption is it did just update that first %. Because I believe the difference between running precision farming and not running precision farming mod is with the precision farming mod, the way it calculates the weeds is instead of just the area of the field, how much have you covered kind of thing, is because a lot of the weeding stuff in precision farming only hits the weeds themselves, you'd be unable to complete those contracts in that situation. So instead what I think it does is it actually calculates what percentage of the field the weeds are on, and then as you weed that, it clears it out. So 10% of the fields is weeds. So as we go through, we'll get that. Hey, Yonek, I'm doing pretty good. And yeah, so we're doing a different challenge. because like we checked out the precision farming, and I had intended on continuing with that, but after talking with Azriel yesterday, on stream and all that, and introduced me to the enhanced loan mod and all that, and talked about a challenge run they're doing. Basically, I'm doing a very similar challenge run, so that's the reason I'm going out of my way to mention the name and everything, be like, hey, this is the person who should be credited for the idea. And I should probably get, because it's not just Azriel, it's got a number after it. I want to say it's 112, but I do not say that with confidence. You might hear an echo here for just a second. So I just want to make sure I got the right person. Yeah, so it's Azriel112. So I'm gonna go ahead and do a shout out for them, since again, this was their, like, it's not their exact challenge idea, but it is in the same kind of ballpark. So that should be the right person. Yeah, that's it. So, you know, they're hanging out on stream yesterday. They're another one who's like in the farm sim community and all that kind of stuff. You know, also like met them through Ultrasource and everything. But yeah, so they had the idea, they're like, all right, I'm going to start with a bunch of debt. And they added some other mods for like having like lease to own mods and all that kind of stuff. And I was like, all right, for me personally, I don't want to go that route. I think it's a cool route to go. But for me personally, I want to take it a little bit different. So originally the intention had been to start with $0, a chainsaw, and then use the contracts to build up. And then I did the one deadwood contract, couldn't lease any other equipment, and was stuck fast forwarding. I'm like, I don't want to fast forward through 2/3 of the day to get just enough deadwood contracts to get my tractor, and then not have enough things to get a piece of equipment for it. So it seemed like it'd be one of those things that'd be an RNG, potentially dead run when we started. So I was like, all right, quick mulligan. We gave ourselves $100,000 starting, and then said no leasing. Like, no leasing whatsoever as the compromise. So in one end, we made it easier because I got like a little bit of starting money, but we made it much harder in that now I don't have the leverage of being able to lease, do, you know, 2-3 contracts on my leased equipment or whatever to potentially make some money. Now, to clarify, with the enhanced loans mod, it changes the loans to be more like in real life in a bunch of different ways. But the big one for the challenge aspect to it is the fact that the loan payments are more realistic to real life. So instead of borrowing $1 million and you only got to pay $3,000 a month like the base game has, or whatever it is in actuality, it's around $3,000. We're looking at $20,000 just to keep the loan from coming back to get me. And if I fail to pay the loan for too long, I believe if I miss a payment, I think the interest rate goes up. And if I miss too many payments, I believe they repossess my stuff. Which, needless to say, having $1 million loan, I do not have $1 million worth of equipment for them to repossess. So basically, if I fall behind on my payments, the run gets bricked, where I have no equipment, my money ticker's in the negatives, and I can't take a loan. And also, I'm not allowing myself to take loans either, beyond what we start with. And with that, we do start, if we check on our finances, that's because the map's big, the save's along. We do have $1 million in debt, which will be paid off in about 5 years at about just a bit shy of $20,000 a month. So it has an interesting twist in that this is a failable run of Farm Sim, and there is a consideration to be made about going, okay, I can buy this piece of equipment, and this piece of equipment will let me do a contract, but will it let me do enough contracts over the course of the year to, one, make up for its expense, and two, to help me keep ahead of those loan payments? Part of me is wondering if I should have gotten the bigger weeder. It's too late now, but part of me is wondering if I should have gotten the bigger weeder, that I am about 30 horsepower shy of what's needed to run it properly. I think with that I would have been able, on the flatter parts of it, to stay at speed, but then uphill we would have probably really struggled. But at the same time, how much bigger was it? I mean, I guess it's only twice as wide. Yeah, maybe that wouldn't have been better. Because realistically, like, I'm going uphill right now, I could see it like chugging to try and get uphill with that much of a horsepower difference from what it expects versus uses. So maybe it was better I just stuck with what we can handle. We did take a very ambitious contract. So this contract is going to take us a while. In that this field is ridiculously large. And I accepted it because it is a contract for $56,000. For the record, we're on the hard economy settings. So for anyone who kind of has in their head the rough algebra of like size of field relative to payment, it gives you an idea. I think, what was it, like 60 acres or whatever the units are? Oh, I'm sorry. I misled you. It's 70, almost 80 acres. It's a big freaking field is what it is. I think the field we were doing on our farm on the last map was like 4. But we're getting 56,000, which literally is enough money to offset all of the equipment we bought so far. Why is it at 0%? Because that's not the right field. 50... Oh, you're right. The 0% is this field. That 90% is the field we're supposed to be doing the hoe on. That deeply concerns me. Because we're definitely more than 1% done with the field. I'm a little worried. We have the precision farming mod. I'm a little worried it's going to screw with this. Because we're definitely actually doing the weeds. No, but you're right. I was looking at the wrong field. Because we're definitely more than 1%. Like, don't get me wrong. We're probably like 4%. We're not nearly as far as I'd like to be. That worries me. I keep hoping we'll make a little progress and then it'll update. Yeah, the weeding is actually happening. I've seen the weeds disappear. Maybe a quick save and load? Probably good to do that, because we definitely don't want to put in the time and then realize it's broken. It's one thing if it was a very small contract, but this is not a small contract. And I mean small as in time, not necessarily the payout. Certainly the payout matters. Let's see if we can just kick it and make it recalculate. Alright. And almost all those mods are official mods. The only ones that aren't is the thing that disables my ability to lease vehicles from the contracts, the enhanced loan, the custom map. I think that was all of them. Oh, and then I have one that's just a UI change, so it shows all the vehicles I own in one place. That's a bit cleaner than the default UI, but doesn't functionally do anything. Yeah, I do want to be like, let's make sure that's working before I take like the next hour and a half or something weeding this field to then not get paid on the other side of it. Okay, come on. Because if it isn't updating, we can cancel the contract and it won't cost me anything. The good news is if you don't lease any vehicles off of a contract, there's only a couple contracts that will hurt you for it. Yeah, for all I know, it is working. We don't know. But see, it'd also be the case that if you drag the weeder over the entire field and it doesn't register completion, it's a situation that would support admin cheating the money into the account via save file edit or the appropriate mods that allow it. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to go that route, but I wouldn't disagree. Like, if we put in like an hour and a half, we did the job, and just a bug gets us to not complete the contract, I wouldn't disagree that that should give us something. Can I check on the map, maybe? It is updating this but it's not fully removing the weeds. I think we have the wrong kind of weeder, and it's not giving us progress because of it. Because of just not having the thing, because that is changing it from the light green to the dark green the weeds were going over. So let's not continue to put time into this because it's looking like it's not working. What I'm going to do is the other contract, the hoeing contract. Do we actually already have the hoe? We do not. The hoeing contract. The hoe is there's only one piece of equipment. You can only kill small? Gotcha. So I grabbed the wrong piece of equipment. Alright, that's fine. We can make this still work. So what we'll go ahead and do here is grab the... Where are you at? For the other one, we can grab the hoe, because it is the hoeing contract and there's physically only one hoe. So let's check our map here. So we need to go over there to grab our hoe. And I'll figure out where that other contract is. Field 60. I'm curious if we run over it with the hoe if it'll count. I don't believe it usually does. But yeah, so it's good that we actually looked at the, Yeah, I don't think the hoe counts. That's actually one of the things that is the thing that annoys me with the game. I understand in real life, the hoe and the weeder are totally different pieces of equipment that have similar but different jobs and all that. But video games wise, I do think it should be fine for them to be used interchangeable as long as like it's capable of doing the task the other one does. So like if I have a thing that small weeds work on and then the hoe can remove small weeds, it should count. Whereas if I have a weeder that can't handle large weeds and it says hoe, it should not count. But yeah, no, I'm glad we checked that. I didn't even think about the fact that there was different tiers of weeder and all that, so far as large and small. So I'm not going to throw this weeder away. It just means I need to be mindful of the weeding contracts we take. Is this the right way? This is not the right way. We're just kind of across the field now. But lesson learned. What I'm trying to figure out is where the other field is. The other contract for hoeing is field 60. It's up there. Okay, so field 60 is near the top. It is a significantly smaller field than the other one. Like I said, the good news we have about this whole thing is that when I cancel this other one, we shouldn't take any penalty. The worst thing is it says remove small weeds in the field, which the weeder I have only does small weeds. So based on its text description, I should have been fine. And I'm imagining the hoe won't count. Because I vaguely recall it not counting with any of the ones I've done in the past. The contract also says 1% complete as opposed to 0%. Yeah, we can check it. I'm gonna go with the contracts I know I can get credit for first. Because it is a thing that now I have to make at least like $12,000 this month, or we brick the run. That's part of why I wanted to do this challenge, is it's like, no, I actually have a lose condition. It doesn't mean I need to min-max or anything like that, but it does mean I need to at least take the time to be like, hey, if I do this, am I actually going to make enough money? And I don't have any rules against owning land or anything like that, but it's pretty unlikely I'll be able to own land and make any type of reasonable money to offset that until we're established. Hey, Rongor, thank you for the 65 stream streak. Catch the last 65 streams without missing a single one. It means a heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. Alright, so let's go get our hoe. Nope, there's a rail there. Silly rails and all that. Okay. And so this one going uphill, we might have minor slowdowns and all that. We do have the amount of horsepower required to run this according to what it says, but we have just enough. These barricades annoy me. I understand in real life you want those kind of things to keep people from doing exactly what I'm trying to do, but the fact that I have to drive around so I don't beach it versus cutting corners, how dare they? How dare they? Alright, because the trees in the island, I'm just going to go cut across. Okay, so field 60 is like literally I'm heading straight at it. I mean, you could own land and make some passive money like bees. Unsure if the math is sustainable. Oh no, bees are terrible money by themselves. The big thing bees do is they can benefit if you're growing canola. The bees' honey. Oh man, I can't remember. As Farm Sim 22, I did the math. It was something like it'd take the bees something like 12 years to pay themselves off if they're just using their honey or something. It was like something really truly awful. I might be grossly overestimating how bad it was. But it was definitely one of those things that buying the beehive and just getting the honey out of it was horrifically non-profitable. Like, it's a one-time investment, and they just make money forever, so there's that side of it. But, like, it was super beyond slow. But, if you're growing canola or something nearby, it does increase the amount of money you get from your canola by just having a higher yield. And that's where the value shows up. Alright, steering assist. Okay, and I am seeing the little teeny tiny bits of weeds here. They are disappearing. And I'm pretty sure if I take this over to the field that said weeds, like weed it, it won't count. That's not, I just wanted to lift it, not hold it up. And I suspect that this field will probably be we do the entire outside row and will be about 2%. Okay. Yeah, you can see the tractor struggling a little bit. I believe we are going uphill. And since we are like right at the edge of what this thing can handle, we are going to see it kind of struggle a little bit here and there. It'll pick up speed, and then it'll lose speed when it switches gears, and then it'll go back. Yeah, so we're getting the percent. We just went up 1%. There's progress now. Yeah, like part of me is tempted to run this over, even though I'm like 99% sure it won't count for weeding the other field. Just to try it. I'm 99% sure it won't count though. Because every time in the past, if I've used a weeder on a field, it says hoe, and I've used a hoe on a field, it says weed, even though they do functionally the same thing in the game, it doesn't count it. It's one of the things that, for me personally, I do think they should just hand wave the reality of it and just make it count, because from a UI perspective, it really does present it as kind of the same thing from when you purchase it. Like, literally the hoe is under weeders and everything. So I kind of feel like it's one of those things that's like, yeah, reality it should be different, but also video games, it's not really communicated well. About the only way you learn that it's wrong is you try to do it and it doesn't count, and then you get confused, and so it's like, oh yeah, those don't count for the same thing. And you kind of stare at them going, really? Okay, so I was off, because I said it's going to be 2% for going around the entire outside, and I've got this entire length here. They're probably going to be at 3-4%. Now, with the precision farming mod, the weeding contracts get a little weird. Like I said, I think the calculation changes for these contracts, such that what ends up happening with them is it's instead calculating, like, what area of the field is taken up by, you know, what equipment kind of thing. And so as a result, it's showing only 10% of the field left because only 10% of the field is occupied by weeds. And I'm assuming that also includes, like, the margin of error that they give you on your contract, so you don't quite fully finish them. That way it's not one of those things that you can bug out and have, like, the tiniest little spot you missed and it's not completed. But as a result, you get to skip a decent chunk of the remaining thing, like a good 5-10%. It's not why I chose these, it's because weeding contracts are relatively quick. The equipment is relatively inexpensive. Most of the year there's weeding contracts. So that does at least give me a lot of options for the challenge. Whereas stuff like the, cultivating's most of the year as well, but like harvest contracts, like if I got a harvester of some kind. Usually each harvester, they have like 1 or 2 months for that harvester to be useful. And then the rest of the year it just sits there because there's no contracts for that part of the year. The big thing we need to do is by November, I want to have 60,000 in the bank. And the reason for that is I am expecting the contracts to be scarce during the winter, because there's just not that many different contracts. So it is one of those ones I want to be very careful going into the winter that I do have enough money just sitting in the bank to ride through the winter if the contract situation is rough. Because I'd also like to not sit there and have to knock out like 20 deadwood contracts each month just to survive either. And one of the things I'm tinkering about is I haven't done anything with it, but I did actually load up a spreadsheet on my other screen that's just empty right now, that I am a little tempted with this challenge run to be like, okay, here we go, like, in this month, like, I took, you know, I bought this piece of equipment and that piece of equipment, and then I used it for contracts X and Y. And, you know, basically track being like, here's a piece of equipment, I spent 56,000 on it, and here's how much that piece of equipment has earned me, and that kind of thing. I am tempted to do that kind of thing, because that would personally amuse me to have that data. And besides, everyone loves a spreadsheet. Literally everyone loves a spreadsheet. That's just the reality. Anyone who doesn't like a spreadsheet, they're just in denial. Because I think it would be fun to be able to sit down there and be like, okay, I spent $50,000 on this, and then I did 4 contracts, so technically I lost money on that one. Oh, but then I got this one, and it cost me $20,000, and then we've done like 30 contracts on it, and so like it's just hands down paid for itself 10 times over, you know. Spreadsheet make brain hurt, but the do list make gear turn. Yeah. I wish the audio wouldn't drop when I tab out of the game. We're not on exclusive windowed. I'm wondering. Oh, I didn't realize I had all those settings down there. I'm scared that's not gonna follow the... When it was like, what percent volume when you switch out a window, I'm like, don't make the volume louder when I switch out a window. We're gonna see if it gets quieter real fast. Because that's the thing, as a content creator, I do end up having to tab out of the window. Okay, so it is, alright. It's what you expect it to be. So, yep. Went out of focus, keep the volume up. Alright. So with that, if we look at what we own, why is brain no-go? Ah, here's a garage. So I have the BM2654. BM2654. Equipment. And we spent, for that piece of equipment, because we bought it at the normal price. That's not a medium tractor. We spent $51,500. That might not actually be right. Let me double check that, because the reason... Alright, so we finished this contract, and the reason why that might not be right is if we check on this... Oh yeah, no, that is right, because this is concerning the accessories. Okay. Alright, so let's get that out of the way. So let's check our contract options real fast. Is there another hoeing contract? There is. So we're gonna grab that immediately and get to work. Because then, like I said, I'll get these added, and I'm kind of gonna be amused at the idea of just adding a bunch of different things on here and just see how it goes. It'll probably be a thing I'll put like a rough spreadsheet, and then after stream I'll want to like make it way nicer. Okay, so it's like literally ahead of us and slightly to the east. Just out of my own personal curiosity of how this all develops. And what I will do is for any contract using multiple pieces of equipment, I will simply evenly split the amount the contract makes between those different pieces of equipment. So like for these two contracts I'm doing with the hoeing, it'd be split between the tractor and the hoe. Because otherwise it double dips and that wouldn't accurately keep any of it. So your most common spreadsheet for Farm Sim is to create a cost sheet for each map you play on, listing equipped with the cheapest possible start that includes the field being able to have some form of arable crop. You know you could do it cheaper if you included root crops, but those are just too painful. Yeah, that's fair. Me, I want to more just kind of track progress, so much as like strategy. Okay. We'll grab the ones I know we can finish. And then once we get those done, like I said, I'll circle back and see. I'm 99% sure this will not count if I run it over that other field. But I am wondering, with the precision farming mod involved, if it'll start mostly just tracking the weeds and not really the state of the field or whatever. Like, did I weed, did I hoe, did I spray? I don't imagine it's changed, but I'm just curious. And also, the only reason I didn't turn in the other contract yet is I want to go ahead and get the basics of the spreadsheet set up. Because I haven't decided how I'm going to track the contracts. It might just literally be, I just keep adding sections to the right and be like contract, and just, you know, contract 1, like not even specify what the contract was. Contract 1 paid this much on this and this one. Because I don't want to take the time to do all the formulas to make it correctly. I'm also very rusty. Hey, Suey, how's it going? It's good to see you. And for those who don't know Suey, another fantastic content creator on the platform, fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, recently been playing some Cache Cleaner Simulator, which I've heard is pretty good. But welcome in. Again, check them out. Plays a whole variety of games. Has done like lots of Project Zomboid. Has done RimWorld in the past. We have collabed on a number of games like American Truck Simulator and Farm Sim and a bunch of stuff. Your voice is dead today. That's not fun. It does happen. But also, that's not fun. Reminded me we need to collab again? Yeah. I do know... Like, the collabs I have coming up is I know me and FG are doing Roadcraft when that drops. It's because you did a 14-hour stream on Saturday. I know that feeling. Alright, so the other piece of equipment we got for these contracts we did, I need to be looking under this screen, is we got the hoe. Why am I having problems finding this? There we go. So you're 36,000. I should have actually written down what that is called beyond the hoe. Okay, so what are you called again? I keep pulling up the escape menu and not this one. Weeder, you are the Roto Care. V12400. V12400. And you cost me 36,000. All right. And then we just need to turn in the last contract, do the math, then the next contract. That whole bit. All right, so we'll have, this will be the price field. This will be the profit field, and then the all the way to the right will just be the contracts. Okay, so let's look at our first contract. We turned that in, 5,506. So 5,506. We're gonna have to divide that by 2. It's gonna be just a moment that we'll turn around to do that. So that should be 2,753. I'm I'm gonna need to make sure to not do that until I can stop to enter it. 2,753. Okay. 2,753. 2,753. And then you equal the sum of the 3 oh man, I can't remember what I do to do all columns to right. B3 minus B3. Okay. I gotta remember with spreadsheets how I do it where I say everything in the right of this one. I know there's a way to do it. I wanted to do star for wild card, but it didn't do that. You need a range of the defined endpoint. Alright, for right now, I'll just make it Z3. They'll at least give me the entire alphabet worth. Okay. So we can track the profitability of our various equipment. Just for funsies. Yeah, that was the thing. I know there's a way to do it. I haven't done it in a long time. I know there's a way to sit there and be like, okay, I want, you know, column C, row 2, or sorry, start at column C, row 2, and continue with the row there. I just don't remember how to do it. I used to do all sorts of, like, absolute wizardry in stuff like Excel and all that. And I'm using Google Sheets because that way I can... Why would you go down 2 rows? I'll deal with that in a minute. You can do a whole row like 3:3? Right. The catch is I'm looking to... I'll figure it out. Like right now what I've got is a band-aid thing that'll work. Rather than like, weirdly it's... Why are you saying... There we go. There's the problem. Cool. Alright, so we finished that contract. That's good. So with that, you would give me 2,231. 2,231 on each one of these. Cool. Because I'm just going to round down that last dollar. All right, do we have another hoeing contract? Got another weeding one. Which I don't think will count. I am going to accept it though, and we will test things. Because we'll see the results faster than that. Okay. So we have just enough to survive our loan payment for this in-game month. What I'm not seeing is... Oh, it's straight south of us. So what I want to do is this shouldn't count if things are working the way I'm used to. So let's drive down here and try it anyways, because I am wondering if precision farming will affect it. Since with precision farming... It does seem to count the weed's existence, not whether or not you've just drugged the tool over an area or not. That's my hypothesis. And in that case, I am wondering if we'll be able to use a different process to get rid of the weeds and it'll still count. That's what we're testing right now. And if this doesn't work and we don't see like it gain a percent after a reasonable amount of time, we'll switch to the weeding tool and we'll try that. And then if that doesn't work, we'll run back, grab our weeder, run down here, and see what it says. Because it mentioned it could only do small weeds, but the contract we took said small weeds. So the assumption would be that should qualify. But here's the hoping I can use this for both, because I would love to be able to use the hoe here for both, because it'll be faster than that other weeder I got in the first place, because you just move faster than it. And that would mean I could use one tool to kind of do all of that. It also have the interesting implication that in that scenario I just mentioned, if it is just tracking the existence of weeds, then technically spraying for herbicide would also be covered with that, with the hoe, if it is just checking the state of weeds existing or not. I'm still not expecting it to count, because it doesn't count outside of precision farming, but this is why we science. Yes, now if we pull up the map and get caught by the autosave, okay, so it is not even removing the weeds at all. Like, we're not seeing any update on this field whatsoever. So it's definitely not working. So we don't even need to go farther. We know it's not working. Let's bring this back up. So the science has confirmed that's still not working. It's probably just too small of weeds in the first place. So let's get our weeder and try doing this field and seeing if that goes any better. Because it is a smaller field, we should see results faster. Okay, so if we take a right here and then a left, they'll take us where we're going. Because there wasn't another contract for using the hoe, so we want to be careful about that. And meanwhile, while we're doing that, let's check on the weeders. So we got the Puler. 600. And it cost us 6,500. All right. So right now, none of my tools have paid themselves off. We're solidly 100% in camp. We have burned money. That's how you do good business, right? Is you keep investing business and everything you do loses money, and so you just do more of it. I understand that's a sound business strategy from having worked in tech. That, you know, borrow lots of money, build up market share, question mark, profit. I mean, the reality is we've only done debt is wealth. Make number bigger. Did not specify number that should be bigger. No, I don't think you're gonna pass. And now you live like that forever. Alright. Yeah, so grab the weeder. We're going to go back down to field 165. Keep investing until it pays off. Yeah, how are we going to make a profit losing money on each and every investment? Scale. We're just going to scale up our investments. We're going to get more of them at its size. It'll eventually pay off. Because functionally our credit system assumes you have massive debt, you probably have something to show for it. So when it looks at the way the actual credit system works, is it does, and this is a thing I personally think is a bad thing, it does punish you for having no debt, but it does actually have the whole thing where you need to have a certain amount of debt, and you need to consistently pay it and all that. So it's the whole fact that you have to have debt for it to really, you know, give you anything. And there's a certain logic to that in the sense that if you're someone who never has debt, you haven't demonstrated whether or not you manage your debt well or not. I still think it's a bad system to punish people for, you know, being consistent and reliable and paying off their debts. Because, like, the thing, like, taking a loan and then paying it off almost immediately can actually hurt your credit if you don't keep that on your books long enough. And so it's kind of one of those things that really the credit score is almost entirely how good are you for the bank investing in you. Like, it's not how responsible are you with money, it is how much wealth can be extracted out of you. Because if you don't pay back your debts, then, you know, the bank loses on you. But if you do pay them off consistently and not too fast, then the bank has lots of time to make good money off of you. It's a crappy system. I understand why it exists, and like I said, it exists for the purpose of people lending you things. And there's that. It's the fact that by that nature, if you're not a profitable investment, because again, you pay it down too quick and that kind of stuff, that it can hurt you, that really annoys me. Because it's one of those things that arguably being more responsible and paying your debt down faster is a positive thing for you, but it means you are a less profitable investment. Hey Lardine, how's it going? It's one of the reasons I'm definitely in camp. Your credit score should not be a consideration for employment. Like, it just shouldn't be even allowed to be considered. Because you can have a relatively poor credit score because you just don't have any debts ever. Which means you're responsible and you live within your means and all those kind of stuff. But it looks bad. Now granted, usually no one's going to hold that against you if they're at all competent in hiring. They're usually watching for you if you have a particularly bad credit score. The trick is to go to the bank's management and offer them a loan. Credit score is considered for employment. It has been. A lot of places have made rules against it. The justification that's usually given for it is that a person with a bad credit score has shown that they're not a responsible person. I don't agree with that assessment, and you wouldn't want to hire someone who's not responsible. Again, I don't agree with this assessment. That's quite a chain of proxy arguments. Uh-huh. Okay, so like the other fields, it is making those turn a different green. Yeah, we'll avoid getting into the more political side of it, of current events and all that. But yeah, no, it's just one of those things. It's, So like is a genuine problem they run into on the business side that you'll have a company who will be like, okay, we've got this job opening. Needs more than one pass? Is that really a thing? I have never seen that be a thing in the game before. Like, I'm not saying you're wrong, because I don't do a lot of, like, weeding contracts typically. Yeah, to say, I didn't think that'd be a thing. So I'm trying to watch is if we look at our contracts here, if we do see that progression go up. Because they haven't done enough to probably see 8%. That'd be bad for gameplay. Yeah, it'd be bad for gameplay, and it's also those things that the game doesn't, like, and don't get me wrong, the game is pretty bad at communicating things to you at times. But it'd be even worse to communicate. Yeah, so these aren't the sprayer contracts, these are the other ones. But so you're more concerned that's an issue with the contract. Weeders only work during the first growth stage of the crop. These contract crops appear to be beyond that first stage. Yeah, so, and that could be something like weird going on with the fact that this is a modded map. And so it could be something like that. I think what I'll do is I'll do one lap around the outside. Honestly, this is bad for gameplay. In which regard? Just... Oh, I mean the thing that's not communicating? If it's the lack of communication on it, I would agree. I personally am definitely in the camp of anything in the game that removes weeds for purposes of contracts should count. I understand that doesn't align with reality. It doesn't, like, all of that stuff wouldn't work in the real world if someone says, hey, spray my field with herbicide. And if someone's like, you know, goes through and uses some type of hoe, that there's potential that you could be using the wrong tool for the job and messing things up, or they're like, hey, I wanted you to use a weeder, not the herbicide. Like, I'm trying to not overuse herbicide on my fields. Like, understandably, a person, if you just did the wrong task, even if it accomplished the job, they probably have a reason they asked you. So it is giving me progress down here. We do see 1% progress down here. It hasn't updated up there, and that could just be the nature of how it's rounded. Let's let it get to 2%, and then see if this updates up here. Because they might be fine. I am going to go ahead and say that 56,001, we're just going to cancel that. Because even if I go back and do that, we won't have time to finish it. Because that's a really long contract. I would have needed to be working on that this whole time. We'll let it get to 2%, and we'll see if this number up here updates. Because that could just be behind the hood, like, you know, is it doing math round, math ceiling, math whatever? Is it rounding to the second or third decimal point or whatever? Math floor. All those different ways of calculating things. That if one does it one way in one place and the other place, you get bad data. Now, needless to say, this field's going to take me a hot minute. Because it's still a big field. How does this compare to the other one we were looking at? Because this is 150 or 165. So that is a 24 acre. And the first field we were doing was a 79.4. Can't you look at the map under soil that shows weed? Yes. We actually were literally on that a second ago. And like I said, it's changing the colors of them from green to dark green. So it is doing something. It's whether or not, for the purposes of the contract, does that count? Takes more than a minute for 1%, so you could take like 2 hours on this field. We'll see. One thing to keep in mind with the calculations on a lot of these things, okay, it has updated the contract. One of the things when you're looking at the calculations on that, it is one of those things in the game that it isn't consistent. Like, when you're doing the borders of the field, they have a different amount they kind of attribute versus the ones that go straight through, and all that. That can be some weirdness around a lot of that. But yeah, no, realistically, we're talking a relatively long go. Also keep in mind, you don't actually hit 100%. There's some fudgery on the background where you do about 90% of the field and it goes thumbs up, you finished it. It's done. Wink. Alright, meanwhile, gonna go ahead and snooze the ad for when Tomb gets home. That way that lands at the same time as everything else. But yeah, so we are dealing with something that's going to take me a hot minute. This is going to be a slow job. This is the nature of the beast. Now, I could hand this over to the AI to do, but the problem with handing it over to the AI is we are on the hard economic settings, so they're going to charge us a pretty hot minute. But the other concerns is that the weeding contract's starting at 0%, while the hoeing one starts at 89% or higher. Concerned you do the entire field and only get 10% or something? I don't think so, because we'll see. This is a learning thing at the moment. That's the concern about dealing with the performance, or the, not performance, the precision farming mod, is that it might just not work with some of the existing contracts. Yeah, no, with a much larger tool, we could do a much better test, but that would be if I was smart, do even more testing before we did this on stream. But then I started messing with it. I'm like, I like the idea of this challenge, and so just started the challenge up right away and all that. I did do some testing, but I didn't, like, I was testing some of the other stuff, and we already had 1 or 2 things that didn't work out. Okay. Yeah, so we definitely want in the future, if we're going to do these larger fields, to switch this out. Because the thing to consider in addition to this, if I wasn't doing this, what other contract would I be doing? That's the consideration. Of the time I'm spending right now, what would be our things? Bale wrapping, I don't have the equipment for that, so I can't do that. The baler, these are different balers. I could do that for 900 bucks. The fertilizing is that none of the harvesting is going to be remotely possible. Harvesting, the equipment's expensive. Mowing, we could certainly get the equipment, but that again, yeah, so literally I can't really do anything but the deadwood one. I just don't have the money because I have, one of my rules is I can't lease anything. So I'd have $18,000 to work with, and there's not a whole lot I can do with that. Does you hate the saving? So it doesn't save every time you open the menu. So like didn't save, doesn't save, doesn't save. It's there's autosave every so often, and if you happen to be like near that autosave time and you open the menu, then the autosave will trigger when you open the menu. So it is sort of trying to help us out, but yeah, it is a thing you pull up the thing and you're like, oh, autosave. But yeah, it'll autosave also when you're just sitting here driving around as well. So I wouldn't agree it's necessarily a bad move on the dev. You need to autosave sooner or later. It's just the nature of the beast. And some games like The autosave can be done very elegantly in the background. Other ones, it does kind of pause and like hit your game and all that. You know, it's just a bad moment, very rage-inducing. I don't agree, but I mean, if you feel that way, I mean, first of all, that's probably not good that you... Like, it's probably not good that it's like, I have been mildly inconvenienced, this is rage-inducing. So you're looking at the stream, what is the Season Pass, and why would I need it? Is it a multiplayer versus people? So Season Pass for this is nothing around like your Xbox Season Pass or anything like that. What the Season Pass for Farm Sim does is each year they come up with a certain number of updates to the game, and that's what you're getting the Season Pass for. And if I remember, I might have the details wrong in this. If I recall correctly, the Season Pass, they will have one major update. They'll have new crops, new equipment, usually a new map, and a bunch of stuff like that. It'll also include a couple of, like, they call them packs, which will just be a handful of, like, thematic new equipment. So, like, to give you an idea of what that might be, is one of those packs we got this time is the Nexat, so this big machine here. That's one of the packs is that and all of its components. And they'll usually have, I think it's like 2 or 3 of those per year. And then there was one more update. So it'd be like, the Season Pass this time would give you that Nexat and all its equipment, the McDon and its equipment, I believe, were part of that. I think we have one more of those coming, and then we have whatever the major update that includes a bunch of crops. So basically the Season Pass is giving you the full year's worth of DLC as it drops. You know, no additional cost. Usually if you're someone who's probably going to buy all the DLC anyways, it's worth buying. If you're not someone who's going to buy all the DLC anyways, then probably not. Because it's usually more expensive than just the one big update, but cheaper than the cumulative total of everything. But yeah, so it has nothing to do with the multiplayer. The game supports multiplayer, but you do not need the Season Pass or anything like that. One thing to be aware of if you're playing with a lot of people who do play this game a bunch, there is a very high chance that they will have most of the DLC. Not necessarily all of it, but at least those major updates I mentioned. And if someone, like, you can play with other people with different major updates than you, but if the host turns on that major update on the map, you won't be able to join because you're missing content. So basically, you'd need whoever's hosting the game for you to, you know, kind of choose the least amount of updates that all of you own. And usually the updates are pretty cool. I can't give you good examples yet because we haven't had that big update yet. That'll probably be later this year. But like for years past, for example, we had all of the root crops and the map that went with them, which I believe was the Sri Lanka map. That was one of the major updates for the last version of Farm Sim. The Silver Run map where you could build the roller coaster, as well as all the expansion on the wood cutting stuff, the lumberjacking stuff. That was another one of the major expansions. Trying to think, there was another one in that group. What was the third one I'm forgetting? Because we had the root vegetables, we had the lumberjacking, and there was another one I'm blanking on. But most of the specialty crops were at one point those Season Pass big updates. Well, Pumps and Hoses was a different thing. Pumps and Hoses is a weird one, in that Pumps and Hoses was actually a third party publishing through Giant Software, so I don't even know if that's included in the Season Passes. And that's only been done twice ever. Their updates are kind of slim, in your opinion? The game was really popular, they make tons of money. I mean, again, I guess we'll disagree kind of thing on that one. So, like, for me, with the Season Pass, we got the Nexat and all its equipment. So that's all of this equipment is one update. And you can certainly, like, saying it's not worth the money, that's a whole different discussion. But yeah. Take 4X, the updates are huge. 4X, or X for what? You're trying to figure out how much money this game is. Let's see, so $70 the first year, and then a yearly subscription every year until a new version, rinse and repeat. Is that the business model here? So, if you're, like, if you approach it from looking at, like, I must have the literally everything, for a lot of games that do a lot of DLC, that's usually just not really economical. So, yeah, farm production pack. Anything worth the money is very vague. Yes, exactly. But, so for the game itself, you buy the base game. That's to play it. Generally speaking, most people who enjoy the game will get the major updates. A lot of people do skip on the packs. RimWorld, their updates are huge as well? Yes. Different games have different things. Like, because I was trying to think, how much is the major updates for, the equivalent? Because I was trying to think of how much, like, the update for the, like, the Silver Run map is kind of thing. So, like, that's what I'm trying to think is, like, how much for, like, the vegetable update, the root crop update, how much is that versus a RimWorld DLC? Because you also have to consider with the RimWorld DLC, when it comes to the amount of art assets and all that involved, there is a significantly lower barrier for all that, versus this is, you know, designed to look lifelike. The cost of making the art assets would be astronomically higher for this game by comparison to, you know, RimWorld. I love RimWorld, but their characters are very cartoony, so the cost of making those assets is astronomically lower. It's actually amazing that 4X Foundations is getting such great content. If that's game you're yeah, if you're talking about 4X, like X4 Foundations, yeah, Z-Lanka is $20. Right. So yeah, so you're talking about a $20 update versus a $40 update between RimWorld and Farm Sim. And you can go, well, I can get more playtime out of RimWorld, that's fine. That's certainly assessment that every individual is going to have a difference on. But when it comes to, like, with Farm Sim, you're talking about, yeah, they've added a new map. Yeah, they've added all this stuff. But the difference is RimWorld, their maps are procedurally generated and all that, versus these are handcrafted, so there's a lot more laborious effort put into handcrafting those. When we look at the art assets and the hours involved, taking a thing and making a tractor with all the little details on it, all the little minutia on this, the sounds, all of that, it's just not comparing apples to apples. It's not saying this is better or that is better. We are comparing... It's like comparing someone doing sculpting versus comparing someone doing painting. Yes, they're both art, and you may be like, why is the sculpture so much more expensive? That painting was, you know, is way cheaper and faster and all that. We can agree to disagree, Power Reset. I just don't think it's a good comparison. Same. Now you're just not being fair. I'm gonna go ahead and sit there and be like, you know what? It's very clear that you don't like the model they have for Farm Sim, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But the simulation running in RimWorld is more complex than Farming Sim? Correct. I would agree with a lot of that, but the thing you also have to consider is when I add a new DLC, am I completely changing the simulation of RimWorld, or am I taking the existing simulation, adding a handful of new events that maybe not have a flag, like is anomaly on or off, and having its flexibility around that? Because, like, all of the existing systems, we haven't had, like, a major overhaul, like how we do temperature calculations. There's not, like, air pressure. He's not to? I mean, saying it's the same map copy-pasted over and over again, to me, is very unfair. I would wholly disagree with that. I would very fundamentally say, like, if you feel the maps are copied over and over, that is not fair criticism. You may not like the variants, and you might be like, I wish these were very differently, and that's fair, but calling them copy-paste jobs, I don't agree with that. I feel that is being pretty unreasonable. But yeah, arguing about this you feel is not worth it to your money, that's fair. Like, you can make that assessment. I just don't think we have, like, I don't think it's a reasonable comparison between the two games. They're just entirely different, like, they're different genres, they're different approaches. One is very graphics forward, the other one is very much worried about the background simulation far more. You have one that puts way more time and effort into sound design and all that. You just think they milk it a lot? I mean, that's fine. I know there's a lot of people say, like, that's the thing. There's a lot of people who definitely have different opinions on how DLC is fair and all that. One of the things I do appreciate about Farm Sim is, like, you can skip DLC. It's fine. You don't lose anything. And RimWorld's the same way. You can skip DLC. It's fine. As opposed to, like, a lot of Paradox games where if you skip DLC and they rebalance the game, and suddenly you just can't play it because they rebalance the game around you probably having that DLC, and you've objectively made your game worse unless you have that DLC. That one I've got more of a problem with. But as far as, like, okay, you've been playing, you've been having a fun time, I would like additional stuff to do. Spend the money. It's totally fine to be like, you know what? I don't think it's reasonable. I've not found myself unhappy with what I've spent, and before people are like, but you received your keys. Counter argument, I received a key for the version on their store, and then I bought the game for myself on Steam because I prefer Steam, and I bought a number of the DLC over the year. It's fine. I think it's reasonable. It is one of those things that a lot of companies can't get away with just not charging, because you also have to understand with Farm Sim that they're dealing with licensing issues. They include names of products, like they include John Deere and, you know, New Holland and all these other ones, and I have no idea what the licensing agreements that they have between them, but there is some exchange of money happening there, and that all has to be factored in. And we could argue, okay, well then make up fictional names. Unfortunately, a lot of people are really attached to their name brands, that if you don't have that name brand in it, that upsets them, and you could say that's dumb, and that's a whole separate conversation. But the reality is these are two different companies whose entire business model and their expenses are entirely different. As they keep game balanced on its own and the DLCs balanced differently, you guys think it's complicated for a lot of DLCs? Yeah. But yeah, so I would disagree personally that, like, again, the is it worth it or not, that is a personal discussion for you to have yourself. If you're someone who is living paycheck to paycheck, that you have to sit there and go, can I make rent or pay my food this month? Yeah, it's a hell of a lot of money to be talking about. At the same time, if, you know, your car smells a little bit funny because it hasn't been cleaned a little bit, so you're buying a new car that you just have, you know, F you, I don't care money, then the money means nothing to you. So, like, the is it worth it is so incredibly hard to make any decisions around, because they're just, everyone's value to a dollar is very differently. People value entertainment differently. How entertaining you find something is all going to be weighed differently. And again, this is coming from me as a fan of both RimWorld and a fan of Farm Sim. I think both games are excellent. I don't particularly have a problem with either of their monetary strategies. Because it's one of those things that a lot of the games that do the DLC style updates where you get the packs is just understanding you don't need to buy everything. There are games that do pressure you. Again, this is the reason I'm picking on Paradox over here. There are games that they literally will have an update and then your stuff is just objectively worse now, and literally to keep playing the game and having fun, you have to buy the update. And Paradox does that a number of times. There are other games, especially multiplayer games that are competitive, that if you don't have the latest update, you are objectively at a disadvantage that is just very hard to overcome. So we might be in the situation I'm probably going to have to slow down time. Or we're not finishing this contract this in-game day. So we're only one in-game day in, and I've already failed in that regard, because I saw the twinkle in my eye of big money and went for it. and all that. Let's see, it's the most obnoxious question you see on Twitch everywhere. Like, come on, gents, we don't know what money means to you. Yeah, no, that's the reason why when it comes to is it worth it, I always push back on that question, which wasn't the thing. But like the idea of milking it, I don't agree. And it's totally fine if you feel that way. Like, I'm not trying to convince you otherwise. I just, personally, for me, I don't feel like they've milked it. If you want a game that's milked it, look at, like, The Sims. The Sims where they're like, hey, you want this t-shirt? Fork over those 25 buckaroos. And you're like, it's a freaking t-shirt. You just changed the texture. But yeah, now we can move on from that. I just tend to not be someone who wants to be as negative on games with that kind of stuff. Because a lot of people just don't understand the economics that go into it. Developing games is very costly, it's very involved, it requires a lot of people to do correctly. And even games within the same genre, the circumstances and the focuses on those games can be incredibly different, which completely changes the numbers behind everything. So yeah, it is what it is. So what's going to end up happening here for just a minute, chat, is it is getting to be about that time that my wife gets home. So usually what I'll do is around now I take my quote-unquote long break. It's about 5 minutes, and that's just me running downstairs, welcoming my wife home, chucking something in the oven, and then coming back up. And then from there, we'll pick up where we left off. It is the only long, quote-unquote, again, long break of the stream. It's just timing when she gets home versus me starting. The only alternative about that would be for me to start stream like 2.5 hours later, which doesn't benefit anybody. So what's going to end up happening is I know there's a way to pause this game, and I never use it. In this case, I probably do want to. I thought it was up here. I mean, there's one way to pause it. We could just exit the save and come back in. Because time will keep passing. And I do want to make sure... I'm just checking real fast, because I almost never have a need to pause. So I'm going to check real fast to see if I can find a pause control real fast. And if not, like I said, I can just exit out to the front screen real fast. And that's just because otherwise... We got a lot going on. Game, here we go. It'll be under here. Pause game, it does say pause. Well, here's how we can test. Pause game is on page 1 settings. There we go. Okay, so game's paused. Alright, well, I'll be back in just a couple minutes, so thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. It also feels like it caters to that specifically. Yes, that's... You okay there, Bo? I'll just give you a moment to sort yourself out. Nothing's breaking, right? No? Alright. I mean, you take your time. When you're ready, you can settle down. It's making terrible noises. I'm not sure how well you can hear it, but it's going crunch, crunch, crunch. This group, we're gonna bail. I just need to clear enough that I can get out. That was our tire. We're dead. Oh, how did... I'm not asking questions. It's fine. I don't know. Storge. Walter's asking me questions about my coffee bean dealer. I'm not telling.
Raj is hot.
Raj is hot.
It is good for Raj.
Yes, good for Raj indeed. I love you.
I love you.
Tuma's just like, Raj is hot. Good for Raj. Raj is like, I know. I am dapper AF. But I'm not telling. I know what he... So, is there anywhere down here we gotta worry about? Okay. So I'm not gonna put up here. I'm gonna go ahead and put these up here. I had gotten the amount of tomato seeds I wanted, and then the game was like, congratulations, have tomato seeds. I was like, wait, no, hang on. Is there anywhere we got one? Okay, just clarifying. That mole rat came out of the dirt, shot into orbit, and then fell to its death. Could someone clip that? Alright. Come by for another pass. Plus, with their performance getting a little pokey, this is probably helping us keep the performance from getting too terrible. Alright, nip after, I've got eggs in my pocket, I gotta keep that in mind as well. I hate all of this. This is deeply upsetting. You have to know what the best tractor brand is there? Well, it's clearly gonna be New Holland. And this is a joke I'm 100% stealing from Maltosaurus. And the reason why the New Holland's the best tractor brand is it's always new. Because even if it's a 10-year-old New Holland, it's still a New Holland. Refuel your car. Switch, throw the switch to change. I want to put you away. That's probably fine. Okay. Oh, good. Paperwork. Oh, not good. A wall of zombies. Wait, I can attach the stick. Oh. Alright, I guess we're just gonna hit a zombie. Oh! Oh, okay, no. Alright, the wrong way. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Nope, that's not the way we're going. Okay. Good job, man. So we got a bamboo. Well, here comes the train. I don't think enough time to move, so back it up, 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 back it up. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, that's what you want. What? Where am I? What's happening? I'm confused and disoriented now. Oh yeah, that's exactly the kind of thing Drongo is doing all the time. It's just my axle underneath the barge, don't worry about it. There's just something about the barge messes with physics badly.
Yeah, just something about me driving in general messes stuff up. I don't really get what's happening. I'm fine right now. That's right now.
I'm not sure if you can see, chat. My front axle.
Lord, couldn't you have given him one more chance? Bewildered Mary was part of the congregation too. She came flying down into the valley.
I'll blow you to smithereens. You got that?
Yeah, we both can do that. I'm trying to explain that we both have guns on each other.
I couldn't even hear. Who even are you? What are you doing here alone?
I'm doing what I wanted. That's what I'm doing.
Are you doing what you want? Are you? You do what you? Yeah, what you gonna do? You gonna take me to your leader? Is that what you're gonna do? Because we got
You know what?
the
Why not?
killer back there.
Oh,
with
right.
gunpoint.
And I am back. Okay, so let's get this back moving. All right. Okay, let me catch up in chat. Yeah, playing some Claire Obscure. That is a game I've been meaning to play. I heard nothing but good stuff about it. Their entire OST is on YouTube. You can listen to it. It's so good. Yeah, there's been a lot of good games with really, really solid OSTs out there. Yeah. Like, and I know I'm the one bringing this back to topic. Like, just from the graphical side of it. Again, I like RimWorld, but drawing a circle and putting a face on it with little eyes. Like, if you have a talented artist, they can knock that out in like no time, and they'll probably do 2 or 3 iterations or whatever, and yada yada yada. Versus even 3D modeling a tractor would be a considerable time investment, but then having to not only model a tractor, but model a specific tractor. So it's not just drawing a car. You are 3D modeling a specific car. And I am sure the groups like, you know, like Fenter and all them probably go in and be like, no, that valve's not in the right place. That's not our tractor, and have to go through and do revisions and all that. I can imagine that's gotta be a frustrating thing to deal with. So, like that's gonna be like the last thing I'm gonna say on that one. It's just they're just not the same. And that is the nature of just dealing with games and all that stuff. They're just very different. It's one of the things that makes it very hard when comparing like indie games and like AA games and then AAA games and a lot of the stuff going in there. I personally don't buy hardly any AAA games because I don't really care about the high-end graphics and all that. Sure, whatever, it looks beautiful, I genuinely don't care. So like the big pitch that comes with AAA games, I'm just not the market. But between like the single A and AA games, some like indie games, it is another one of those things you're like, well, I can get this game for $10 and I can get that game for $25, $30, and they're only a little bit better graphics. But it's like, yeah, but that little bit better graphics takes it from, you know, maybe a couple hundred hours of artist time to make the game from the beginning to several thousand hours. And the whole bit there. Ever done anything with Anno? So I have not. I actually own Anno, and I've heard lots of good things. It's kind of just one of those things that I kind of just missed the boat. And as a content creator, it's very difficult for me to jump into a bunch of different games if they're not really being sought out. There's a great deal of pressure that happens as a content creator that if you're playing games that people just don't genuinely kind of have, they're not seeking it out actively on the platform, it's really difficult. Yeah, no, I give my existing audience a good chance. A lot of them would tune into it. But it's the thing of the classic, you got to be trying to draw in a new audience while also doing stuff that your existing audience wants, unless you're doing a strategic pivot or whatever. And you got to kind of make both those camps happy. It's the classic, like, you're juggling, like, new followers existing viewers and like subscriptions, like that kind of trifecta, that having one up at the cost of the other hurt your channel. So like if my view count is up right now, but I'm getting very few new followers, my channel will slowly regress, because over time I will be losing people. So even if I'm kind of cashing in on on viewers right now, when it does come time to get new viewers and like whatever I'm doing starts to kind of wane, because I don't have those new people coming in as time goes on, eventually that viewer count starts to collapse and there's nothing new giving it more life. At the same time, if I'm only pursuing the new followers, but I'm, you know, switching games to whatever the latest hype is, and my existing viewers, I'm just all over the place game-wise, they fade away, so my view count goes down. Even though I'm bringing in more net new people, I'm just hemorrhaging people way too fast. And then stuff like subscriptions and monetization matters, because unfortunately from the business side of it, while there is a very strong correlation between view count and your ability to pay your bills, it's not a directive. What's Anno's viewership right now? I imagine it's terrible, but I'll double check, because I don't know. Sully Gnome, Anno 1800, and English, about 45 average viewers, and that is up 73% from the previous 90 days. So basically, it's hovering around 30 to 40 viewers on average. Not the worst. Not the worst. I don't disagree. It's actually better than I thought it was going to be. It's just unfortunately one of those things that a lot of content creation, so far as categories go, is a little bit of a popularity thing, a little bit of like momentum gives you momentum kind of things, that it is tricky. And then on top of that, when you look at like the Tycoon, the City Builder, those style games, they tend to have a short shelf life on content creation. Now, for YouTube content creation, that can be a bit longer, because you could do these challenge runs that might take you as the individual doing the challenge run hundreds of hours to do, but then you can, you know, compress it into 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 YouTube videos or whatever, and that usually will perform far better. But for streaming, if there's just not interest in the game, you're going to have some set of your viewers that are your normal viewers tune in. If it's a game they're not interested in, they might watch something else. So whatever your normal viewership is, you're getting a subset of that, and then you need to draw in enough new viewers from that category to offset the number of viewers who aren't interested in the different game you're playing. And that's the problem with it having not much viewership on the platform, is the likelihood of, you know, say, you know, I average about 130 viewers. Say it only draws in 100 viewers for when I stream it from my existing audience, that there's 30% of my viewers who are just like, eh. I'm not, okay. You know, 30 viewers are like, eh, not really my bag. Which is totally fair. The question is, will I draw in 30 viewers from someplace else? Because if I don't, that means I've had an underperforming stream. That means my average viewer count is going like this. And when that happens, I get less key offers, I get less sponsorship offers, I don't get invited to events, I don't get as many monetization opportunities, I get worse placing on the games page and recommended sections, which means I have lower discoverability on the platform. You get kind of the idea that it kind of cuts you in 30 different ways the whole way down. When you're going back to Victoria 3, I never played Victoria 3, so I guess technically going back to it's a never, because even if I played it the first time, it wouldn't be going back to it. That's another one I expect to have like very little real presence on the platform. Yeah, no, it's all good. I figured as much. Let's see, you played some Anno in the past, but never Anno 1800. You watched a little bit, it looks very good, but you think the progression would drive you crazy. It always, there's always one last thing to do, one little step, one little building upgrade that unlocks something new. Another thing, you pursue the one last thing all day. Oh yeah, but that's the whole like addiction thing to the games. So if we look at Victoria 3, which you said just got updates, it is averaging 15 viewers. Like I said, a lot of those games, they have their moment in the sun, and then like they either become like a mainstream game or they kind of fade. When you look at most games when they release, it's literally they have that spike, and then depending on the nature of the game, it either spikes up and then spikes down and then declines, or it spikes up and it slowly bleeds down. It's actually one of the things that was like really, really weird that oh, what was a game? Was it Blueprints? That it was a weird one that it didn't spike up and then it slowly climbed up. Like it was a weird outlier that it did like the reverse of what it most of do. And it's coming down now, but it was one of those things that are released and over like the next month or so it slowly went up in viewership as opposed to down. Which, like I said, is a very abnormal thing. Thank you, wifey. Enjoy. You enjoy. Love. Either of the progression steps isn't tied to a microtransaction that doesn't cost area. Yeah, that's I had debated doing the new Stellaris update. I've ultimately decided not to because one, I find 4X strategy games very hard to stream. There's that like intimidating factor on that, knowing it is. It's like a game category that's very, very difficult to stick to in any time. And then also, like I used to get all the Stellaris DLC, like the major ones, not all like the cosmetic ones way back. But I haven't done that in a really long while. So I'm getting the sneaking suspicion this contract's not going to work. Because I am looking at that, and we're about halfway through this field, and it says 6%. We're not quite halfway through, so I'm doing the numbers in my head, and it ain't working. So I think we're gonna abandon this contract, versus put like another half hour or so into it. Because my confidence that that'll work, because like you can see all the stripes. Yeah, there's just like one thing in the corner that's just like all weeds. Nah, I think this is the precision farming mod just being a bit dodgy. So we should be okay. We should be okay for succeeding for today. I'm gonna grab that one. Okay. Because we're like right on that fence where we could potentially make or break. So we're gonna do one. I usually don't like taking the contracts in the evening because it's gonna be dark by the time we finish that one. But that'll be a much faster contract with the hoe. And so we might end up just not using the weeder anymore. Ooh, did I miss the comment? I do apologize when chat gets going. Let's see, dare say you watch you because you're pleasant to listen to, regardless of the game. You never watch any other streamer playing Farm Sim? Yeah, so that's the dream. That is the dream, that whatever game you're playing, you draw in new people, and they go, hey, I like what's happening here, I would like to see more here. That they just like, whether it's your personality, your humor, your discussion points, like whatever the draw, the chaos for some channels, like whatever it is that actually brings people in and gets them to be like, oh, I want to do more of this. That you keep coming back. That is the dream as a variety creator, is to like bounce between your different games, not alienate your existing audience while attracting new people and hopefully convincing some of those people that pop in just for the game you're playing to be like, you know what, I'm going to come back next time. It's something like 60-70% of people who watch Twitch, they stick to a category, and sometimes they'll switch categories over time. Like, you may pop in and you're watching RimWorld all the time, and then you kind of burn out on RimWorld, and then maybe you're starting to watch Project Zomboid all the time, and then you burn out on that. But it's while you're in that frame of, I'm watching RimWorld right now, it'll be something like 70-80% of those viewers are there because you're playing RimWorld. And then you'll have, whatever. And then over time, as you build up more and more people who they just discover they like your content, they keep coming back. Yeah, we got the shout out. Sui's fantastic. Yeah, no, I agree entirely, Sui. Sui's saying that one of the best ways to find people is through raids. Yeah, so if we're talking like actual growth of your channels, I would say, like, I can't put a percentage on it, it's just too ambiguous. But I would say the vast majority of your growth is around networking, and I consider raiding as a part of networking. That like very genuinely vast of people number who stick around are gonna be through that. And so it is a difficult thing for people who are like, oh, well, I want to grow, but like I really don't want to take time and like talk to others or do that's like, all right, then this is probably not the field for you. Because very genuinely going and stepping outside your comfort zone to someone else in your same category and being like, hey man, I really like this challenge you're doing. Could you tell me a little bit more about it? Oh, that's really awesome. I'm really liking the way you're doing that. Oh, I haven't seen that strategy before. That's a really cool strategy. I really like that. That conversation stuff, like being like, don't fake it, but like, doing that kind of stuff, getting to know people, becoming friends, all that kind of stuff. And then when it comes time to raiding each other, like if I happen to be playing the same game as one of those people I've networked with, I'll be like, oh, hey, I'm going to go raid that. Like literally what we did yesterday. I met Azriel through Ultrasaurus. I don't remember what game she was playing or whatever, but that, there's similar content happening between the three channels. And so I made that connection through someone I'd already networked with, and they popped in here yesterday. And so after stream, I was like, oh, hey, Azriel is streaming and happening to stream in the same category I am. Let's go say hi. And I liked what I saw over there. Like literally a part of why we're doing this challenge today is we were chatting and just about a challenge that he was doing. And I'm like, okay, I don't think I'm going to do it the way you're doing, but it is giving me some really terrible ideas that I probably am going to regret. And now we're doing one of those. So it's like thematically similar to one of his challenges while the individual rules are different. Like he has a whole thing about doing the lease to own mods and all that kind of stuff, whereas I have a strict no leasing mod, like no leasing rule, and that's just preferences in gameplay and whatever. But, that whole thing happened. So what's happened is now a bunch of my viewers have been exposed to his community. Some number of them will likely tune into his streams in the future. And just the same, some of them might tune into my channel. Just the same, if there's ever an opportunity, he might raid back. That kind of happens. And you don't make it transactional either. Not it's like, no, well, I raided you 4 times and you haven't raided me, so... Because the reality you run into with a lot of that stuff is, more than likely, if someone streams after my hours, like, for example, Drongo streams after my hours, which means Drongo very rarely gets any chances to raid me. And that's fine. I get lots of chances to raid Drongo, and I raid Drongo because his content's fantastic. And I think people should check him out. But, then Drongo ends up raiding the next person, who ends up raiding the next person, who then maybe raids me. We've had that full circle happen a bunch of times where literally someone will have watched my stream and just followed the raids around and gotten right back to my stream the next day. And it's just the nature of it. And you end up getting these like these circles of creators together that we all have like a similar vibe or a similar content type or whatever. That end up raiding into each other, that we kind of all mutually benefit from each other growing and whatnot. And it's not, like most channels, it's not like you've got your 5 or 6 individual and that's your circle. It's like you've got, when you're doing simulation, you might have your 5 or 6. And then when you're doing RimWorld, you got your 5 or 6. And then when you're doing Project Zomboid, you got your 5 or 6. So you've got like all these different groups of people that you're kind of in with. And when you're doing something that falls outside that content, yeah, it's not that they won't raid, but they won't necessarily raid as much because it can be tricky to raid outside your category. There's reasons why you generally want to raid inside whatever category you are. But especially when I am doing a game that I'm doing because I want to indulge, or we're doing it as like, a community request or something like a subathon or charity redeem or whatever, something that I'm not going to get new viewers from. That's where you pull up the category on Twitch and you go, well, I have, my 100-something viewers, and let me see who else I can raid in the category. Oh, I am the category, the whole category. There is literally no viewers outside this channel right now, or people streaming this game outside my channel. Okay, well, I guess we're going somewhere else. Or you do the thing where you go to raid out, and you pull up, and there's like three channels with one viewer, and like the person's not even at their desk. The other one, like, you take a quick peek and there's just music blasting at 1,000 decibels, and you're like, okay, I'm just gonna go with someone who I know makes good content. So I'll raid small channels, but usually the way I approach it is like at the end of stream I'll pull up the games page while I've got the credits rolling, and I might poke into 1 or 2 other streams and be like, okay, are they one of them doing pirated movies? Oh man, Project Zomboid category, we had that for a while. There was a content creator that literally it was just 24/7 playing Marvel movies start to finish, like not commentary or anything, even though I don't feel like that's enough to warrant it. Literally just playing the movie, and it took a good while for Twitch to finally ban that account. When I say a while, it was like a week or 2, but it was definitely, it'd pop up at the end of stream and be like, there they are. They're watching Iron Man. Whole thing in the Project Zomboid category. Which, already doing that's against TOS to like just play a copywritten thing in that manner. But it was just like additionally a negative because it was blowing up the numbers for that channel in my category, so I'm competing with something that isn't even the game. Which, granted, realistically, most likely people would see that and they're looking for Project Zomboid, they didn't click through. But same difference. Well, thank you. You guys should check him out. I have done that bit on people's channels a number of times, where it's like, hey, if you like this content, you should certainly check out, and then, the name of the channel I'm actively sitting in, oh, if you like Ultrasaurus's content, or if you like the channel, like, while we're watching Ultrasaurus, oh, if you like the content you see here, you should check out and follow Ultrasaurus in Ultrasaurus's channel. Yeah, it's an age-old joke. Well, it's a good one because it's also a reminder for people to follow the channel. Because very much you just get into, like, vibing and watching the stream and all that, and you just forget to drop the follow. I didn't used to be as good, I'm still not good at it, but I didn't used to do the whole thing in the outro being like, hey, if you've enjoyed the content, don't forget to drop a follow. I didn't used to have that part of, like, my outro until, like, the number of times I would be, like, 2 or 3 days later, you'd have someone like, sweet, I found your channel again. I was watching and I forgot to follow you, and I couldn't remember what the name was. But yeah, so, like, the whole circling back in that is very genuinely, like, when it comes to growth on Twitch channels kind of thing, networking's your main one. Like, very genuinely, networking's your main one. And a big part of that does come down to the category of game you're playing. The vast majority of the time, you're going to have the channels that are similar to your own are going to be around category. The vibe is certainly part of it as well. But, like, if you're playing Project Zomboid, you'll end up finding other channels that have Project Zomboid being played. You'll find the creators that have, like, a similar vibe that you end up rating back and forth. And then you go and you start playing RimWorld. And you'll still have all those Project Zomboid people in your circle as well. But you start playing RimWorld, and you'll have all those channels there. And it can even be a thing like, I don't play that much Project Zomboid anymore. I burned out on it pretty bad. and I have not really been enjoying Build 42. Like, I gave it a good shot, and it was kind of fun for, like, being different. But as I played it more and more, I'm like, you know what? Like, there's the part of Project Zomboid I like, and I really feel like I'm climbing over all this other stuff to go try and find it. I like playing Project Zomboid on a ridiculously high populations, really sweaty tryhard stuff, but I was finding when I was playing in that manner, I was spending like literally a third of my time just crafting weapons. And it's like, I don't mind this, but this is not, like, I'm already getting tired of crafting these same weapons again and again. And I did some tinkering on it, and for the record, it's early access, it's getting updated. A lot of that balance will change, and maybe it won't. Maybe that's the direction they're going, and that's fine. That's fair if they choose to go that way. But it's not a good fit for me. And unfortunately, as a content creator, one of the realities you run into with stuff like that is whether or not it should be this way. The reality is, if you're like, hey, I'm playing on sweaty tryhard settings with high populations and I enjoy this, that's a big thing that'll draw in a lot of viewers. But if on the same hand you're like, okay, but I don't like crafting, so I made my weapons have like super high durability and all that, a lot of people tune out because you're playing baby game for babies, which isn't fair, it isn't right, I don't agree with that. But when people are looking for a challenge run, they're looking for a challenge run that, you know, everything has been turned up on difficulties. Any compromise of that kind of works against you. And that's just if you're doing that challenge kind of content, which unfortunately one of the realities is the two types of content that really, well actually three types of content that perform fairly well in the Project Zomboid category is one, challenge runs, which should shock literally nobody. Challenge runs usually do good in just about any game that can be hard. You have roleplay. Roleplay does relatively well on Project Zomboid when you get a bunch of creators together. And then the last one is first time players. That has a pretty big draw on Project Zomboid. The issue is you can only do the first time a couple of times before then it's not your first time anymore. And I'd say literally all of that's true. Well, actually, RimWorld has another one that RimWorld heavily modded runs can be a draw too. But otherwise, the same is true of RimWorld. First-time players, challenge runs, and then, like, I would call those, I wouldn't call it RP, I'd call them storytelling runs. Not around the storytellers in the game. But, like, content creators, like, if you're familiar with ZiggyD Live, ZiggyD Live is absolutely fantastic, and I would say, like, of content creators I know who play RimWorld, for the storyteller-style content, I feel like ZiggyD Live is one of the best ones. And he plays a whole mess of games that happens to include RimWorld from time to time. And so, like, he'll have a whole thematic thing where, like, he'll have a pawn that is himself in the colony. He'll have, like, some big theme that he's doing around the whole thing. And, you know, not strategic at all. He'll be like, no, like, you know, the run dies when my character dies kind of thing. So, where normally in RimWorld you're going to just try and protect your most valuable pawns and all that if you're doing something high risk, or just do what you can to minimize losses. With that kind of thing, it changes the algebra where you're like, okay, well, I don't want to put these people in danger, but main pawn has to live. And even on top of that, like, sometimes he'll make that main pawn utterly useless to the colony. Like, it'll be like the aristocrat who doesn't really do anything for the colony other than maybe give a speech once in a while. And so you get it. There's a whole fun story. And he does the same with, like, Kenshi and a whole bunch of other games. Kenshi's another one in that same thing of you either need to be the storyteller style run, some type of challenge run, usually a thematic challenge, or that, you know, first-time player. I actually don't know how first-time player does with Kenshi. I feel like that's one of those games that's got enough complexity that first-time playing might not be fun to watch, just because, you know, you start the game, you end up lying face down in your own blood and you die because you don't know what you're doing, which is very similar to when you do know what you're doing, which is you're face down in your own blood, but bandaged just enough that you won't die from it. So I actually have no idea how Kenshi does for first-time players. That's a rough category to break in. That's kind of a cult classic type game where super duper people are into Kenshi. Like, it's not a very active category at any given time, but it has these spikes where, you know, someone pops in for a week and everyone wants to watch them play it, and then, like, it's a dead category the rest of the time. And there's a couple categories like that. Like, games like your Doki Doki Literature Club's Undertale, I don't know so much about nowadays, but they used to be in that one. Where, like, you wanted to see people experience that game. That it would have a huge draw because of it. Yeah, so the lesson we've learned our first day. The weeding contracts, don't take them. For whatever reason, they're not calculating right. They're not counting right with the precision farming mod. So they are literally just a waste of time. The hoeing contracts seem to be perfectly fine. They actually seem to be relatively good contract for us to take. I'm a little concerned in that we have spent a decent amount of money on that equipment. I genuinely think I might need to sell back the hoe, or not the hoe, the weeder, because if I'm not making money from it, and it overlaps functionality-wise for me on this one, that is money best used for literally anything else. Now, on the plus side, at least of the equipment I bought, that was the cheapest. It was $6,500. So if I eat a loss and all that, you know, maybe I can get $4,000 back. I think Simplex is like some grand strategy games are like that. You know, one or two streamers that do stream it, and you see the numbers rise, and when they stop, it'll be gone for a while. Oh yeah, no, like, and to the credit, I would say for like a lot of those 4X strategy games, it is the storyteller style creators who are the ones who carry those categories. The first-time player for a lot of 4X games, a lot of the ones I've seen, first-time player doesn't do much. Because you start runs and you don't really get very far, it's very slow because I have to like read and learn and figure it all out. So it ends up being pretty unengaging. Okay, so I want to take a left here and then a right. Wonder the reason I'm getting these saves. Well, I mean, I'm not checking that menu often. Yeah, entertainer style. Yeah. Right, so it's like, you don't just do, like, Stellaris. You go, okay, well, I'm gonna be this, like, hive mind, and, like, you just kind of, as you go along, give more characteristics to this hive mind that, you know, stupid stuff, or, like, Drongo's another one who does, like, a, even when he's doing a challenge run, there's a little bit of, like, story entertainer going on. Like, he's been doing his Oblivion runs, so he'd be a good example of that. Where he has, like, his absolutely cursed people, like the guy with the beard that came out like an axe or whatever. And so, like, there's not a heavy, like, roleplay side to that or whatever. But just kind of the, you've got this character, their bizarre, fun personality. I don't usually do the best in that. I wish I was better at it. We've done that kind of stuff kind of as, like, a joke. Because usually I'll do that when it's, like, something I'm planning on doing, like, 2 or 3 streams and then probably throw away. Like, it's just not a big thing, and that, you know, an idea comes to mind. The one that stands out for that for me was my time at Sandrock with best friend Binky.
Thank you, Lunek, for subscribing for 30 months.
Hey, LoonTK, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. That's 30 months you've been subbed to channel, so I really do appreciate that. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream, and I hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. Thank you for that. Yeah, but, I did my time at Sandrock, and I figured as a game is only going to play for a couple of streams, just because, like, I had done my time at, wait, was it Sandrock or Porsche was first? Porsche was first, because I'd done my time at Porsche, and people enjoyed it, but it really only lasted for, like, 2-3 streams before the viewership just tanked on it. You know, and that kind of forces your hands as a content creator to do something else if people stop showing up. So I figured it's like, alright, this will be 2-3 streams. I'm going to make this meme character. We're going to have fun with it. And then it stuck around. I think we got like 5 or 6 streams out of it before the numbers then started to dip. And it was around the 3rd stream that I'm like, I kind of regret making this absolutely cursed character best friend Binky. Because now this run is actually getting along the way. And it's like every time you have that cinematic and someone's, you know, someone's spilling their heart about you, about their insecurities. And you've got this person with these eyes that have like these tiny little pupils in the very middle, and it's just all the rest of us look like this big white eye. I think actually, did we make them bloodshot? I can't remember. And this like really wild purple hair and all that. And it was just one of those things that just like, you're having the serious moment of the game, and you're just like, can't take it seriously with this person in the scene. Also, she could definitely see, or he, I don't remember. They could also definitely see into your soul. There's no question about that. So you're thinking of, e.g., Sean, who plays Hearts of Iron occasionally and finds way to talk about silly, awkward events that the game throws at him when they happen, turn them absurdity, and explain the mechanics behind it. Yeah, and I can see that. About the closest I do that is when I do like slice of life, like farm sim, like Stardew Valley-esque games. I definitely have the thing. All right, so we'll turn that in. So this will be another one we want to split the price between there, because I am tracking this. So we will be at 3,270. 3,270. And the reason I'm doing that is I am crediting the amount we made from that between all tools involved. We can't really take another contract today. I am going to eat the loss on the weeder. So I didn't actually give myself a column for sold. So let me go ahead and do that. Insert column to the right. Sold for, and we can go here, and it's 4,936. 4,936. And I'll fix all that stuff later. All right, so we got a little bit of money back. So the good news is I'm feeling relatively comfortable that we can afford our interest now. I have come to the realization I don't believe there's a place I can sleep on this map, nor can I own land, because you need money to own land. Oh no. It's like in real life that home ownership is hard. Well, I don't think we keep doing contracts over the night, because a lot of contracts, once you get past midnight, they just fail, depending on the contract. So we'll take this strategy of that is how we're sleeping right now. Let's watch the sunrise, chat, at 360 times speed. That's one of the things I might do if I set this up for like a challenge for a YouTube series or whatever, is I'll probably buy a plot of land and not allow myself to like use it for anything and just chuck a house on it and not count it against the money. Just oh, interesting. So they actually split up what part of the loan is the interest and what part is the loan itself. That's interesting that that much gets applied to the loan's principal at the beginning. I'm assuming that's just because of not wanting to have to like calculating compound interest or anything like that. But we'll go to 7 a.m. and that's when we'll stop fast forwarding time. We'll definitely want to find a better way than that later. So the good and the bad news is we've survived our first month. The bad news is we're going into our second month, and I am in really bad shape because I can't really afford much other equipment. We can't afford the loan payment for this month without making more money. And that might mean this... we might have to shop this challenge more. I'll see if we can't make it through it. But that is going to be an issue. And I think the issue was basically I overspent on the first month on equipment. And then we lost a bunch of time. That's close enough. We lost a bunch of time there. So we got the Deadwood contract while the new contracts are starting to show. That'll be an interesting one. 125, 126. So I'm a little concerned about where that's going. So you are down here. Corn tall, yo. I think I could find the deadwood trees, chat. Alright, the other ones, they spawned in the forest. This one just spawned in between two fields, which is interesting. At least it'll be quick. Yeah, so we need to get about not quite $20,000. A month? Okay. I'm guessing they're going to be over here. Because it's not a whole lot other place it could be. I guess just the way the map is made, it marks that these little paths in here are considered wooded. Which, fair enough. But however they generate these contracts does make it eligible. Okay. Then go ahead and collect that contract. Alright. Yeah, so we got more harvesting contracts I can't realistically do, because those pieces of equipment will be like $500,000. The baling ones I probably can't do, because that'll be like $50,000. The spraying ones I can't. As much as I don't really want to just do a bunch of deadwood, I am a little paranoid that we're going to struggle here. So I'm just going to take what contracts we can get. The big issue I'm going to run into is I need more fields that are going to need hoeing on them or something else. I wonder genuinely. I know it wasn't much. I can't remember. It was something like $150 or $200 or something like that is what I was getting when I tried to sell deadwood the last time I attempted, which admittedly has been a long time. And that's the reason why I just don't bother, is because the deadwood trees, cutting them down and then trying to sell them for like the logs or whatever, wound up just not being particularly good. There it is, over there on the left. Because I was wondering in my head, it's like, could I get a really crappy, like the little teeny tiny $2,000 or whatever it is trailer, and then chuck the deadwood trees on there and do that? I don't think it's worth it though. Alright, so we're going to struggle a lot here. I'm kind of regretting not trying to go for the fertilizer thing first. We may not have been able to even do that, but that would have given these contracts available. And now I just don't have the supplies I need to do it. The cultivating contract is one that we got ourselves in trouble with on the other map. But these ones don't seem to be putting the rows on them. Let's slow down time again. What is the cheapest cultivator we can get? Oh, I should have actually checked this as well. Nothing here is helpful. What is the cheapest cultivator I can get? Because if those work, those are generally fairly year-round. Ooh, we can actually do stuff here.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
So I can get this really terrible John Deere one. And it's in my budget. And I can run it. So we can take a cultivating contract. Let's do that. So we're buying a John Deere, what the heck are you called again? John Deere 980. And it's going to cost us 9,500. And grab you and paste you here. For those who don't know, I am keeping a spreadsheet just for my own amusement, curiosity, whatever you want to call it. Alright, so we're going to buy that. We already did. Because we desperately need to be able to do more contracts, so I'm going to accept this contract. So this is going to be a little bit rough because we are using a really small cultivator. But that said, I actually don't think we can get much bigger with the tractor we have. So it's 4 meters wide. I think we could potentially have pushed for 5. I just don't have the money because we're disallowing leases. Okay, so you are where? Make sure my time is back to normal. You are where? You are field 130. Okay, so basically go down this road to the fork, then take a right, and it'll go right by it. Should also figure out where the gas station is in this place. I'm willing to bet it's probably this next building over. But yeah, no, we are properly in struggle bus territory. It is not a gas station. It's like the actual intersection. Okay. But every month I can survive and I get like another piece of equipment going. That does mean future contracts I could do without needing additional pieces of equipment just to manage. Because we started with 100,000 and $1 million in debt. And we do have a mod that is making our loan payments realistic. And what I mean by that is normally $1 million, the loan payment in the game, would be somewhere in the area of around 3,000, and we're sitting at about $19,000. So you get the idea that there's a pretty significant difference there. And as such, that does mean every month they need to be pulling in at least like $20,000, having it sitting in the bank. The real danger is during the winter, the number of contracts available really does take a hit. So going into the winter, I probably want to be sitting on at least $60,000 just to survive in the event we just don't get good contracts that we can make happen. But otherwise, I do need to spend a certain amount of money to get the equipment to being able to do the contracts to be able to pay off the loan, but also not buy too much equipment that now I've overspent and I don't have enough money in the reserves to pay off the loan. And our first month was not great. We did make it through it, but we bought a piece of equipment who ended up being a loss, and we didn't make nearly as much profit as we could have made, because I had lost a bunch of time to the weeder, and we've just accepted that the weeder is just not something we're going to mess with weeding contracts anymore. The hoeing contracts are fine. That's actually what I'm looking out for, because those ones will be pretty solid. The dream would be getting up to a point we could do harvesting contracts. The pro and the con there is harvesting contracts are only available part of the year. They do pay fairly well for the amount of effort involved. The downside is to realistically be able to do those, I need a harvester, I need a trailer, and I need all that stuff, and harvesters are usually pretty expensive. Now, the other thing you'll notice is each month we do our loan payment, is our total left goes down. That's not normal how it works in Farm Sim. Farm Sim, the loans are weird in that you just pay interest and never principal by default. But with the mod that made the loans payments significantly higher, it also does make some of that money go against the principal, so you slowly do pay off your loan. Okay. And there's our field over there. While we're driving, I'll go ahead and turn this to steering assist. Because I can hire workers, but right now where our money is tight, I don't have a second thing I could really be working on worthwhile that much. So just handing the keys over to the AI is literally just going to put me into a worse spot than I already am. Okay. So needless to say, this is going to take me a hot minute. Let's see, you posted a picture of your new PC in the Tech Talk channel. Ooh. That is a really sleek looking computer. Is that whole case like Plexi or Plexi-esque? Because, like, the whole... I mean, other than, I guess, the top and bottom. Because, like, it's all transparent. Only two sides. Gotcha. So, it's, you know, what I'm assuming is the front and the side. That's actually one of the weird things that's been an adjustment for me. Is I definitely remember back in the day being like, no, I need an optical drive and an optical drive. And keep that 3.5 just in case I need it and all that kind of good stuff. And my last, like, 2-3 computers, like, don't even have an optical drive. And it's just one of those things I'm like, I don't even need the big bay in the front. Will they eventually fix known farm bugs? Yes. I'm not sure if they will end up fixing the bugs related to precision farming that are like little one-off ones. That I'm less confident on. Like, they probably will, but I imagine that's not as high priority. Just because, like, the number of people running precision farming isn't as many. The number of people running precision farming and then going contract heavy is probably even smaller. You get the idea. Like, if you're going to be putting all your effort in X, Y, or Z, you're going to be like, okay, what's got the most players doing it? Okay, that's one we got to consider. What's, you know, a game-breaking, like, really awful bug? Those get there. Having it when you have, like, this mod, this one type of contract doesn't work. That it's certainly going to be on the list. It's just a matter of, do they have higher priorities? Basically maxed out? I mean, it's going to be a fun computer, I'm sure. I've always been normally, what I'll usually do is I'll get a computer 1 or 2 generations behind the latest. But that's trying to save money. Like, for all I know, they might consider this the highest priority. I don't think so, because I'm willing to bet they are well on their way to getting the expansion done. Like, I would imagine they've been working on it this whole time. And I have, like, this isn't me, like, dodging NDA stuff or anything else like that. I genuinely have no idea what's coming. I'm sure they'll give us some heads up, you know, people in the partner program for Giants and all that, a little bit of a heads up, but we're probably talking a week, 2 maybe, if that. They had a problem with someone leaking a bunch of stuff a while back, so kind of waiting to see where everything lands after that, because you can understand, like, they want to share that information so you have time to prep and all that, but it's very important for companies when they're doing that kind of stuff to make sure they control, like, their opening announcement and all that kind of stuff. Because someone else can kind of set the messaging, and even if it's not bad messaging, if it's just not aligned with what they're aiming it for, like, you'd be like, oh yeah, we could do trees, and we could do X, Y, and Z, and they're like, but you can't do those things. And now people believe them, you know, it's something totally different than it is. It could be a whole thing. Versus when you control the initial messaging and be like, boom, here's the thing we're coming out with. And then all the content creators could start being like, oh yeah, I'm excited for that part, or I'm going to be doing this thing, or whatever. if someone's information runs counter to the official post that's already out, it's a way to make sure things are presented accurately. Was this the first time ever getting a 90s card? Yeah, normally in the past I always got the 80 series. So like, you know, it was what? The 980? I can't remember. I think I had a 98 or 980. And then I upgrade to the 3090 I have now. Because, you know, needless to say, that was a little bit behind tech-wise. But yeah, it was just one of those things that, generally speaking, my 980 was going out, like, the video card itself was starting to get dodgy. You know, I'd put enough hours onto it. And I'm like, I gotta have a working computer and all that, and at that point I'd started doing content creation and everything, so I'm like, no, I need a graphics card that works. And it was unfortunately, like, right as, like, the graphics cards were blowing up on prices because of stuff like NFTs and crypto and all that. And, you know, pandemic was in full swing and everything else. And it's just like, you know, doing the thing where you're like on the Discords and channels and all that, where people are like, they just dropped some at Best Buy. Get it now. Oh, they're all gone. Like, doing all that stuff. And it took me a couple of months that I limped that poor card along, and then a 3090 came up, and I'm like, all right, well, I'm just gonna grab the 3090. It's like this is the first one in months of trying I've had a chance. It's more than I really want to spend, but you know, this poor card is gonna be bricked dead soon. Like, it's struggling, it's crashing, it's having all sorts of problems. That is have to like turn down the graphic settings on games more and more just to try and keep it running smooth. And so it's just one of those things as like, all right, well, I'm going to just deal with this. But yeah, it was rough. Micro Center got 2 shipments right? Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Like, for getting those cards, it's entirely just being in the, you know, being in, like, the right person of, like, knowing where stuff is coming. Oh, let me quickly move that while I see it. Where did you go? It's too slow. I'm trying to move the fractal thing to be like right below me kind of bit. Because we moved the camera again. I need to take the time. And I did some of the stuff, like I really did. People knew I was having issues with my sources that I would go to move them or whatever and things would shrink and grow. I got that all fixed. But I need to get the fractal promotion. Okay, so I'm gonna try and watch for the fractal thing to pop up. I think I got it positioned right. You know a dev / small streamer who wrote a script to crawl a bunch of shops? Yeah, so I had I was part of like 2 or 3 different Discords that all had like scripts running like that to just scrape the moment stuff came in stock in different ones. And it was very much one of those things. When it showed up, you jumped in there immediately and you just hit buy and went, or you didn't get it. Like, it was that fast they would go. And that's one of the ones is they had a drop of a bunch of different video cards at Best Buy, like on their website. And, you know, I just pulled up, open all the tabs and just went, it's gone, it's gone, it's gone, it's gone. And I managed to grab like the 3090. And that's what I had done for like weeks. Every time I got the announcement, it was just like, click, up, it's already gone. But again, we're going back to this is like peak pandemic. There was the video card shortage, like, because there was a chip shortage and everything at the time. Like, supply lines were all jacked up. And I did get the video card at MSRP, but almost perfect. We'll go and put you right there. Okay, that's good enough. But yeah, it was rough. Yeah, no, I was trying to get the 3080. That's the one I wanted, was the 3080. But months after trying to get them, and I had an opportunity to get 3090, I'm like, my video card's failing. If I don't get this, I very well might be without a computer for a while. And while I was certainly doing a decent amount of streaming at the time, like that would be pretty early on with the streaming stuff. Like I was still doing my doing software development and all that. And a lot of the software development I was doing was server-side stuff that, I don't need a good graphics card for, but some of it was. I would do contract stuff on the side, so it was really one of those things that it's like, if I don't have this, it's going to be a monetary loss to me because I won't be able to do this work. So, I saw it as like an investment in my job kind of thing. And again, the 3090 was overkill, but I had been fighting to get a video card for a while. Because that was at the point, you'd even go back to get like a 1080 and people were charging like $1,500 for it or some ridiculous nonsense. I'm exaggerating. I don't remember the exact amount. But as well as things, they were charging about the same price as like the 3080 and the 3070 for like a 1080 because there was just such a shortage. And it was just like, look, if I'm going to have to, bloody my nose with the amount of money I'm going to have to drop on this kind of thing, I'm not buying a card that's already like 10 years old. Alright, bear with me, chat. I'm gonna step away for just a minute because I think there's some plans happening. I just need to step in and just say one thing real fast to my wife real fast. I'll be right back. And I'll just take a minute, but thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right back. We're gonna take our chances with left. So, 60% chance nobody dies. They died. Perfect. She's like, staying in the relationship, getting paid. Getting out of the relationship, also getting paid.
Yep.
No matter what, if it involves any type of romantic situation, getting paid.
She was like De Beers with those diamond ads. She's like, if you want to break up, you have to have a weathered stick. You need the stick.
You wouldn't want to break up without a weathered stick.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you got to spend at least 2 months' salary on a withered stick. Okay, disregard that. I misunderstood the situation. There's some planning. I've got my niece and nephew, visiting it a little bit, and so I thought she had popped on a like Skype. Well, I think Skype's gone now, but either way, she had popped on a call with who I thought it was going to be my younger brother and my niece and nephew, and I just wanted to pop in and say hi real fast. But I think she's talking to my mom. They're just buying tickets for something for when they visit. So I was like, oh, not that I wouldn't want to talk to my mom or anything like that. Just more as like, I literally talked to her yesterday for Mother's Day, so it was nowhere near as big a thing of being like, oh, my niece and nephew, I haven't talked to them in a hot minute. Because they live on the other side of the country. The cheapest was $3,272. Nope. 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 That's 1K over? Oh yeah, now I have no idea. I mean, heck, even dropping $2,000 on a video card is too rich for my blood. Like, if you got the money and that's important to you, go for it. for me, this content creation thing doesn't make that kind of money.
Thank you, Allison_Adventures, for gifting 10 subscriptions to the channel.
If it wasn't for the fact that I knew you had to do that before I mentioned that, I'd have been like, that's not the response I was going for. But thank you, Allison, so much for the 10 gifty subs. I really do appreciate that. That's very generous of you, so thank you so much. Means a whole heck of a lot. I really do appreciate it. And also, on top of that, for those who don't know Allison Adventures, absolutely a fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of Project Zomboid, also plays RimWorld, among other games. I did see that you're playing some Project Zomboid earlier today, working on your rat race and all that good stuff. You missed the context, but you're great. No, that's the thing. The timing where it timed like perfectly at the end of the sentence, you would have had to have already entered that and everything. So it's like, okay, this wasn't in response to what I was saying. Because I've had that once in a while where like I'll jokingly be like, someone will be like, oh yeah, you should just buy this. I'm like, that's $500. I don't know what money you think I have, but
Yay.
you know, like I don't make that much. And then also like gift stuff.
Hype train is go. Choo choo.
And thank you, Such a Cookie, for the 100 biddies. I really do appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot. And I now understand the context of what's happening in the other room. They are talking to my brother and what was my niece and nephew, and now they're talking to parents. They're doing the... There's phone tag. I'm gonna just stay out of it. Yeah, no, it's a funny coincidence. I would have felt bad, like... It's one of those things, like... I do go out of my way to try to not... Like, for the record, I'm not running into a financial problem or anything. Like, and if I was, I would not feel comfortable being like, hey man, it's really tough right now. I don't know how I'm gonna make it. Please to give money. I understand people are in those situations that's a necessity they have to do. I'm not there, and I don't think I'd be comfortable making that ask. At the same time, I also try to be, like, transparent about the realities of content creation, where there are some people's like, oh yeah, you got yourself 100 viewers, you must be bankrolling. It's like, ha, 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 oh, you think I make minimum wage? Ha, oh, that's adorable. It hurts in the inside a little bit. It's just, you want to be transparent because there's a lot of people who don't realize the economics behind content creation and all that. And it's like, no, you don't do this for the money, man. That was,
Thank you, Smiffles, for gifting 20 subscriptions to the channel.
Thank you, Smiffles. This is me not trying, I'm not trying to draw people into giving me money. I will accept your money, and I will smile, and I will take it, because, look, man, I like money. Money's cool. But thank you, Smiffles, for the 20 gifty subs. I really do appreciate that. It means a hell heck of a lot. Jumping us all the way up to a level 7 hype train. It's not going on at the moment, but for those who haven't heard, there's like a new type of hype train going on. It's kind of like the Golden Kappa hype train, where it's one of those ones that just rarely pops up. But they've got this new hype train going on that...
Thank you, Smiffles, for subscribing for 7 months.
And thank you, Smiffles, for the tier 1 sub.
To sub myself, lol.
Sub for 7 months. I really do appreciate that as well. But it's a new type of hype train they've got that basically goes, oh, I forget what the name of it is, like a power-up train. I don't know what the heck the name is. But it's like, oh, it's a power-up train. And the idea being is if you get past level 5 in the hype train, then all gifty subs after that point are 35% off or something like that. And so on one hand, I'm like, okay, you know, that's probably all around, like, there's no negative to it. Like, not really. It is a little like, all right, this is a marketing gimmick that, yeah, treasure train, that's the one. It is a little bit of a gimmick that, you know, it does bait people into giving more, or, you know, subscribing more and all that. And I think that's fine. Like, I don't think there's anything nefarious about it. It is a weird gimmick, but it's like, okay, I'll at least give credit to Twitch that it is trying different things. Because usually it's a sign a business is done when they stop trying.
Thank you, NG99K, for subscribing for 4 months.
And thank you, NG99K, for the tier 1 sub. That's 4 months you've been subbed to channel, so I really do appreciate that continued support. So thank you so much for that. But yeah, so it's like one of those things that, like, when you see a company that's struggling and they just stop, like, they stop, throwing the spaghetti against the wall to try and get something that sticks, that usually means all the actions that are happening are behind the scenes, and that usually means the actions that are happening are like discussing acquisitions, negotiating like how they're going to appropriate bankruptcy or all those kind of things. Like when everything gets quiet and there's no innovation happening, it means those efforts are going into something else. Or they're doing the Sears thing. For those who... Historically, there's two ways that retail stores go out of business. One is suddenly they go, we're not profitable, and it's like someone just throws a giant knife switch on the wall, and all the doors are locked closed, and everyone's let go, and they just liquidate their assets. That's way one, is the whole thing. Hi.
Hi, do you mind if I ask you something about the plans?
Do you want me to mute?
Maybe.
Okay, I'm gonna mute for a minute, chat. Be right back. All right, we were just, as I mentioned, my niece and nephew are visiting in not too long, and so there was just specific details involving amounts of money and everything that, didn't want to discuss on stream. But yeah, so then there's the Sears way of going out of business, which is the other way. And Sears isn't the only one who does that, which is instead of just the whole, it's like the proverbial knife switch on the wall that slams down and you liquidate the whole company, is instead they just go, okay, we're going to close our lowest earning stores. Okay, we're going to close our lowest earning stores. All right, we're going to stop carrying that one product line that's a low earner. Okay, we're going to close our low earning stores. So they basically slowly shrink the company and shrink the company and shrink the company. They're going out of business. Like the company is effectively dead unless there's some like massive rehash. But they're not really trying in a big way to save the company. It's more trying to just keep a paycheck coming into a lot of the people who are there, whichever people are the ones they're concerned about, and yada yada yada. And so with all that, like, it's honestly not a bad thing. In a lot of ways, that slow burn down does give a lot more people who are working at the company more of time to try and, find some other opportunity and all this kind of stuff. So like, that's the alternative, and that's kind of the two ways that retails go. And thank you again so much for that hype train. We hit a level 7 hype train, 34% with 32 gifty subs and 100 biddies. So again, thank you so much. That was a very unexpected thing. I was not trying to make anything about like the money and content creation. That wasn't me being like, oh, poo poo, give me money. But thank you. It does, all of that does help. You mean you like how Sears kept people aloft long enough for them to find new jobs? Exactly. It is, and like technically Sears isn't gone. I believe they have a handful of stores left, but it was one of those things that like 1 year they had to close like 30-40 stores, and the next 30-40 stores, and the next 30-40 stores. I think 1 year they dropped like almost 100 stores. But it was one of those things that they basically would shrink the company, and for the record, they would liquidate the assets in those stores. And all that, but it was kind of liquidating those stores to keep the other ones lights on for a bit longer. The Sears by you closed like not even 2 years ago. I won't say when the Sears by me closed because there's not many with that, let alone in Central Florida. So that is one of those things that people could start triangulating, being like, oh, you closed that many years ago? Let's just draw the circle. Okay, Rual is in this circle somewhere. And while I don't think there's people doing that, people are weird, man. You don't know. What's your challenge progress right now? So, right now, for those who missed, we did start a new challenge run today. And it's had some trial and error that we've been figuring out. We did have one mulligan where I had to kind of restart the challenge. That basically, I started with $1 million of debt. And with that $1 million of debt, we are running the enhanced loans mod, which does make the payments more realistic. I got the idea from Azrael 112. Well, we shouted them out earlier and all that. That I've kind of done an adaptation of the idea that they're working on as well. So I want to make sure I'm giving credit that, hey, I got this idea from over here. Like, I'm not just straight up lifting in, running off. But yeah, so you get the idea that every month I got to pay just shy of $20,000 for the next 5 years to pay off my $1 million. I also gave myself a little bit of money to start with. Originally, I was going to start with 0 and then just do a bunch of, like, when I say a bunch, like, do like 4 or 5, what's the word? The dead trees. Whatever, where you cut down the dead trees. I literally have done like 5 or 6 of them today, and I've already forgotten the name. But where you cut down the trees to then lease vehicles, to then do the contracts, and all that kind of stuff. Deadwood, thank you. And I had the rule that I couldn't use the contract leased vehicles because they're discounted. I had to lease my own, and all that. Well, we ran into the problem that I took the first Deadwood contract, and then I fast forward a whole bunch, and I didn't see a new one for, you know, several in-game day hours. And I was like, oh, this is going to be an RNG challenge where we're just going to die to RNG if not enough Deadwood contracts show up to give me what I need. So instead, I'm not allowed to lease stuff. But we did start ourselves with enough money to basically buy a tractor, like 1 piece of crap equipment, 2-ish piece of crap equipment. And so now we're leaning on the contracts to just try and make enough money to get ourselves past the next loan payment and hopefully pick up a piece of equipment to give us the opportunity to do more lucrative contracts. And so again, it's $20,000 a week just to do that. Right now the contract we're doing is $11,000. We do have more cultivating contracts here. Yeah, it's good that we grabbed the cultivator, because if we're looking at those contracts that showed up, we have not seen a weeder contract, and we have not seen a hoeing contract, which is what we did the first month. So we do have the hoe. The weeder didn't work. So we did take a hit of about $1,500 and some opportunity loss on time because of it. The Zenfin Simplex, when big companies here, they typically have a set up with a hive-off company that transfers its employees there. They get 40 to 80% of their wages, while there is some subsidized by the government usually, for a year or two, and then they give them essentially the services that employment office gives them, education, courses, certifications to finding a new job, to some degree at least. It may be different now. That's actually pretty cool. I like the idea. So unfortunately, and this depends on where you're at in the US, it varies wildly. Where I'm at is where I live in what's the total scam called Right to Work. And it's got a couple different names. Which basically lets both employee and employer just terminate the relationship at will, no fault required or anything. So literally at any time I'd be like, deuces, I'm out. And barring some like contract that specifies otherwise, which there's lots of restrictions on what you can do with that, then that's just it. You can file so long as you qualify for unemployment. That will give you a certain percentage of the amount you made for a certain number of months or whatever. Which that's unemployment insurance. That's just a thing that everyone gets. But again, generally the terms there are pretty not great. I think it's 3 or 6 months, depending on the nature of how long you were employed at the person before you. It's not long. But there's no like obligation on the employer to do literally anything for you. And again, the idea behind it is that I'm also allowed to ditch, and there's no consequence for me. That's the promise. But in reality, it's often used against employees as the threat, you know, if you're not doing something I'm happy with, you're going to be cut loose immediately kind of thing. And it doesn't actually happen that much, not unless you're doing something pretty awful. But it is one of the reasons why when you have stuff like layoffs and just letting people go, it's really easy to do here without any obligations to severance or anything of that nature, unless, again, your contract specifies it. Let's see, you're randomly fired with no reason given when you were in college? Yep. It does happen, and unfortunately, sometimes the reasons they use is protected stuff. You know, racism, that kind of stuff. That basically someone will come in and just let someone go, and they'll be like, "Why did you fire this person?" They're like, "I don't have to tell you. You don't have to provide a reason. You can just say, didn't need them anymore. They're gone." Versus our place, you have a little bit more protections that, like, oh, there's a 2-week notice requirement, or you have to fire them with cause. And the cause can be, we're short on money and we're doing a layoff, but then you have to do, like, the actual layoff process, which does have a bunch of rules legally that gives you certain protections and yada yada. And that's the whole thing. But that's the whole right to work thing, and that's not all states. Like I said, there are some states that you are afforded, you know, a certain number of weeks pay upon termination, so long as it's not with cause. And it's kind of a whole thing. Let's see, if you can be fired without notice, they don't deserve notice, so they quit. I don't disagree. Like, that's the kind of thing. I personally feel the reality is there should be a certain amount of notice required. That either one, you know, if you're going to be fired, it needs to be with cause, unless, again, it's something like a layoff, like you can't afford it or whatever, at which point then there should be a requirement to give you sufficient notice in advance to allow you to do what you gotta do. Or, in absence of that, severance for that time. Basically, if I'm doing a good job and my boss just says, here's the middle finger, get out, there's a whole thing. But yeah, no, I agree. Right to work is an absolute scam that's used against employees more than anything. Technically, there's that fringe case that can be used to the employee's benefit, but like 9 out of 10 it's against. I do not like it. Let's see, Canada's a lot more protective of positions, but similar to the US, you can get let go immediately, but there are often strings to do that. Right, and I don't mind. Like, there's reasons why you can have a situation where an employee should be let go and no longer working at a company immediately. And this is not getting into with cause. With cause where, you know, like, the person's responsible for, like, lying or doing something or stealing from the company. With cause, you know, whatever. We're not getting into that part. But it's just kind of one of those things that, like, okay, you're working at a company, they're dealing with Department of Defense. They have, like, literally confidentiality is a requirement of it. And once someone knows they're being let go kind of thing, they have now become a potential risk or liability or danger. But that's where severance comes in. Where you go, okay, well, if we decide that you get to, like, once you decide they're going to let someone go, it's a month, you can choose to keep them working for you for that month, or you can just pay them severance for 1 month. Ultimately, they still get that payment, that pay protection for that time. They don't have to do that. They could all just call bank. Well, yeah, no, bankruptcy would be a different thing. Like, if a company goes under, that's a different animal. Because then one would argue it's like, okay, the party responsible for paying you doesn't exist anymore. And so you'd be kind of in a mess. But I do wish we had far better employee protections and consumer protections here. Let's see, the US needs consumer protection, employee protection. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, I dislike, so we do have laws around false advertising, but you can get pretty far into misrepresenting your product before you finally do cross that line that you could potentially get into false advertising. Like, you can do something like, some experts say that this product will do this. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. If you say some experts say you've got that wiggle room as long as one of them did actually say that, you can get around that. Whereas if you were to present it as this product does X, then you can get yourself into false advertising thing if it doesn't actually do that. Mobile games are you know, an awesome example of that? Yeah. A lot of mobile games will really skirt the fuzzy edges of what is false advertising and not. Like they'll be just a step in from like the absolute limit. And some of them do actually step well past the limit, and it's just a matter of, you know, things catching up where they actually get taken to court or whatever. Let's see, in Australia you do have workers' rights to the point that there's always fighting against those. Yeah. Well, it's the classic, you know, you'll have the person who says it's bad for business, and it's like, right, almost every labor protection is bad for business depending on how you operate your business. A lot of the ones that are bad for business actually are good for your business because it helps the like underlying economy that the business depends on, and therefore good for business, but it increases your expenses and yada yada, and it's hard to quantify all that. But at the same time, it's like you look at certain things and go, okay, but that's bad. Like this thing that is supposedly bad for business, having it is like good for all of society. There's definitely that weighing of what's more important. This one company's bottom line, or like the well-being of a significant measurable percentage of society. I'm gonna lean on the society side. Because like those are things I've had to fight through within my own career. Like advocating for people with disabilities. I've known people push back. We got the laws called the ADA, the American Disabilities Act. And it's generally just protection for consumers and employees with disabilities. That, like, if you are a public place of business, you are required to make your place, you know, accessible within reason. And that's a key factor there. Or, sorry, no, it wasn't reasonable. What's the word? They have a specific legal word there. That basically the idea is, for example, with a job. If you have a job that I'm working at a computer long hours, and I'm like, hey, I have this eye condition, I need a filter to put over my screen to, you know, help not cause my eyes problem. That filter costs $20, reasonable accommodation, that's the words. That $20 filter, you'd be obligated to provide that. Like, that is a reasonable accommodation to expect an employee. It's not particularly expensive. All things considered, that's a whatever rounding error money thing go away. On the same time, if you are working at a nuclear power plant and you've got your maintenance person who needs to climb to the top of a steam tower to replace the light bulbs, they do not have to build a disability ramp, you know, wheelchair ramp to the top, because that is not a reasonable accommodation. That is a financially crippling accommodation. So you get the idea. You've got a certain level of obligation to meet people where it's at. And there's a middle area that could get a little fuzzy sometimes, and that's where legal discussions happen. But I've certainly had people argue left and right that bad for business, how dare this person expect like a screen protector or whatever, and just like, this is not a big thing. Might want to slow down time a little more. I'm trying to not slow down time. I'm trying to keep that as a pressure, but we'll see. Choosing battles is hard for some people. Oh yeah, and that was I did the talk on the stream one time. The VOD's long gone, but it was a conference talk I used to always give that it was focused towards software developers primarily, but pretty much applicable generally speaking. That the first part of the talk was literally the 3 myths of accessibility. And usually it was myths that people would use against accessibility. It's the common arguments I got against making your products accessible. And the usual arguments were, I won't get my return on investment, I'm not legally obligated, and I don't have customers with disabilities that this helps. And all 3 of those, as I stated, are myths. They're not true. And I would go through all sorts of scenarios like the pizza place that's like, I'm not going to have any customers that need a disability ramp to get in here. And the example was, I'm trying to remember where it was. I think it was like Boston. But basically there's this pizza place and it had, you know, a couple of stairs going into its front door, and they got in trouble for an ADA violation, that they were required to have a ramp. And it was considered a reasonable accommodation because, like, while lots of Boston there's no room for it, that wasn't really viable. Like, that wasn't really a thing there. But the person fought back, and a news reporter came in, and while they were there, noticed there's a bunch of people in like wheelchairs and walkers and all that standing at the bus stop, just shy of directly in front of the pizza place. And come to find out, like 2 buildings over from the pizza place was this old folks' home. And he was just kind of staring. It's like, dude, you have like a primary location to provide food for this place right here that is going to have a disproportionately high number of people who are going to need that accessibility need to get into your building. You are probably losing money hand over fist that you could be making here from all of these people coming by this bus stop directly in front of your building. And sure, maybe not all of them want pizza, but there's going to be at least a measurable percent who do. There's a little pizza shop, like just on the corner of town, like a mom and pop shop kind of thing. That is a hell of a lot of business to be potentially missing out on. Let's see, you've always been like, I don't have customers that require this. Well, of course you don't, because you don't provide that. Exactly, that was basically the argument. It's like, you have all these potential customers, the reason they're not coming into the building is they can't get there, because you've got these stupid stairs. It didn't matter, either way the guy had the legal obligation to do it. So, you know, got fined and had to build the ramp anyways. I would have been curious, there's no like follow-up to see like, did the business actually significantly benefit from it? I don't know. I'd be hard pressed to assume, you know, spending a couple $100s to throw a ramp down in front of my building, you didn't make at least a couple $100s over the course of years with that much of a representation of the disability, like people in disability right there. And then the legal obligation, that's all US stuff, but the answer is a lot of people assume they don't have a legal obligation, and very much they usually do. It's just a matter of whether or not someone reports them, and a lot of times that takes many years before someone finally does report them for it. And I remember I have a screen on that slide, and it was like, you don't have a legal obligation, and it's a slide of just all sorts of different companies' logos, and it was people who lost their court cases trying to make that thing. It's like, hey, Domino's and Microsoft and Apple and a whole bunch of other companies all lost, and they got hundreds of millions of dollars to throw at their lawyers. Something tells me you're not gonna win where they lost. You've got a legal obligation. You'd expect the ramp to cost a couple, more than a few hundred, few thousand maybe. Though your point to recoup is true. They'll make it back. Yeah, that's probably fair. Like, I actually have no idea. I guess it would probably also depend, is it a wood ramp? Is it a concrete ramp? Like, construction? I could imagine you could slap up a wood ramp and it'd probably be over $1,000, but just a bit. Versus if you're actually doing like a cement ramp and everything, I could certainly see that pushing closer to the, you know, $1,500, $2,000-ish $1,000 would be my guess. I don't know for real off the top of my head. But the point being, it's not a one-time investment. Eventually it would wear out. But there's all that. And it was just kind of one of those things. And like the, you won't get your return on investment. That one ends up being almost never true, because the reality is 90% of those, almost all of those accessibility issues, they apply to all your customers. Like, sure, it is a deal breaker for people who like that is their accessibility need. But stuff like those ramps and all that genuinely make things easier for a lot of people. Let's see. You would almost state the pizza place is not responsible. It is the owner of the location, unless they were the owners. I don't remember the article. I'm going to assume in this case they were the owners of the location, because my understanding, it was the pizza place was the one who's like, we don't, you know, we're not putting the ramp in. Like, this is a waste of money, we're not doing it. And honestly, the only reason it became anything was because they made a big public stink about how they were being bullied by the big bad government. Which then kind of everyone was like, what are you talking about, man? You're leaving money on the table. Like, this is not the hill to die on. Like, there are many hills to die on, and there's definitely times where government can get a little onery sometimes. This is not really the one to be fighting. Let's see, there's some really strict building codes for ADA ramps and stuff, because you've designed them before. Gotcha. Yeah, no, Koki would know way better than I would. I mean, in a slightly longer term, so you could take some time to pay off. Yeah, that's fine. Let's say a close friend of mine walks fine, but was in an accident, prefers ramps and avoids stairs. Well, yeah, and plus you have, like, deliveries, especially when you're talking places like Boston. If you've never been there, like, some of those buildings are, like, pressed pretty high up, like, pretty close up to the road, and a lot of them do, like, the front door delivery for, like, those pizza places, where they gotta pull the truck up there. Now, you can lug all your crap up a couple of stairs, or you can get a dolly and just take it up the ramp. And there are places, like, in places like Boston, where, again, the building's so close to the road that they've got the stairs, there's just no room for a ramp. They get an exemption. Like, they don't have to put in a ramp. Because it's just one of those things, like, what are you going to do? Tear off the front of the building to make room for it? And so that's the reasonable accommodation thing. You know, when it gets to the point it's no longer reasonable, it's no longer an obligation. By the way, you didn't get the RTX? Yeah, no, I saw the message. I didn't get a chance to respond to it. Yeah, it's always one of those things that, I get you gotta do what you gotta do. I'm always super cagey about getting used electronics, and this is like a level of paranoia that's probably mostly here, not necessarily 100% founded on any reasonable anything. Let's see, you and someone kept outbidding each other by €1, and then someone came along and threw €100, which caused me and the other person to go crying in opposite corners of the internet. Another person threw on another euro while we were still crying. Let's see, after crypto started booming, you haven't touched this part? Yeah, now mine would come way before that. Mine was still, like, relatively early day eBay. I've done computer repair on the side, not in a long while, but it used to be, that was my background before development, software dev. And I've seen the way people treat electronics and all that. And that undermined any confidence or trust I would get a working part used from things. And then on top of that, doing the retail thing, like way back in the day, I used to work for Sears. And while at first as a salesman, later on I became what's known as a preventive maintenance technician, which had a whole lot of responsibilities. But I would see half the crap that people returned as new. Some of those got pretty wild. A lot of them were people just don't understand how to run a gas engine, which fair enough. But there was a lot of stuff I got back and I'm like, man, there is no salvaging what you've done to this thing. This is getting written off and finding its way into the dumpster because the cost of fixing this is just absolutely not a thing. Someone tried to return a rusty ironing board when you worked at Bed Bath & Beyond? Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, we had plenty of people who tried to, like, they would buy a brand new drill, and they would take the new drill stuff, sorry, I didn't mean to bang the mic, they'd take the new drill stuff out, put their old drill in the box, and then try to return it. And most of the time, the salesman would catch it, because you usually open it up to make sure, like, the drill is actually in there, and the batteries are in there, that kind of thing. Because you do have people who will, you know, they just needed a battery, but they didn't want to pay the price for a battery. So they buy the whole drill. That's fine. They buy the whole drill and then take just the drill, like just the battery out, and then, you know, return the drill and all that. But once in a while you'd have someone who they would put, again, like an older drill, but all the pieces in there, and return it. And the person wouldn't catch it. And you'd go in there's like, man, this drill hasn't been sold in this store for like 8 years. It's not often they got by, but every once in a while one would. Like, that rust didn't happen in less than 2 or 3 years. Yeah, no, exactly. That's the whole thing where they try to sneak in an old product on a new purchase, that kind of thing. We got that a decent number. We had people who would go, like, they'd go around back, so I'd have, like, the tool that, you know, that I checked out and everything. I'm like, all right, we can't fix this, like, you know, this drill we sell for $30 is going to cost me $25 to fix it, and then we'll have to sell it as used. So I'll have to discount it. Like, there's no point. Like, literally, we'll just lose money. So, depending on it, some of those get returned to the manufacturer. Most of them just go into the dumpster. But we would have people who go around back to the store, pull the product out of the dumpster, then try and walk back in the front of the store and return it. Usually they didn't get very far, but every once in a while one would manage it. And so we changed our policy to physically destroy everything that goes in the dumpster. That way, the person would have to come around with a drill in like 6 pieces and try and return it, which is never gonna fly. Granted, that made the job a lot more fun. It was really good when you're having like a really stressful day, that person cut you off and all that kind of stuff, and you get in there and someone would return like a TV or something. You're like, oh, well, that TV is going to cost $2,000 or $3,000 to repair, and it's a $3,000 TV going in the trash. Take it around back, get the sledgehammer, give it a good couple whacks. The big like plasma screen TVs are always boring to do though. Like that press board they were put in was so crappy that to break it you just put it on the edge, like because it was on the loading dock. You just have it like on the platform, you just shove it into the dumpster, and the whole thing would just cave in on itself. Like that couple of feet drop, the whole thing would just like disintegrate. Like more VRAM to run local LLMs? It's very annoying that NVIDIA keeps skipping on VRAM and consumer cards. Yesterday you sold your workstation that had 2 Tesla M10s and 32 gigabytes of VRAM. Yeesh. But yeah, we had one time, so Sears would have a thing that you'd have your warranty, and it'd be for 2 years. And you get like a little panel would be like, oh, your warranty is about to expire. Do you want to re-up it for a year? And we had this lady who had like this really, really old, like in the cabinet, like the wood cabinet TV. We're talking like oak, not pressboard, oak. This is an old TV. And she literally just kept upping the warranty and upping the warranty and upping the warranty until finally the TV did break. Which was remarkable it lasted that long in its own right. Even for as durable as some of those old pieces of tech were, still absurdly how long that thing lasted. And understandably, the company took one look at it as like, man, parts haven't been made for this in like 20 years. Parts haven't been made for 20 years. We'll give you the equivalent in today's money of a television. Like, whatever she spent on it, we'll calculate inflation, and you can just take that as your replacement, because you've kept this warranty up this whole time. And then she'd get the new warranty on the new TV. But that TV showed up on my desk. And it's like, well, sure as hell I can't repair this. Like, the parts don't exist anymore. I can't repair this. We can't sell it. No one's taking this back. It has to go into the dumpster. Which means I have to destroy it. That was a real hard to break TV. I literally took a sledgehammer standing on top of the TV and just like swung down as hard as I could. And it just was like hit the front of T and bounced off, leaving this chalky spot in the glass. It was like, my God. Even taking an axe to the top of it, it was just putting big like gouges in the wood, but it wasn't really getting through it. I chewed it up pretty good. I'm like, that's gonna have to do. I mean, the reason I was standing on top of the TV is I was like, those were compressed gas in that tube back in the day, and so I was really paranoid about smashing that. Like, if I went to front and smashed it and having that glass like blast out at me, and it was just one of those things as like, holy crap! And it's a shame that it needed to be destroyed or whatever. But it was just kind of one of those things. Like, it's out of my hands to make a decision otherwise. Yeah, gasps and OSHA. Yeah, no, that was the thing. It was like, how do I do this without putting myself in any kind of danger? And I manage it. The only thing I destroyed that I was really upset about, that I was genuinely upset about, is we had a full bed lathe that had gone lost in the warehouse. It was one of those ones that's like way on the top shelf, like way tucked back in the corner, and just got overlooked. The store stopped selling that model, so it just sat back there and people blissfully unaware of it. And it sat there for a couple of years. So what ends up happening with a lot of those is the model they have there is that they have these agreements with the different manufacturers and yada yada yada. But what they'll do is they'll sell the product at its new price. After a while, it'll go on to a reduced price, and they'll go into a clearance price, and eventually they get what's referred to as zeroed out. And at that point, we legally cannot sell it anymore. Like, that is, it's done. You can't sell it. Even if someone walks in and like, I'm ready to pay you the full amount, legally cannot sell it anymore. And that's just because of agreements between like the suppliers and this retail store and all that garbage. And because we couldn't sell it anymore, it had to be gotten rid of. Which means I had to destroy it, because it had to go in the dumpster. A brand new full bed lathe. And I tried so hard with my boss. I'm like, look, man, I will get you $500 in cash, and I will come right back, and I will load this up, and you never have to see it again. Like, I will absolutely take this off your hands. I'm willing to pay you. This is a full bed lathe that I'm ready to make a deal. Just don't make me destroy this. I want this. I'm not trying to resell it. I know this thing's like $3,000-$4,000. I just want this wood lathe. I don't know where the hell I'm gonna put it, and at that point, it's still living with my parents because it's like 19. It's like, I don't know how I'm explaining this to them. That's a problem for me to figure out. I'm willing to bet I could get my dad on board if I tell him I got it for $500 new. It may not go where I want it, but I want this lathe, and I'm willing to make a deal. Couldn't get him to budge because he's like, nah, man. That's like the moment someone finds out, my job's gone. Can't do it. And I had to destroy it, and I was real upset about it because I really wanted that thing. Brand new what? It's a wood lathe. So yeah, so it's got a motor, and it's got like a spindle, and so you put a piece of wood between it, it spins it, and there's a guard, and you basically hold a tool up to it, and you can carve stuff. So like, if you were to make a baseball bat by hand, you would use a wood lathe. They're commonly used for like wood vases, bowls, those kind of things. Really fun tool. Like if you're looking to do woodworking as a hobby, it's one of those things. Not a full body one, full bed one, because those things are heckin' expensive. Just stick it in the dumpster. Yeah, no, the thing was I had to destroy it first, and it was just too high profile or whatever. Also a somewhat dangerous tool. Yes, be aware of what you're doing with a wood lathe. You can F yourself up with a wood lathe. That is one of those tools that can kill you. Usually the way those one kill you is like you'll have something that's oblong or whatever, so it'll be spinning, and you go and you just ram the tool in too hard, and so it takes the tool, clocks you in the bottom of the chin. But if you're holding it off the side like you're supposed to, and you're putting it in properly and using your guard, it's relatively safe. But it's definitely one of those ones that if you don't do yourself, like if you don't do that properly, you can do serious harm to yourself. You use metal lathes, they're also very cool. You want a fun one. You want a fun one that makes your brain hurt with physics. I have made pizza spatulas on a wood lathe. Yes, the flat part. It is weird. You need a good wood lathe for that can really get that thing spinning, though. And it's not that you round it and then you cut it flat. It's once you get it spinning fast enough, as long as you're not too aggressive, you can actually get it where it effectively behaves like it's a solid piece of wood. It is a weird thing to do that you feel very uncomfortable with the first time you do it. So you've got this thing that's like flat and it's just spinning, but spinning so fast you can just slowly introduce the tool and bring it across, and it'll round it off and everything. It is really wild. You seen someone get hit in the head with a metal lathe? Those things can be dangerous. Oh yeah. Also one of those things that like, you also have to be careful about not cutting too deep into something that you split it, because then it can throw them. Be real careful with stuff like a like if you've got wood with knots in it, there's a reason why you wear, like, you don't just wear your safety glasses, you wear like the face shield thing. I've got a pair of safety glasses that have a big gash out of one eye from a knot being thrown from a wood lathe. That's like, this is why we wear PPE. I would be missing an eye if I did not wear that. You're not even gonna try to contemplate the physics of this black magic. Oh, it is wild. Do not try it if you do not have someone you know who knows what they're doing nearby. Because that is 100% mess you up. But yeah, and that's the thing. Like, you can have a piece of wood that looks like it's like way off balance and it's just not round at all. And you can take it to a wood lathe and you just be careful with it. You can get it to be like a perfect cylinder on there. And it's just, it's weird stuff. Again, it feels like some type of weird magic. They're like, okay, I'm putting this in here and it looks like it's this giant cylinder and I'm going on here, but it is a flat piece of wood that's just spinning at like, you know, some odd thousand RPM or whatever. So for all intents and purposes, it is effectively acting like it's a solid object because it's coming around so quickly that you can't really introduce the, you know, the tool fast enough to like catch an edge. It's cool stuff. If you don't want to do it because it's terrifying, it is interesting to watch. I'm sure you can find YouTube videos on it and everything. But it is one of those things, when you're doing that, you take your time to introduce that tool. You don't just go chunk. You just slowly slide forward and come across and slide forward and come across and all that kind of stuff. But that's what you're doing when you're working with a wood lathe. That's one of the things you do to make it turn out well and not have big gashes out of your stuff. Is always just learning how the bevel works on your various tools and just introducing it just a little bit so you're taking off just a tiny bit each time. Yeah, we can get a nice clean setup, unless you're roughing it, which is a technique, which is where you get like your big roughing, I'm gonna use the wrong term, gouge. And then you are just taking chunks off of stuff. But that's when you have like, you know, you're like, you got your log on there and you're trying to like get it to roughly a cylinder. That's when you do the roughing it, where you're just trying to take a lot of wood off until you get to the point where it's roughly cylindrical, and then you'd introduce other tools to make it not nearly as sloppy. I.e. the difference between using like a planer and sandpaper. Use a piece of spatula as the source material? You thought it was the end product? Well, it was the end product. Yeah, it was the end product. So basically, it was effectively a board. I, you know, cut out the vague shape of where the handle would be, and then roughly what the spatula was, and then I put it on the lathe. And then, you know, I took the time to like make the handle nice using the lathe instead of the rough cut with like a jigsaw or whatever. And then the spatula was kind of, it was mostly just going around to make sure it was even on both sides, and then, you know, giving it a little bit more of a rounded edge to it and everything to make it look nice. But yeah, so it was I put the pizza spatula in there in its rough form, and then we cleaned it up on the wood lathe. Then there was still sanding and all that crap to be done afterwards. There always is. But that's the reason I wanted that big full bed lathe. Because that big full bed lathe, I could do stuff like that. The lathe I have at my house is like, I can't fit in the camera. It's like this big. It's a couple feet. It's 2-3 feet or whatever. I'm not making a pizza spatula on that. I can make a spatula on it. I haven't done anything on that in a while. I mean, that's... Honestly, I don't make a whole lot on that lathe. Even then, I'd go down as mostly just tinkering, just seeing, like, different patterns I can make. Just as, like, a cathartic kind of thing. Because it's fairly limited what I can make on that. Yeah, no, it's like it's a physics thing. So basically, the idea is, so you've got this thin, flat thing. Fair enough. Your brain looks at it and goes, this spinning, if I put a tool into it, it's just gonna whack the tool. And if it was spinning slow, or you just shove the tool in there real hard, you would be correct. That is exactly what would happen. But when you're spinning it at like 3,000, I don't know the exact amount, but like 3,000 RPM, it literally is effectively treated almost like a solid object because it is spinning so fast that like introducing the tool into it, the next piece of the board is already coming by the chance you get to like a fraction of a millimeter farther. So it is just, it's a weird thing to like get your mind behind, because on paper you look at that and like, this is terrifying. There is no way this is safe. But physics gets wild when the numbers get big. So it is a thing. Like if you ever get to do a lathe, you can make like a little spatula to try it out. That way, again, you're talking something much smaller. The variables are much easier to get your brain behind. That's a quote right there. Physics get wild, number get big. Oh yeah, no. If people aren't familiar, there's XKCD. A lot of people knows the comics. There's also a separate section to that website called What If. I don't know if they're still doing it, but it is a thing that someone will present them with a weird question, being like, okay, what would happen if everyone on the planet pointed a laser pointer at the moon? And almost all of them, they start with like, here is what happens. Oh, you remove the thing around the handle. Well, I also remove it around the big flat part too. They turned many what ifs into YouTube videos. Yeah, it's a whole thing. I wonder if I can find a video on it. And thank you for the raid, Ben Buck. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. Can we get a shout out for Ben Buck, by the way? The herd is here. Eventually scale breaks the laws of axioms. Also playing some Farming Simulator 25. I do understand if you got a raid and run, obviously you're welcome to do that, but otherwise you are obviously welcome to stay here. What were you doing in Farming Sim 25 and all that stuff? It's going good. We are doing a sweaty tryhard challenge that I got the idea from Azriel. That we started a run where I'm $1 million in debt. And I did not start with $1 million. And we're doing the picked rocks out of a field for 2.5 hours. Yep. Had to Google wood lathe. You want one to make your own dishes? Oh yeah, no, you can make like wood dishes with that. It's pretty cool. But yeah, so we started with $1 million in debt, and we are using a mod that makes loans more realistic. So instead of $1 million and having like $3,000 for your monthly payment, my monthly payment is about just shy of $19,000, and if I don't pay it, they repossess my stuff after a while. So we also have given ourselves the rule that I may not lease anything, and so we are just desperately trying to keep our heads above water with our horrifically crippling debt. So we are trying to properly go and simulate what it is like to being a farmer starting up your own farm. Where just every time it's just the sphere of staying away of your horrific debts. It's great. Okay. So, with that, we got that contract done. Let's grab the next contract. I'm just checking for hoeing contracts, because we also have the hoe. So it becomes this weird algebra of going, okay, I need to buy equipment to do the contracts to make money, but if I grab too much equipment or too expensive equipment, then I no longer have that buffer of money at the end of the month to pay my debt. And I believe, I can't remember exactly, I think if you miss the first one, it increases your interest rate. And if you miss it too much, they repossess your stuff, which would be a game over condition for us. That map is wild. Yeah, this is my first time doing this map. I actually found it last night when I was doing some tinkering with the idea of this challenge. It is this name down here, the Fresh Docks. It is a 4x size map, so it is a ridiculously large map. Like, absurdly large map. So when you're looking at these tiles and being like, okay, that's a lot of little tiles you work with. That tile is $137,000 because of its size. which is about your middle range tiles on normal maps. Whereas like these really tiny ones are about your small tiles on those. And then tiles like that, that is like almost an 80-acre tile. So you get the idea. Do you really want a Dremel to make art? Dremel's a fun tool. You can do a lot of stuff with a Dremel. If you ever want to get into like carving and all that, Dremel is a very good tool to do. And there's a bunch of them all in that same thing, whether you get a Dremel or a rotary tool, they all kind of can fit the same thing. Yeah, and it's just the scale of the map. So we're going to field 21 to start cultivating that one. Crazy perspective. Yeah, no, so I'm enjoying this. We're in kind of a not great situation right now. I need more money before the end of the month. So that's 11,000. So we should be okay. The big thing I gotta worry about what do you recommend in Dremel? Oh, so far as like that, you can get it's been a long time since I've done it. You can get like a whole kit that they'll have like the different ends to it. So you have like the rounded end, the pointy end, like the Dremel wheels, all that sort of stuff. And a lot of times with stuff like that, I recommend just getting like the full-on kit kind of thing. And the reason I recommend doing that is you'll get the whole variety of basic tools. And then once you have that, whatever you end up wearing out, get more of the things you wear out. One of the cool things is if you get a rotary tool, which is like a big Dremel, not Dremel brand, but a big Dremel. Some of those will have like this entire like wand on the end of a line that hooks up to it, and those can be really good for carving because it's kind of like having a Dremel that like is on an extension that you can move around easily, whereas depending on the model of Dremel you can get some Dremels that are a little bit chunkier and all that. Okay, meanwhile, I am actually doing the all-important thing, which is I am spreadsheeting. So we have 11,612 we're going to make from that. So we need to divide that by 2 to split the amount we've made off of that. Let's wait, 11,612. So that'd be 5,806. Okay. $5,806 and 5,806. Because I am. Do they have pizza attachment? I mean, you could use a Dremel wheel for cutting pizza. I wouldn't recommend it. You'd get a little extra grit in your pizza, but it would shortcut the pizza. But yeah, so basically I'm just starting to keep like a calculation of the tools I invest in, how much they ultimately make in profit. So far, we're not doing great. Everything's in the negatives because we haven't done enough contracts with them. And then we got the weeder and it wasn't counting correctly for me, because we are using the precision farming mod. So that tool was just a money loss. Luckily, it was a cheap money loss. So we only lost a little over 1,000 and some time. You'll say having the steering assist in the base game was such a game changer. Oh yeah, absolutely. But do you mind after stream sometime to send you a link to a good small one? Oh, a Dremel? I would have to play catch up on what's even out there. I haven't sold Dremel 20 years. So I'd have to catch myself up on what's even there. If someone does know about Dremel and would like to share that with the set, like a good Dremel, that would be good. Because I haven't kept up at all, unfortunately. Usually with Dremel, you just have like an introductory model, like a mid-range model, maybe a high-end model. And honestly, for like your first one, literally any of them will do. You don't need to go big. Like if you use it enough that you wear it out, then get the big one. Or get the best one or whatever. That's a good way of approaching a lot of tools. Is if you're not sure if you're gonna really go with it, buy the cheap one. If you use it enough to wear it out, buy the expensive one. Once again, you start in the middle and go into spiral, so it's almost all covered in one automated setup. So I can't use the GPS to do that. The GPS is a grid system it uses, nor the drivers. I do believe with the course play, you could set that up. I don't think it would be worth doing. I get the idea that never needing to stop and turn is the desire, but you'd still need to do that when you get to the outer edges anyways, unless you made a field that's spiral shaped. Where just, you know, it goes to one end and then just stops. And then if you're ever off slightly one way or the other, you know, you'd have to do it. You live near the beach with a lot of wood? Right. Yeah, no, it's a thing. But yeah, no, it's just like Dremel is literally a brand. That generally, like I said, you could get that, and usually they'll have like 2 or 3 different sizes of like accessory kits, and you could just get the accessory kit. So like hitting any of your like local hardware store will usually take care of it. They probably make battery powered one these days, which may be a good thing. Probably. I know there were battery powered ones even back when I sold them. They didn't have very long battery life, but I mean that's been again 20 years. And like I'd say, back when I sold that, I also sold lawn equipment. And we had 1 or 2 models of like battery powered weed eaters, and I would try and steer people away from them so hard. Because back then, where they're nickel cadmium batteries in those things, they just did not have the battery life you needed. The plug-in ones are fine, a little underpowered back then, but you know, if you're just doing like that strip in front of your house, whatever. These days though, like, if you're like, oh, I've got a small yard, I need a weeder, it's like, man, buy the battery one. Just buy the battery one. Like, it'll cost you slightly more than the plug-in one, and it'll just be so much better. Like, just not going through the mixing gas and having to do your filters and all the other stuff that comes with the gas. It's like, if you're doing commercial stuff, you're stuck with the gas stuff. But like, for just going around like that one tree on the front of your house and then trimming around the outer edge, that little battery one will cover you. It'll do it all in one charge. Really, if you got a big property, maybe 2, which you just buy a spare battery then. And all that kind of stuff. Dremel might make, DeWalt might make a Dremel that uses the same batteries. That really depends. It's always one of those, you're saying like a DeWalt brand Dremel. Because like Dremel's the name brand, it's a rotary tool. That's possible. I could see that. I'd be curious to know, because the thing with Dremels, a lot of those are handheld. It would need to be a very small battery. But at the same time, I do know a lot of those tools, they have like the little hand electric screwdriver, that kind of stuff. So I could see that if they have like those little teeny tiny hand screwdriver battery operated ones, maybe one of those batteries. I just don't know how much oomph those ones have. So I'd be curious. It's more of a base of the cord type, so a rotary tool is a pen style. But there used to be a pneumatic one for the Harbor Freight. Oh yeah, no, that's getting like the pneumatic ones. Your father has a battery-powered weed eater. The gas one was ruining his back, starting the thing. Oh yeah. Well, it's like the gas ones are heavier and everything. So it's like one of those things, like back when I sold them, again, 20 plus years ago, you know, I would have been like, hey, if you're doing more than like the tiniest little bit of yard, like get yourself a gas one. But that's not the case these days. Like that technology has come a super duper long way, since we got like lithium ion, lithium cadmium, all these types of batteries out there. They're just so much better than we used to have. Those nickel cadmium batteries were fine for like drills and all that back then, but for stuff like weed eaters and all that, not really the same thing. Like you would do just a little bit of your yard and it would just suddenly have no power left behind it because the battery would get low. Because those batteries, when they got low, they'd just get weaker and weaker. versus, for better or worse, a lot of stuff like lithium ion, when their battery gets low, they don't get weaker, they just stop. Like the battery just runs out. I'm curious. Oh, Milwaukee makes Dremels now, too. Cool. Yeah, so you got like Milwaukee makes Dremels. Yeah, so you got options out there. Milwaukee's a good brand. Let's see, Proxon makes Dremel-like rotary tools. So does Bosch. Yeah, and I don't know Proxon. Bosch is relatively good. Milwaukee's relatively good. The Walt's fine. They're kind of mid-range. Like they're usually, when you're a bit on the budget side, you're not looking for the cheap thing that who knows if it's going to be any good or not, but you're not ready to plunk down for a high end either. The Walt kind of lands right there in the middle. You know, which usually makes them very practical for home use. Lithium-ion batteries tend to heat up and cause fires. Been all over the news here lately. Well, yeah, no, that's with lithium, was it they could get runaway? Was it thermal runaway? Was a problem with lithium-ion? Basically, the idea with the battery there is, if it gets shorted, it just gets hotter and hotter and hotter till it catches fire. That is a problem. It's not only lithium-ion, but that usually requires the battery to be compromised in some way. But I mean, that's no different than being like, oh, well, if you short out a lithium cadmium battery, you know, it has these problems. It's just a thing you run into. The reason they're high profile is a lot of lithium-ion batteries are being used for very large things. So where, you know, you're sitting there with like a little teeny tiny lithium-ion battery and it catches fire and it just makes a teeny little fire and all that, you're like, oh, well, screw this piece of electronic, it's dead. Now you got something like a car where the whole thing's this giant lithium-ion battery into the entire bottom of the car, and that's a lot of fire. But yeah, like I said, usually requires some type of compromise on the battery. Either one, it's just like a really crappily made electronic, which does happen. So like you get, as being said, like a children's scooter is probably not going to be exactly well made, and so they become a thing that just, you know, is able to overheat and that kind of stuff. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to quickly do that. And we are pausing the game. Oh, I forgot to actually cash in this. We'll cash this in, and then I'll quickly step away to use the restroom real fast. Normally, I would leave the AI, like, working on this while I'm doing that. But with what we're doing for the challenge, I'm trying to not slow down time because that makes it too easy. And with us on the hard economy settings and what we're doing, that employee is going to eat up all my money. I can't afford it. Yeah, e-bikes and scooters are the main victims. Yeah, because those are generally poorly made. Not poorly made, I shouldn't say that. They're cheaply made. Anyways, I'll be back in a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. Well, here comes the train. I don't think enough time to move, so back it up, 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 back it up. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, that's what you want. Could you not bang in that door? I would like you to keep... I want the door. Stop hitting the door. I want the door. Thank you. Okay. Good job, man. So we got a bamboo... Oh yeah, that's exactly the kind of thing Drongo is doing all the time. It's just my axle underneath the barge. Don't worry about it. There's just something about the barge messes with physics badly.
Yeah, just something about me driving in general messes stuff up. I don't really get what's happening. I'm fine right now. That's right now.
I'm not sure if you can see, chat, my front axle. You know what we should do that our characters haven't done? Let's have a lantern. A sky lantern thing. We've done this, I think, 3 or 4 times in this run, and we have had not a single one that has been a positive experience. So, we'll see if this one's better. It's the first time we've had one with clear skies. Are very not comfy. Alright. So you can dive deeper than the vehicle. Yeah, I mean, the idea behind this vehicle is like it's a big glass. I feel like I should be leaving. Nope, it's time to leave. Nope, 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 nope. Oh, we're probably dead here. That's it. I should tell the sad news. No, no, please. Imagine that's your permadeath run, and that's how you die. Individual groups or whatever like that. Oh, you legitimately scared the crap out of that. That's the first time I've been gotten with that in a long time. Whoever did that, you were well-timed, probably Cookie. Because this is legit a place that always makes me nervous. And I was looking at chat for a second, and the noise played, and I thought I had just gotten got. It's very rare that I actually get caught by that, and that was, like, I'm not afraid to admit when I do get legitimately caught. Well played. You see nothing, chat. Alright, and we're back. It could be that we are getting the clip multiple times per stream. The tool I'm using is supposed to do some randomization. They keep changing how it does its randomization, so I have seen times where it's better about giving me a big variety of clips, and I've had times where it comes back and it replays a clip a couple times. I believe I can set it to not replay the same clip, just, like, it'll go through all of the clips before it loops back, like, not per stream, just in general. I'll have to double check that. But man, the problem is sometimes it gets way back in the vault, and then it's like, alright man, I gotta go find where that clip is, so that I can go get rid of that clip. Because every once in a while it'll find some, like, clip that is from, like, way back, and I'm like, oh, that is not representative of what we do here. There's also some clips that go back that you see and you're like, well, I am utterly cringing at that. Some in a good way that I'm like, alright, well, I'm cringing, but it's also a good clip. And then there's the ones like, it would pull up like the old GTA 5 RP clips from like before anyone was really aware of a channel and all that. And you'd be like, man, that is aged like sour milk. Like, again, fun to be in there for the RP, but representative of the content I do? Nope. 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 And unfortunately, the reality is when it comes to your clips on your channel, they're effectively one of your primary marketing tools for your channel. So if they don't align with your content in any way, unless it's like a really good clip, it's one of those things you're like, alright, let me back this up somewhere and then pull the clip down. Because there's... I wish they gave us the option to be like, I want this clip, I want it hidden. Like, keep it, but I just don't make it available. Like YouTube does that actually. On the YouTube side, you can be like, okay, this is a public clip, or this is a public video. Okay, this is a video that you need the link to be able to access, but otherwise, like, if you have the link, you can see it, but if you don't have the link itself, it just doesn't show up. You can just make it private, so literally only you can see it. You can schedule it to be available from a certain time to a certain time. Like, you got all those controls. Twitch is just like, what is it? It's a clip. It's a featured clip. And a featured clip just means it gets promoted more. And otherwise, where? It also could be, and I'm sorry about that, it could also be something that maybe there's 2 or 3 clips of that same moment, and I didn't catch that. We've had that a lot of times before, which makes sense when you have like a really good like when you have like a really good moment that a whole bunch of people get by, like when a record run died in Project Zomboid, like, you know, there was like 8 clips of that moment, and I did parse it down to like 1 or 2 of the best ones. Let's see, you'd love moments to be back, but rolled out properly. Those badges were a good idea. Yeah, I could go for moments coming back, and I kind of feel like there should almost be like 2 badges. Like, this is you were here for a moment ever, you know, and then maybe one that's like a more recent moment. I don't know. That maybe not doesn't work. But like the idea that you want to give people the badge because they saw a moment. I agree. I think that's a wonderful idea, and that should be a thing. But it also feels like you want it to be something as well for like, you know, if moments were here for long term. You know, so it's been around for like 5 years or whatever. The thing you'd run into is just over time, like lots and lots and lots of people get moment badges, it would kind of stop being as interesting or meaningful. So it's like, I don't want them to take the moments badge back. You didn't like the badge leveling up idea? I didn't know the badge leveling up idea was even a thing. Oh, moments, did they get rid of it? Oh yeah, they got rid of it a long time ago. They had like 15 levels or something? Oh, I was blissfully unaware. Gotcha. Yeah, so I'm kind of looking, I see what they're trying to accomplish with that. My thing with it is you kind of want the badge to be like, this is someone who is a currently active participant in your community, and then it's also be like, this person has participated in your community. Like, it would be good to be able to kind of distinguish those. Not that one's better or worse than the other, but it's like good to see and recognize, being like, ah, here's the people are here like day to day to day and all that. Yep, you get one if you got multiple moments. Gotcha. I didn't leverage the moments nearly as much as I probably should have. I mostly did the moments around like records and Project Zomboid and a couple of other things. We had like 1 or 2 outliers, but really, I think over the entire time moments is around, I think I used it maybe like 5 or 6 times. Yeah, they're still there, you just can't get or give them anymore. Yeah. It's effectively been like, not purged from the system, but massively reduced in what it does. Moments were a cool thing. Those are the kind of things I want Twitch to do more of. As all those little things to try, you know, try and get viewer engagement and that kind of stuff. I think those are the ones that are like more meaningful, because there's been a whole discussion being like, okay, what is the thing that Twitch actually offers? Like, why go to Twitch? And if it's just like, oh, entertaining video, it actually doesn't really hold up that well in that regards, because, you know, you can get really entertaining video on stuff like YouTube and all these other things. But really kind of the thing that's the outlier with Twitch is because it's kind of all live interaction, that kind of thing, it's way more engaging so far as like building community and all that kind of stuff. That's kind of the secret sauce of Twitch, is that like you build a community, you get this group, when I say like-minded people, I'm not saying like everyone's similar or whatever, but you have a common interest, that kind of thing. And there's all of that, where, you know, with YouTube, you usually don't get to have that direct interaction with people nearly as much, nor TikTok or anything like that. So you don't have that as strong a connection with the creators that often. There's exceptions, but it's stuff like the place you'd be able to build that up is on the live side of YouTube, and YouTube just doesn't put the effort in on that. Like, YouTube for recorded video is still king, but when it comes to live stuff, it's definitely given, like, a really, really underserved setup. But that's kind of the thing that, let's see, your common interest, making jokes about nature and being evil and killing trees. Yes, that's the one. You build a somewhat social stable space. Yep. Like, in a lot of ways, it feels a lot of the same place that if you're going to, like, yesteryear, it'd be stuff like your local book club, or depending on it, you might have, like, you know, like you might have the jazz bar, or, you know, whatever. That place that has a common interest you go to, or, you know, like the local card shop. It kind of fills the same niche as that kind of thing, but because internet, you have, you know, way more specificity. Words are hard, chat. Specificity, where you can be like, hey, you know, you go to the local card shop and it's just all your collectibles, you know, whether it's Magic or whatever, your board games are all kind of in one place, and that's cool. But, like, you can also be like, well, I just want to check out the one who's, like, really into that one card game I'm into, and there's a channel for that. Whereas, you know, if you're in a rural community and all that, that's got their one card shop in town, not rural, that wouldn't probably have a card shop, you're in a community that has one card shop in town, there's a pretty strong chance it's not going to have that level of specialization. And then on top of that, more than likely, if they do have specialization, the odds of it being the one you're looking for may not be that great. Let's see, when you're on YouTube about half a year with an account, you had an interaction with a handful of people, mostly because they also did videos, and you looked at their profiles. Yeah. Those are all definitely perks, but at the same time, it's one of the only places you can settle into a particular groove for hours without making the decision about finding something new to consume. This is fair as well. That's actually a very valid point, that you can just kind of be like, you know what? I'm in a mood to watch someone do some heckin' farming. And you can just turn on a video, move it onto your other screen, play your game, do your homework, do your actual work, make an Excel spreadsheet, whatever it is you're doing with your time, and have your video going on the other screen. Let's see, I mean, they were watching big YouTubers you happen to watch, and you saw their comments regular there, and you looked at their profile and found they also did videos, so you watched them on occasion, interacted with them back and forth. But it's really slow on YouTube. Yeah. Well, that's kind of the thing. You can do, like, live conversation on YouTube. It's just nowhere near as prevalent. Like, it's there, but, like, that's just not the main draw for the platform. YouTube's big, strong part is its recorded video. Whether it's shorts or long-form video. And I've not been good at keeping up. That's actually one of the things that I personally need to work on as a content creator who this is my day job as it is. I need to do better about diversifying my content on multiple platforms better. For as well as Twitch has treated me, it is one of those things that all it takes is Amazon being like, you know what? We think creators should be paid half as much. And it's done. It's over. I'm out. Down the toilet it goes. And the whole thing's ruined. But the more I diversify, the more protected I am from that kind of thing. Because if I'm, you know, on YouTube and on Twitch, and Twitch does something terrible, if I'm built up enough on YouTube, I can lean in on that. Just at the same time, it could be the other way around as well, that if I'm split between the two platforms and YouTube's like, we're doing this big promotion, anyone who does a super chat gets like 10 times, like, you get twice as much money from it or whatever. And then suddenly, you know, YouTube makes me a bunch of money that otherwise I wouldn't. There's that side too. It's unlikely, but you get the idea. It's a classic with anything. It's not even content creation. No matter what you're dealing with a business, there's usually a certain advantage in having a diversification. Because if you are dealing with a single, like, monoculture of different things you're selling or whatever, you ride or die by that. So, like, if your entire business model is cars, and if something happens to cars, your business model catches fire and you go, oh god, what do I do next? But if you're dealing with, like, oh, you make cars and you make lawn equipment and you make this and that and cars is doing badly, it still hurts you, but you're like, okay, this is hurting a little bit, but I got all these other places I can lean in the meantime. But yeah, so I do stream to both YouTube and Twitch. But I'm talking about, like, the actual content that performs on YouTube, which, again, shorts, edited videos. I want to get back into that. I was doing that. I had a Survivor Man series going on Farm Sim, which was the last series I worked on for YouTube, and that's been like a year and a half or something like that now. It takes a lot of time to sit down and do a bunch of gameplay to edit up a little bit of a video. That's kind of the big differences in the viewership of the platform. The things that perform on YouTube tend to be single enclosed videos where you introduce an idea, you walk through the idea, and then you conclude at the end of the video. Those are the ones that do really well. So if you're familiar with groups like Let's Game It Out and Spiffing Brit and those, Ambiguous Amphibian, they all do those types of videos extremely well. That they'll be like, okay, this video we're going to play Satisfactory and we're going to do this ridiculous thing, and you go through and you do that thing, and if you look at it, they finish a run of Satisfactory, which is a hell of a lot of hours. And not only do that in, like, the most cursed way possible. There's a lot of time investment in there. And then they edit it up, and they do all that kind of stuff on top of it, with the music and sound effects, and bring in, like, the imagery and everything they use, and you get the idea. There's a lot of editing that goes into it, too. So that one video that's 15, 20, 30 minutes, you know, that represents probably upwards of, 40, 50, 60 hours of work to pump that video out. Maybe more, especially if it's like a really, really big project kind of thing. That's the whole thing. Let's see. Well, you can be a car YouTuber and buy and sell cars instead of that. Yeah, I mean, that one you'd be beholden to the same industry, but you would be at different points in that industry. So that would still be a diversification, but I'd be diversifying on the vertical as opposed to the horizontal. I was thinking more like diversifying on the horizontal. You know, depth versus breadth. Which, regardless, whether I'm using YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, whatever, I'm still in the content creation, like, I'm still in the same industry that is entertainment. Yeah, no, I mean, that was a little outside the scope of what I had said, but yeah. And there's pros and cons with going vertical on business and horizontal. If you do the vertical on an entire business where you have, like, the supply all the way to the final product, there's lots of places you can make serious money on it, that you can control an industry, and you can... That's where monopolies are born. Which I'm not in that position, but that's getting more in manufacturing and all that. That's, if you want an example of that, oh man, it's a company that owns Lexotica. Lexotica would be a company that has captured the vertical. That they control the insurance companies around eye doctors, they control the manufacturers around glasses, they control the retail stores that sell glasses, they control the whole thing up and down a very large percentage of it, so they have a effective monopoly in there. That if a new competitor shows up, you say, I want to manufacture glasses, and they go, well, we're not going to carry your glasses in our store, and you realize that's almost all the retail stores, and you go, well, F me, and you go out of business. And there's been pushback, there's been progress there, but that's controlling the vertical. You can buy a car, make content a car, sell, rinse, repeat. Ah, man. There are people who do that. That is a real scary set of content to be doing. Because that requires you to buy and sell a car. And there's a lot of loss in value in the start to finish of that part. Which means to make that economical, your video is gonna have to make at least that value from in there. Well, then that's easy. You just need to buy Twitch and YouTube. Yeah, exactly. I just need to control my vertical. I will definitely go and, I'll have my channel. I will somehow acquire OBS, and I'll somehow acquire Twitch, and I'll somehow acquire Amazon, and we'll be good. I'll own the entire vertical. I'll have monopoly. That actually doesn't work, because in that case, I mean, Amazon's sort of a monopoly. But the Twitch to YouTube, not as much. OBS, certainly not. Oh man, get in the situation with Twitch being like, well, it's what TikTok does. You can only connect and stream to our platform using our application. That is literally what TikTok did. They're like, you have to use TikTok Live Studio. That's actually the reason I stopped streaming to TikTok as well. I used to do YouTube, TikTok, and that, and I just cannot stand that Live Studio. That thing is a CPU vampire. It's gotten better. I've heard it's gotten way better since I last touched it. But I'm kind of in that situation now with everything going on with the politics, which we don't need to dig into. TikTok, I'm like, I don't want to invest the time until that's done, which may be a mistake on my part, but I just don't like, because I know I'm going to get stuck with that live studio again and all that. Yeah, there's actually a lot of content that's around like getting stuff, especially where you can get the device relatively inexpensive. There's a lot of ones that's like, here's the original Zune. Let's pop out the Zune and look at what made the Zune. Here's the history around Zune. Okay, we've done that. Here's the iPod Mini. Let's get the iPod Mini, pop it open, show the guts and all that. There's a lot of cool videos with that. Because you can buy a lot of those things for cheap. Getting like an old Zune that you don't even really care if it works well, you can get that at a relatively inexpensive, do a whole video. There's still an expense involved in that. You had to buy it, ship it, everything else. But some of that stuff you can just like literally just between videos go to the flea market and just see what junk you can find. And again, it doesn't matter that's junk. For showing things like where technology came from, the history of a product, all that kind of stuff. That's all still fascinating. Let's see, you bought a PSP during a trip to Japan for like $7, just to take it apart to see if you get it working. Yeah, but you have some reach, you may get review miles free. True, this is a thing, and that gets to that CCV thing. It's a little different with YouTube because it's views, not CCV. For those new to that language. CCV is concurrent viewers, so it's concurrent average viewers. Basically, when it comes to live streaming, that is like the data point that sponsors and key providers and everyone cares about. It's your average viewership. It's big fancy words for your average viewership. It's how big the number down there is most of the time. Literally the opportunities you get with content creation, ride or die on that number. It's one of the reasons why you usually will get a lot of pushback on if you're like, hey, I would love you to see you play this like really niche game. That you can do that, and I do that for myself once in a while. But it is one of those things as a creator, you have all sorts of economic pressures that make it so that is an indulgence thing, not a sound business thing. And so it is the reality we live in. So I do try to give myself a certain amount of streams. I'm like, this is a don't care about numbers stream. Like, we're just gonna go do this. Especially if I'm doing something for the community. Like if we do again like a subathon, a charity, or I have a thing where if someone's been subbed to the channel for 3 years, they can choose a game for me to play. There's certain restrictions, like you can't break TOS or whatever. But, you know, generally it's pretty wide open. And that's just, those streams I'm like, hey, you've basically financially supported this channel that long. This is my thank you. Like, beyond the actual normal thank you, it's like, this is me doing something in return as a thank you. So for that stream, we just kind of go, yep, is it bad for our numbers? Probably. Are we going to do it anyways? Yep. It also allows me a little bit of affordance to play games way outside the norm on the channel. And I'm sure there's going to be the occasional game that comes across from that ends up not being a game I enjoy, or, you know, a game that's like, okay, I played it, you're going to play it again? No. I'm sure that's going to happen. There's probably going to be trolley games that come up on that. That wouldn't surprise me at all. That's actually, so low-key, the times I've done that as like a subathon reward that you could, like, the community could vote on a game for me to play, I've done that like 2 or 3 times over the years. I always expected to go into something like really trolly, like some
Thank you,
rage
Bodiet
game.
_Chungus for subscribing for 1 month.
Thank you, Boating Chungus. I really do appreciate that Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here, and that means a heck of a lot, so thank you so much for doing so. I hope you enjoy your advertisement previewing as well as access to the emotes. But I always expect them to do something like really trolly, like, you know, break out like the Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy or Jump King or some like horror game or like, you know, those kind of things. But the times we've done it, it's always been like genuinely just kind of fun niche games that I can't really justify playing on the channel normally, that they're like, yes, we would like to, or like it'll be a game I played to the playthrough, and they're like, it'll be something like Subnautica or whatever. It's like, we want to see you play Subnautica. I'm like, hell yeah, let's do it. It's either pre-Windows 8 Chinese tablets with expandable RAM laptop HDDs that ran early Atom chips, so useless in any way. But how they managed to pack all that semi-useful feels cool. Oh yeah, like Path of Exile. Yeah, no, I would definitely, like, that's definitely one, like, if someone was voted and said, hey, we'd love to see you play Path of Exile, I doubt that's going to happen. But, like, if the community voted for Path of Exile, I'd be like, alright. Path of Exile, it's funny that I still look back on it, and even, I'd have to check, it's probably got knocked down RPEG. I want to say when I last looked, which was a couple months ago, Path of Exile was like the 4th most streamed game on the channel or whatever, which feels really weird to me, because I know I've played it on the channel and it performed horrifically every time, because it's just, here's my normal content and it's over there somewhere. It's not that it's a bad game, but that was, as I mentioned, like, indulging in games I want to play that I know aren't strategically sound. That is when I would do it every league launch. And it wasn't until like 2 leagues ago, I think it was, that I finally was like, alright, I'm gonna skip the league launches on the channel. Like, it hurts my numbers too much. It very much hurts everything, which is way too much. Which is funny, because normally it would have been like 4 leagues by now. But man, Path of Exile 2 has hurt Path of Exile real bad. Like, after playing the game, like, it's still probably my most played game. No, it's up there. It's probably like my most played game on Steam, or very close to it. And I finally uninstalled it the other week. Just, Path of Exile 1 hasn't had a new league launch in, we're fast approaching a year since Path of Exile 2 dropped. And Path of Exile 2, I just don't enjoy. I want to enjoy it, I just don't. And so Spy Like Wills, once I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna do something else for a while. We'll see. They might have a new league, and maybe I'll come back. The big problem there is also, as a content creator, if I'm not streaming it, I just don't have the time. Path of Exile is just way too much of a time commitment for me around stream. I can't. I wanna get into the league. I don't want to dip my toe in and get back out. When I get into it, I really want to get into it. Star Sector's been filling up your time? Man, I did Star Sector twice on the channel, and I had fun with what we did. I didn't do too much. That's a one I've debated going back to a number of times. That's another one of those ones that I genuinely feel like I could hop into there, have probably 2 or 3 good streams, and then just watch viewership go like right off the cliff. That happens a lot with those kind of games for me, unfortunately. Like, while it's new and interesting, everyone's engaged, but once the run gets rolling, anyone who misses a stream, a lot of them drop off. Which makes sense, because you're like, what's going on? What's happening? I don't understand. What Star Sector? What kind of game would I even consider that? So basically, you have like your fleet you build up, and you go through. It's not a 4X strategy game or anything like that, but there is a certain like flying around, building up your fleet, that kind of thing. It's not a flight sim. It doesn't have any of that kind of stuff. Yeah, generally good games, but not for streaming. Exactly. And there's people who actually do stream it fairly successfully. Like I know Ziggy D Live, I believe, has streamed Star Sector a number of times. I want to say there's like a commander or something in the game for both Ziggy and Amy both. In Star Sector. Disnoff has streamed it a number of times successfully. Pretty sure, I think Randomance also streamed it. X4 and 2D. Sort of. Something in that area. But it's a lot like what you wish you could have done in Elite Dangerous, really. Yeah, I like Elite Dangerous. I used to do the background simulation stuff in Elite Dangerous a lot. And like really screwing with a lot of that stuff. But it is one of those things that like there eventually just hit a point I was kind of done with the game. Like it's good. But it definitely, you got the feel for a while that Frontier Development wanted to try and move the company in a different direction. And so we're just kind of underserving the Elite Dangerous as a game for a very long time. Which makes sense. It's a game that they weren't offering DLC or any additional major monetization. They added some customizations later to try and drive more money. And then eventually they came out with Odyssey. But generally speaking, like, it sold and they had all these server expenses and everything for it. But there wasn't a new income coming in for it to keep it going. And it's still around, for the record. Like, I'm not saying it's dead. But it alienated a lot of the people who played Elite Dangerous because you definitely felt like you were, you were sitting in the corner playing with your toys and mom and dad forgot about you. You know, the new kid showed up and you were chopped liver. And eventually they started coming around that a lot of their new investments didn't pan out the way they wanted to. So that's been a thing. That said, I really wish Planet Coaster 2 did better. Like, I very much enjoyed it. I wish it did better in sales and like there was more of an audience on Twitch for it and all that, because I very much enjoy the Planet Coaster series. But that was another game that it wasn't a super buggy launch, but it did have a decent number of bugs. It had some quality of life problems that also kind of held it back. But unfortunately, just the reality with content creation is if a game doesn't launch well, it just catches fire and disappears. It's a long road to recover that bad first impression. Yeah, 2D tactical spaceship shooter. Gotcha. I've also, I heard that Stardius had a big update, and I was also looking at, I actually installed it, I think I still have it installed, that I really debated playing Space Haven. That they've got their beta for, it's not the release version, but they've got the beta of what's looking like it's probably pretty close to the release version. I really debated that one. And this guy, it's open source, native Linux support. Gotcha, I haven't played Endless Sky. That's looking forward to playing that. Stardius had ship-to-ship combat. Yeah, Stardius is another one I've been looking at. Part of it is, with some of those games, I'm avoiding them while they're in early access, more than, trying them being like, okay, I like this game. And that's just that's just honestly early access fatigue. That I'm tired of starting a game and not being able to finish it because the end doesn't exist yet, and then waiting 2, 3, 4 years before it can finally, you know, roll credits or whatever. And Valheim was the one that kind of really sank that in. That I really enjoyed Valheim, and I played through what was available at the time like 4 or 5 times with a bunch of friends, like different sets of friends, and solidly burned myself out on it. And that was like pretty close to right after it released in early access. And I keep wanting to go back, but then I get kind of that grind to it's around the point you get to the swamp, and I'm just like, you know what, I just don't want to do it. Like, I'm still burnt out, I don't want to do it. And it's a bummer, and I've recognized that was because I burnt myself out during the early access, so I'm probably never going to play through the finished game. This was your first sub on Twitch, and the first time you wanted to say thanks for all the hours watched? Yeah. Yeah, I used to watch tons of Disnoff. Nowadays, the hours I'm available, I can't catch much Disnoff. Every once in a while, Disnoff will do like a late stream or an early stream, or, you know, I will, and I can catch some. That happens with a lot of people I used to watch, is that just stream schedule-wise, I'm either asleep while they're streaming, or like I'm streaming while they're streaming, which is a real bummer. The Endless Sky is one of your favorite games. You played a ton of it years ago. You also did some minor coding in it for a couple mods. That's cool. All right, Luxray, you take it easy. Thank you for tuning in. While we're on this ad break that's coming up, I'm going to mute the mic. I'm going to try and eat this food real fast because I'm hungry and I'm bad about it. So I'm going to do that real quick. And I'll be back in just a couple minutes. But I'll keep the game running in the meantime. Okay, food is done. Yeah, no, I saw people mentioning liking X3 and all that. X3 was one of the first games that I like really put the effort into trying to 100% and all that stuff. Yes, the thanks I hated is new. I haven't marketing it too much because it's still like the really small version of it is still really hard to read. I've had like 2 or 3 versions of it I've been working on. That just trying to get one that looked good. It's just a lot. It's too many letters. Sorry about that. The first version, when it got compressed, it was a completely unintelligible blur. So that one's a bit better in that you can read it if you like, look very carefully. And I want to make it better. But yeah, as far as the X3 series and all that, that was the ones that was like the first one. I was like, no, I'm gonna get all these achievements. I didn't get it. The one achievement I believe I was still missing was the permadeath run, and it had nothing to do. Like, yeah, sure, I died on several attempts, and that was the thing that happened. Was that you had to get through the whole story, like the main story, without dying. Fair enough. On like the worst start, and that again, fair enough. You can get caught by surprise early on, but once you get established, it's pretty easy to stay alive in the X series once you know what you're doing. And the story's not that awful to get through, but the problem is, for as much fun as the X series is, it's a pretty crashy game. That almost every play session, you're gonna have a crash or two. And the issue there you run into is the way they did their permadeath is when you opened your save, it would delete your save file, and then it would sit like re-put the save file down there when you closed again. So while you're playing, you have no save file. And it's a crashy game, which means when you crashed, it treated it no different as if you died. Your save file's gone. And man, I must have given that like 20, 30 attempts, and it got so many times I got so far along, and then the game would crash, and it's like, well, I guess screw me. And eventually I just couldn't do it anymore. Like, I had started one where it was effectively cheating it, where I would back up the save before I started. And then I'd play for a couple of hours, I would stop, I'd back up the save. Not with the intention of cheating it, like if I had died, I would have deleted it. But just to mitigate around the crashing of it. And even with that, I was just kind of like, after crashing and then losing 2 hours, then crashing and then losing an hour, and crashing and losing 2 hours, I was like, you know what? Never mind.
Thank you DigiGuy801 for subscribing for 9 months. Sorry not active in chat, but thanks for letting me learn.
Thank you for the tier 1 sub, Digi. I really do appreciate that. That's 9 months you've been subbed to the channel, and never feel obligated to like talk or whatever. Obviously, you're welcome to talk. I welcome conversations, all that kind of stuff. But again, never feel like you have any kind of obligation. Like, as a viewer, you are here for whatever it is you seek here. And as long as it's not like doing anything that I'm gonna need to ban you for, that's good. Make sure you don't fire AoE weapons if you're not in a raid. Yeah, I mean that's all stuff that like once you learn the tricks is very manageable. Like knowing what weapons to use where to not accidentally choose friendlies, that kind of stuff. That's the normal manageable permadeath stuff. But it was just the whole kind of thing of like it deleting your save file because I didn't want people to save scum to get past that challenge. That like it's like, okay, if your game runs like butter, that over the course of a month I have a singular crash. Fair enough. Do some shenanigans where you make it so that the save files get deleted. I'd still discourage you from doing it, but fair enough. But for a game that doesn't exactly have a great track record as being a very stable game, maybe don't do that. Well, how not to make an atomic operation save file system? Dear permadeath game devs. Yeah, my whole standpoint with that kind of stuff is like where you have the devs like, no, I have to do this so people can't cheat the achievements. It's like, one, if they want to cheat the achievements, they're gonna do it anyways. Worst case, I don't know the exact thing. There's like an achievement unlocker software that people are going to, you know, use an achievement unlocker and just get the achievement anyways. There's plenty of unachievable achievements that people have. And even outside of that, they're going to go and find something that can like read their memory or whatever and just change a value to make it so that they're fine. Like you're not going to stop cheaters. And also it's an achievement. It's not some competition for cash. It's not something that, you know, they're going to be put up on a stage and on a pedestal and look at this person and the thing they accomplished. It's an achievement. It is a thing to brag between friends. You know, or for self-gratification or whatever. And that same person who's going to cheat is the same person who's going to be, you know, walking to friends like, oh yeah, man, I won that other tournament the other day. What tournaments? Oh, you didn't hear about the tournament at that place? No tournament ever actually happened. And then you start punching holes in their story because you realize that friend is a chronic liar. And I do see our gas is getting dangerously low. I'm trying to finish up this field and then we'll fuel up. Yeah, you never had problems with X4? Me either. I haven't played much X4 compared to X3. I did play a decent amount. But again, content creation, finding the time. X3, I played the living bejeebus out of that game. But yeah, no, it had some rough corners on X3. It definitely got better over time. But yeah, it had some rough corners. But yeah, no, I definitely have fond memories of that game. That is one of those games that are a little bit weird to explain to people. The X series and all that. And they are a game that either people play enough to get over a certain point and it's like, oh, this is amazing, I love it, or they bounce fast. There's very, very little in between. But there's a number of games that's true. Like I would say RimWorld and Project Zomboid are also those kind of games that you either have someone who plays it and they will put in 1,000 hours, or you have someone who plays it and after like 8 they're done with the game. They want nothing to do with it. 8, 16 hours, they kind of hit their limit. Yeah, Dwarf Fortress being that way, I would absolutely believe as well. Oh, you played Factorio for years without buying it, and even after you bought it, you never. It even synced your saves, but also the achievements. Why wouldn't you do that for every single-player games? There are certain game devs and certain players that fully believe that that the games are supposed to be brutally hard and should have no forgiveness or anything else. Like the ones who truly feel that everything must be sweaty, try hard, and earned, and all that kind of garbage. And there are definitely games that go with that thing. It's like, no, you have to earn that badge. And it's like, come on, man. And don't get me wrong, I'm down for some challenges. But there's definitely a point where you're like, look, man, you trying to enforce this level of difficulty on everyone, like, the efforts you're going through to enforce that are detrimental to your game. Not because they're keeping it hard, but because they're giving me hurdles just to play your game. And so I like Dark Souls, but I blame Dark Souls for it. Like the Dark Souls series, not specifically Dark Souls, the individual title. And the reason for it is, yes, there's been hard games since games have existed. Like, we've got Ninja Gaiden and Echo the Dolphin, all those games that back in the day were absolutely just kick you in the nuts kind of hard. They've been around forever. But there was this popularization that happened with Dark Souls. And it wasn't the only one. You had, like, oh, what was it? Ghouls and Ghosts? I'm blanking on the name of it. There's been other games that have been infamously hard over the years. But Dark Souls made it like a cultural thing about like the Souls-like game, the hard game, the game the game that just kicks you in the nuts, which is funny because if you actually play Dark Souls, I'm not saying they're easy games, but I wouldn't say they're actually the hardest games. They're punishing games. But a lot of those games is pattern recognition, that once you fought a boss enough times, you learn the patterns and you have a much better chance of winning. There is a learning that has to happen to get there. Versus, you know, certain games that are just always hard, you know, pixel perfect jumps and all that as like things, and then you start the whole game over if you fail it. And it's just kind of one of those things that it became this whole thing that you weren't a real gamer unless you did these ridiculously difficult things. And that got an entire culture around these incredibly brutal and difficult games, which I still think is fine to have brutally hard games. I'm not saying that's not, but with it becoming this whole culture thing that if you're not someone who plays that style game, you're not a real gamer, I feel has done a lot of negative across the board. Like, you've got to earn these achievements. You've got to, like, the game has to be hard. You know, otherwise it's, you know, baby game for babies. And I feel like that's actually done a lot of harm to the industry. Because don't get me wrong, there are those times I want to play the game that is absolutely going to kick me in the teeth again and again and again and again and overcome it. And then there's times I've had a really pissy bad day at work and I'm just really kind of already exhausted and I want to go roll a big ball of things over a bunch of things to make the ball bigger. That there's really no difficulty, it's just playing some good music and I'm rolling a giant ball. Or, you know, I want to go and play a game where I decorate a house. You know, flip a house. Or I want to do a thing where I take a power washer to things and get these very satisfying tings every single time I finish doing a thing. Yeah, Cuphead. I liked Cuphead, but yeah, no, that's I think it's good to have those games that are hard. But it was like the culture where it's like if you're not playing that game or you're not playing a game on the hard difficulty, you're somehow a lesser gamer or whatever. And it's a, you know, it's a minority of people who are very vocal or whatever. And I really dislike that side of the industry. But I do feel like it has done a great deal of harm where, like, there are so many wonderful games with wonderful stories that someone just had a chip on their shoulder that it had to be hard because otherwise this vocal minority would throw a hissy fit over it. And so then you've got this amazing story that's just held captive by not amazing gameplay that's just brutally hard for no reason. Katamari Damacy, I'm glad you got that reference. It's actually can be a hard game if you're trying to do like achievement stuff. If you're just trying to play to win it all, it's fun. Okay, so we got the cultivating contract done. Needless to say, I don't have time for another contract this in-game day. Let's go here and do our math real fast to see how we're going to be doing here so far as paying off our equipment. As in not paying off, we don't have a loan on those. Sorry, but just, you know, doing the math to be like how we're doing on it. Okay. So we've got 5,650 is how much we split between each of those. 600, so no, 5,816, I think I said. I'll double check my math here. Okay, so we have our first tool that has officially paid itself off. We have officially made more money. It's 15, not 16. More money on the cultivator than it cost me. Everything else still has a negative balance. Yeah, games are meant to be fun. Right, and I think it's good that we have hard games as well. I do think there is a place for hard games. I like hard games, but I sometimes like hard games. Sometimes I don't want to play hard games. Before I start driving around everywhere as we're super low on gas, I was kind of hoping that would be the gas station. Okay, gas station's up here. So we need to take this road north and then take our first right. For some people, swaying the best out is fun. Right. No, and like I'm literally saying that there are absolutely times that is me. I mean, I'll take games like Project Zomboid and be like, give me the biggest numbers, make it as bad as you can. I used to do RimWorld at 500% naked brutality RimWorld runs. I used to do that back in the day. I have literally 100% of the achievements in every single Souls-like game other than Elden Ring on PC. I have done all of that. Elden Ring, the only one is because content creation, I just don't have the time. Like, it's not even a matter of the game itself, I just don't have the time. So I've done that. I also know I enjoy games that are nice and relaxing that literally there isn't a lose condition to. It all depends on the mood you're in. And I dislike the mentality that some people have that's like, no, this game's too easy, let's review bomb it. Because baby game for babies. Like, South of Midnight got a bunch of bad reviews that it just, you know, that it was a baby game that you could basically skip the combat entirely and all that. People tried to review bomb it. Luckily, the reviews came around, but people were like literally going after it because they were like, hey, some players just want to play the story and they don't care about the challenge. So we made a mode that you can basically almost get a free hand me on the fights. And a lot of people, that I turned too early, and a lot of people got salty about that because the game was too hard and that's everything wrong with gaming and all their garbage they like to say. Not counting other reasons that people got salty about it, which are people being dumb we don't need to get into. And it just annoys me, that mentality. It's like, hey man, it's also okay. You can toggle the difficulty setting to hard if you wanted to. Now, to be fair, the hard difficulty setting in South of Midnight wasn't particularly hard either. Like, very, very genuinely, we got about halfway through the game and I cranked it up to its very most difficult because I'm like, this game, like, it's not hard enough for me. I felt pretty good about it on its hard difficulty. It still wasn't hard, but at least it didn't feel like, when I had it on the lower difficulty, it felt genuinely like, all right, I really wish this was harder. On hard, I'm like, okay, I still wouldn't call it hard, but it doesn't feel like it's overly easy either. Like, I'm pretty satisfied with the difficulty level. Yeah, no, it's just one of those things that annoys me, like, whenever someone's like, we're gonna add a story mode to this game, and then a bunch of people throw a fit over, it's like, just leave it on the hard difficulty settings, man. Like, it literally doesn't hurt you to have the option to set it to an easier or harder difficulty. You can just not set it. Some of those people have never played the Interceptor helicopter mission in Vice City. I know I did everything in Vice City. It's also been way too long for me to remember. There was certainly a handful of really awful missions in certain ones of games. Sort of like Inzio. It didn't lose condition either. Neat style game. Yeah, my only thing is I really wish Inzio didn't do the generative AI thing. Like, overall... what? Huh? Which silo? Okay, it worked fine. Just a weird thing in the map. They did charge me for the fuel and all that. I think they did that so it'd just go faster, which I don't really like, but whatever. It's just very confusing for a moment. It's like, which silo do I want to take the gas from? Yeah, it didn't have a lose condition. Right, I'm sorry. Yes, you are correct. Inzio even went a step farther. Not only was there a lose condition, if you ran out of money, it would literally give you money and be like, here you go. And I felt like that should have a toggle off, because I think it's totally fine that that functionality exists. At the same time as trying to do a challenge run, I had to like figure out how to work around that Let's see, the helicopter mission was just a nightmare from childhood for the majority because of the controls. Yeah, I don't remember struggling with it, but like I may have and just forgotten. Because I did do all of Vice City. Like I did GTA 3, Vice City, GTA 4, GTA 5. I feel like I'm missing one in there. Like I did play them all. I feel like I'm missing one. It doesn't matter. Like I've enjoyed the series. Even if I recognize its marketing is 100% to throw a fit over San Andreas. Yeah. Even if I do recognize its entire marketing strategy is to basically be as edgy as it can get away without getting pulled from shelves. And that's by their own admission. Let's see, you review a game based on accessibility features, i.e. do they allow text enlargement or use limited TTS? Not make or break. But if they don't have such features, but the game gets higher marks if they do, yeah, no, it's the same kind of thing I'll do. Is anytime I play a game for the first time on stream, most of the time one of the first things we'll do after we introduce the basic idea of the game is I will pop into their settings and be like, hey, what accessibility stuff do you have here? And I always make sure to include the fact saying, hey, if it's not here, that doesn't necessarily mean anything's wrong. There are some games that are designed such they just don't need them. Like, if you're not using red and green in combination to cut, as your only communication for certain information, then having, like, a color deficiency filter isn't really that necessary because you're communicating the information in a means other than color to begin with. Alright. So, we've got that sorted. If I were to take another contract now, I believe, yeah, so these contracts, those all end in the next 3.5 hours, in-game hours. The wood transport, which I don't have a vehicle for, we do that, and I am not doing a deadwood in the middle of the night. I have learned that lesson before. Running around in the dark trying to find the deadwood trees, not a thing. Now, unfortunately, I don't believe this map has a house for us, so in the evening, we just fast forward time to get ourselves through. Because the reality is, that's actually a fairly bright night, honestly. The reality is, doing an entire contract in the dark, while it would help me from the challenge perspective to get farther ahead, from a viewer perspective, it's a real bad time to stare at like a screen that all you can see is like the tiny little bit of headlights before and after a tractor for an hour. Okay. So yeah, so now it's down to these two. And what we're waiting on now is basically to get to daytime. We'll have new contracts show up as the day picks up. We really should get someplace to sleep, but that's not going to happen until I get a piece of land. And considering we're barely scraping by right now, that's not really in the cards yet. Alright, because I think the cheapest piece of land I saw on the map was around like 60,000, 70,000. And I won't be able to use that to make me any money for a while. Not without like getting into cheesy stuff I'm disallowing, like the whole okay, so got all the contracts are starting to pop in. So what we're looking for is cultivating and hoeing contracts. There we go. So cultivating contract on 159. So we'll accept that. Are you fueled up? Yep. I did fuel up on the way back. I could technically use a repair. I am going to just push the tractor a bit farther than I should. So 159, so it's still a little dark. 159 is where? Down a block and to the right. Alright, now let time go a little fast to get us to some daylight. Never played GTA 3, did play Vice City, was your favorite? Yeah, GTA 3 is one of those games that you go back to, and it was fun if you were there at the time, but it is one of those games you go back to and you're like, I respect what this led to, also, I'm not interested in playing any more of it. It is, for its time, it was a lot of fun. And even back then, it had some rough corners, like the PC port was a very lazy PC port. So you'd have like the terrain wouldn't load in time for you to reach the terrain, which created all sorts of weird problems sometimes. Like it was one of the games that, you know, I got a hold of legitimately and then turned around and had to get like CD cracks and all that kind of stuff just so I could like modify the game to make it load the world farther ahead because it would literally have problems running on PC. It was just a really bad port. But yeah, so it's one of those kind of things. Let's see, you liked GT4, you're a big fan of gloomy, sad Liberty City, and the story also more? GTA 3 is set in Liberty City too, but GTA's story hits hard. Yeah, no, GTA 3 City, like, it's very clear with GTA 3, Rockstar was just getting its legs under it for storytelling and all that. Like, and it's come so far. But like the story in GTA 3 was kind of, it was just okay. Was it GTA 4 was the one with Nico Bellic? Because that's my favorite one. Hey cousin, let's go bowling. I feel like of the GTA characters, well, you know, you still do all the GTA things. That was one of the more relatable characters in the sense, like, he didn't show up with the intent of being an awful person. You know, you just got there. He was more of the Franklin in GTA 5 than Michael or Trevor. Michael or Trevor, who are fun to play, but it's like, what is a redeeming characteristic about this person? Hang on, give me a minute. I'm sure I can think of something. I just need a little bit more time. Versus Franklin, you're like, alright, he tries to do right by his friends. He tries to help people out. That kind of thing. Is he a good person? No. No, he does some pretty bad things. You know, very, very much lets himself be roped into some pretty awful things. GTA 4 was the one that made headlines in the media for the second and like so the enforcement missions. The enforcement missions. I don't remember. You loved Brucey in that game? Brucey's a fun character. Yeah, no, there was the one I remember being like the big thing that people made a stink about for GTA 4 was one, Nico, cousin, let's go bowling. And being like, look man, I don't like this building up my social interactions with the other characters. And then the other one it got really well known for is its last mission was like 100% gunplay. GTA's gunplay has never been exactly amazing, but it has come a long way from 3 and 4. 3 and 4's gunplay was not good. To call it passable would be perhaps slightly generous. And so having your like big finale of the game be primarily gunplay was really like, your game did so many good things. This is not one of them. And you leaned into it really hard. Oh, no. No, so that's GTA 5. GTA 5 is the one where you torture people. Trevor tortures someone. And the weird irony being in that mission, It is a mission where Trevor himself comes out as like being against torture as like, you know, what it's used for by governments and everything. He just does it because it's fun. Which is a thing. You're like Vice City 2. It was perfect with the colors and the music. It's like Miami Vice video games. Yeah, no, I can distinctly remember that one main road in Vice City. I don't remember 90% of the rest of the game, but I do very distinctly remember that like main drag with like, I think it was a club on it or something like that. I very much do remember that. You know, with the pink and blue neon lights and all that. Couldn't tell you what the name of it was or anything. I remember in GTA 3, like, you could go to a showroom and steal the Banshee, because that was, like, the big car in GTA 3. Like, they had a bunch of, cars to be, like, Ferrari and all that, but it was, I think it was, like, I don't even remember if they had any of, like, the Ferrari wannabes. It was, the Banshee was, like, the one big sports car. And that was the one you get going down that main road on the PC port if you didn't get, like, the mod that let the map load up farther. And I remember you get over that hill and the just world wouldn't be there, and you'd still land as if it was there, you just couldn't see the textures, so like the cars wouldn't be there, you just smash into something and then it would load in. That may have been the first game that I had legitimately that I immediately turned around, not immediately, that I eventually turned around and started looking up, like, you know, no CD keys, hacks, and all that just to make the game run correctly. Like, fun game, but man, that was a real bad port. I remember it also had texture issues that you had to get a thing to fix, that some of the textures, it would, I think they had like two versions of the texture, the close and the far version, and like the close version wouldn't load until you're right against it, and sometimes it'd still take like a second or two to like flip over while you're staring at it like a couple feet away. So it was very distinctly, you'd have like this muddied wall, you'd walk up and just snap into being bricks. And then you could just get a mod to be like, hey, render that farther out, please, and then it would work fine. It's one of the things that made me understand and appreciate the difference between developing games for consoles at the time and developing for PCs at the time. Because in those days, like, the power of the consoles compared to the PC was horrendously bad. Like, it's still, even by modern standards, like, if you have like a mid-range computer, that's in the ballpark of what some of the consoles can do the new generation. It's like around that middle quality computer. But man, back then, some of those console systems, like, you looked at the CPUs in them and what they're capable of, and the onboard, like the memory built into the actual console and all that, and it was like, oh man, that's like not even a mid-range computer. Like, that was before we had proper individual video cards. That it was just basically running entirely on the CPU, and then the CPU in like the PlayStation 1 and the N64 was pretty okay. Weirdly, the N64 was a weird system in that you had an expansion card slot that they managed to purpose to put what was effectively a video card into the N64 at the time. Like, it was this little like cylinder thing you put in there. I thought that was wild at the time, because video cards, so far as in your computers for performance reasons, was a relatively new technology. That was like the days of Voodoo and all those. Was it like Voodoo? Was it 3DS or 3DO or something like that? The old Voodoo cards. The Xbox 360 only had 512 megabytes of GDDR3 RAM. Yeah. And then you go back to like the original Xbox and try and check its stats. Or again, like the PlayStation. No number out, just the PlayStation. And like looking at those specs, and at the time, I think like you just having a computer, like if that's not even, you didn't even need a video card to outperform it because they didn't have them either. And GTA 5 released on the Xbox 360. Yeah, that is if we talked about milking a game for all it's worth. If there's a game I feel is worth accusing of milking all it's worth, man, GTA 5 with the GTA Online thing. As much as I love some of the things that Rockstar has come out with, GTA 5 being on 3 separate generations of gaming systems with no new titles that entire time. And the shark cards and all that is... I played a little of GTA Online and I liked what I had, and it just, as that advanced, I'm like, no, I went off this ride. 3DFX? That sounds right, 3DFX. In their deal with Microsoft when GTA 5 launched, or was it 4? I have no idea. I was never a big console person at all, so you know what was and wasn't exclusive only mattered to me in the sense of if I couldn't play and I wanted to, I'd get salty. Armored Core. Demon Souls. I'm sorry, to hear some? Like, I remember going... So, I had a PlayStation 1. Because my brother got one and, you know, we were kids. And, like, we won the PlayStation, right? I think... So, we won... I think it was the PlayStation we won. There's this whole trivia thing with Ghostbusters or whatever. I think that was the PlayStation. And they had something like 5 systems they were going to give away. And they kept doing round after round after round, and just way too many people were winning and all that. So we're like, okay, we got to figure out how to deal with this. And so it was like the first week, the questions were all like really easy throwaways, like which person found the slime? Which person did this? And then later on, they're like, okay, at what time did this happen? And you had to like, you know, they had like their 4 options. You had to go through and like look through these bunches of scenes. You'd see like the 1 clock in the background in this scene. And then here, realize a person had referenced the previous scene as happening in the past tense, but hadn't mentioned the other thing yet. And like do this entire algebra to like narrow it down to one option. Then it was very clear, it was like, oh, we need to step the hell up on these questions. Because I think they'd expected to get it down in just 2 or 3 rounds to like 5 people. And they were on their like 4th round and they still had thousands of people that managed to get literally all of the trivia right. And yeah, so they ended up doing this one and it was like, okay, whoever gets it in first and all that kind of stuff. And like I said, they took off all the kids' gloves on that. And I definitely remember we thought we had lost because, you know, the episode came out, we watched it immediately, we're going through all the trivia and all that, and it took us like half an hour to figure it all out, and we're like, oh my god, half an hour, there's no way. And they still had, it was like 7 people all got in around the same time. They're like, all right, we'll give out 2 extra ones. I have never put that much effort into a cartoon. And there was nothing wrong with those Ghostbusters cartoons. They weren't exactly amazing either. They were fine. Rockstar said they're focusing on better multiplayer experience at GTA 6 on launch. You're sure there'll be many ways to spend your real-life money. Yeah. I mean... So, like... GTA 5, the heists in multiplayer were a lot of fun. Those were good. GTA 5, the open world part, if you were in a session with people you knew, could be a lot of fun. GTA 5 online with randoms was awful. and not fun and terrible. GTA 5, if you had some randoms and some people you knew, also ended up awful because you'd always get that one modder. They were like, yeah, let's go ahead and do some of the motorcycle gang stuff. And then suddenly the sky would turn on fire and planes would come smashing into the ground out of nowhere, and your vehicles would randomly explode, and you'd find yourself like standing in the skybox in the snow, and you're just like, I don't want to play the game, man. Just let me play the freaking game. And they wouldn't let you make a private session without penalizing you, because they wanted you to play with others. That way, one group could start the motorcycle, gang mission, and another group who you don't know could potentially try and stop it. Like, that was supposed to be the way it worked. But it was just, people, they call it modding, but it was hacking the game. It was cheating the game. It's just, you just used a mod to do it. And so it became like a known thing that what you would do is if you wanted to play without the penalties, you would have your person who would start the session, and they would go in and basically fake that they had like a really bad connection. And so, to their credit, Rockstar would recognize like, oh, this person has a really bad connection. Let's put them off in their own instance so they don't ruin the thing for everybody. And then you'd invite all your friends into your session, and you would get maybe an hour or two before, the servers corrected and went, wait a second, their connection's stable, let's bring more people in. Didn't they just announce they're delaying GTA 6? Yes, to next year. Next June or July or whatever. And they gave away PlayStation, so they gave away 7 PlayStations. Like, it was supposed to be 5, and then they added 2 more PlayStations when they just... too many people kept winning. And we won one of the PlayStations. For us, I think we were... I don't know what age we were. We were, like, teenagers, young teenagers, I think. So that was pretty fantastic. We were pretty thrilled about it. You know what's up, man? Do you know what mod that vehicle hours follow in-game hours instead of real life? Do you know of a mod? There's probably a mod that does that. I don't know the name of it, though. Let's see. A new era of modders started after they've given GTA Premium for free. Yeah. There were hackers spawning money bags for everyone in the lobby, and Rockstar started banning innocent people for cheating in money. Yeah, because they had their shark cards that you could exchange for money in-game. So it very directly hurt the monetization for Rockstar. Which still blows my mind that that was even a thing. That's one of those things that you go, Rockstar, you want to know why you have so many problems with your game? You're trusting way too much on your client side. Like, that is one of the rules you have when you're doing game dev for multiplayer, is you have to put as little trust in your client side as you can get away with. You can't trust where the player's position is. You can't trust the inventory situation on it. You don't do those things. Like, there's a lot of checking code you have to do, and yes, it adds a lot of load to your server side, which sucks because it costs you money. But you just can't trust the client. The client is not trustworthy. And then you get into that weird stuff where, like, you handle positioning on the server side, and usually the reality is it's a hybrid. That what'll happen is your client will be like, I'm moving here, I'm moving here, I'm moving here, here's X position, acceleration, all that. But the client side runs a check and said, okay, they last said I was here, and now, it's updated a second later, and now they're over here. And it just does a really quick, could they have actually done that? Yes. Okay. Or like, yes within such a narrow margin, or like no within such a narrow margin of yes, that it kind of just, gives the hand wave because, latency and all that kind of stuff. If it's like 90% right, it's probably fine. That means if the person can cheat, they cheat by moving like 5% faster than everyone else, which in a racing game is the whole thing. But for that kind of game, probably okay. Oh yeah, no, GTA, like, I don't regret buying it for the story. But I found the online thing, like, there were times I've had fun in the online thing. But it was... I had to go out of my way to do the whole thing where you'd fake a bad connection to get all the other people out so you could just play with your friends. Like, I was even fine. We did times that it was like 2 groups of our friends that we all invited in and went against each other, like trying to do contract things at the same time. And that was a lot of fun too. But with like just random people, the other thing I hated was they brought in that motorcycle with the homing missiles, and it was one of those things you either had it or you didn't. And I didn't like it because it's not how I wanted to play in the first place. I don't want the flying motorcycle to drive around in GTA. And if you didn't have it, like a lot of the missions, like you're trying to steal the car, the moment the flying motorcycle with a homing missile showed up, you're like, well, F me, I guess. Like I'm in this slow car that I have for this mission, and this person's just gonna blow me up because I have no real defense against it. Yeah, you remember doing that too? We were farming heists all night sometimes? Yeah, that was the fun of online. And that was to a lesser degree kind of the same problem I had in with Red Dead Redemption Online. That it wasn't as dramatic as GTA's online shenanigans because there was no horse that flies through the sky and fires homing bullets at you or anything. But it was the same kind of thing that, like, there's a very, very heavy cheating modding side of things there. People basically giving themselves invincibility and limitless whatever, because it's mostly the same code under the hood, so far as like how it handles the client server side. You know, even if the game aspects of it are totally different. But the money bags were being spawned right above the characters, so it's not possible to not pick them up. Yeah, that's not super unlike the Dark Souls 3 in that the Dark Souls games multiplayer people kept getting permanently banned because hackers figured out what they could do is get, you know, kind of false hacked items into the game. And when the server would run a check, you'd have like the hacked item in your inventory. They could literally put it in your inventory. You didn't have to interact with it. Early on, they had that where you interact with, but people figured out how to drop it directly into your inventory eventually. And they would put the hacked item directly in your inventory. The server's anti-cheat would run and go, "Oh, you can't have that." And you would get banned from the multiplayer servers for Dark Souls. Just completely. And for as much as I love the Souls games, FromSoft support, you know, filing to get a ban lifted or whatever, pretty garbage. Really, really, really bad. But the only thing VAC does is disconnect you from ranked games for no reason. Well, VAC, if you get a VAC ban, then they won't let you get onto the VAC servers. Like, I'd never had a VAC ban myself, but they won't let you on the VAC servers. It usually takes quite a bit to get a VAC ban, though. Like, someone being like, hey, this person said mean things or whatever. And even some cheating, a lot of times, people don't get in trouble for it. It's usually you have to be using a cheat that they've established and, like, detect very effectively. Not that there's never been a false positive or anything, I'm sure there has. But it's like games like Counter-Strike. You get a VAC ban, you can't play on the VAC servers. You can play on other people's individual servers. Yeah, VAC is also kicking people out, not permabanning. Yeah. Yeah, stuff like that's the thing with like the Dark Souls one. That literally you get a ban on your account there, and you're just done with multiplayer. That's just the end of it. There's no more multiplayer for you. And even if it's like a false thing, like I said, where someone throws a bad item in your inventory, that's it. Because I actually did get a I actually did get my Dark Souls 3 account banned because, like, I had beaten the game and done just about everything I could. Like, had already got 100%ed all the achievements and everything. I'm like, well, I want more. So what I did is I took Steam offline and took the game offline, like really, like completely took everything offline with a randomizer mod loaded. And I don't know what got through, but I played for maybe half an hour. I was like, never mind. Got rid of the randomizer, booted everything back up, and I was flagged with a ban. I'm like, okay, well, that's deeply upsetting. Luckily, that happened afterwards. And I did end up playing with my... Because, like, that was before I had played with my brother, so I had played with a couple of friends. I did a full playthrough with all the achievements, and I had played through myself for all the achievements as well. And I ended up playing with my older brother, but the way we worked around that is because you can share games with family members, is I just booted up a separate account, shared the game over to myself, and just played on the other account and was able to get online with no problems or anything. Which I'm like, that feels like it shouldn't work that way. But okay. So I got all the achievements on like a throwaway family account. It's the only game that's ever been played in that account too. That was a whole wild one. I do wish stuff like that, though. I do, and this is, you know, the game, it was made for console that got ported over to PC. So I get why I wasn't thinking, oh, I lifted that. I do wish stuff like that, you could, like, be able to flag yourself and be like, hey, I am modding my game. I understand I can't play multiplayer. Like, don't come after me. Like, I'm intending on playing single player with this mod. Like, I'm doing everything in my power to, like, take this offline and do this. Like, let me be like, hey, flag, this is a modded run. Don't let me play with others. I'm okay with that. I think that's reasonable and fair. But please don't just ban me from your entire platform because I'm playing this game, you know, with a mod on my own. That would require companies to admit their games can be played online. This is true, but Dark Souls was allowed to be played offline. Like, cause this is Dark Souls 3. You could always play it offline. You know, it would just be like, hey, you aren't going to get the social interaction side of things. I'm like, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Like Dark Souls 3, you could always do that. You just wouldn't get all the messages on the ground and everything. Because, I mean, I went out of my way and, like, literally killed the internet connection. Like, I'm assuming something happened, like, I played the game client flagged that, you know, I had cheated or whatever because I was running the mod, and then I went back online without clearing the flag or something. That's my best guess. Because, like I said, before I went back online, I had uninstalled all of that. Are you asking them not to spy on you? Is the other impression some Japanese studios and publishers have a tendency to restrict you very tightly on these matters? By far not all, but big companies, certainly more than small ones. I wouldn't even say it's strictly them. There's a lot of American companies who do that too. I think it's one of those things that has been changing though, as people's desire for modability in game has gotten to be more and more. That has created some pressure to not restrict it that hard. With the exceptions of competitive games. By the way, Factorio and RimWorld are fine with playing offline. Most games are. It's games as a service you gotta watch out for. The games as a service kind of games that are the ones that, like, no offline play. You also do have single player games, especially like Ubisoft was notorious for a long time, that they would do a check to see if you had an internet connection to verify your game while you're playing it. Which is, I think, what Burning Sun is more referring to. I mean, or the games as a service. I guess that would also qualify. That they used to have games that were single player just through and through. Such as Assassin's Creed. That was, I want to say, the first game that really did it. I can't remember which one it was, but one of the Assassin's Creed titles made it so you had to have a internet connection to play, and literally if it went down, it'd kick you out of the game and be like, you know, we can't verify you. Let's see, Ubisoft may be in trouble with the EU because of their always online thing. Yeah. Nintendo still does not implement separate volume sliders in many of their own games, ostensibly. Spore did that first as well. I didn't think Spore had that. I could be wrong. That would be one I'd want to verify, because I remember playing Spore, and I don't remember needing to be always online for it. Like, you could be right. I'm not trying to like call you out as wrong, but I'm like, I don't remember that being a thing with Spore. I know Spore was one of those games that got re-released later. Gotcha. They changed it later. Okay. So it might have been one of those things that it came out with it, and then like after a month or two or whatever, and bad PR, it went away, and I didn't, because I don't remember if I got Spore right when it came out or later. Yeah, no, I believe you. It sounds like a thing that happened, because Spore at the time would be Electronic Arts. I mean, it was Maxis, but it was Maxis under Electronic Arts, if I remember correctly. Yeah, no, I totally believe it, because that would have been one of the first ones. Gotcha, yeah. No, others are saying that's correct. Yeah, no, I think I just got Spore later, so I missed that whole thing. Same with SimCity, and it killed the franchise. Yeah, no, that was, because it was the always online thing, and their excuse there is it was a games as a service, that it was supposed to be multiplayer by design. And yeah, that really hurt. I was really salty about that release. That was one of the last times I pre-ordered a game. Because I had gotten that SimCity. I'm like, you know what, this seems cool. And conceptually, I will say it was a great idea. Conceptually. Execution with the always online thing, and, you know, when you actually got into the devil in the details kind of thing, then it was not nearly as good. That was pretty awful. Because, like, there was so many things they compromised for that. Like, if you looked at the map objectively from the previous SimCities, it was a smaller map. And then on top of that, you know, you had all of these different individuals who were on your tile, and the idea that you'd have these cities that had direct ties in each other sounded really awesome. But behind the scenes was really just like, you know, a couple little flags and how high they were, and that was all that really carried over. Oh, they have high crime, and so you'd have their criminals coming to your town. So it's just really, really one of those things that, like, it really felt underwhelming. I think they had a lower variety of buildings as well. They simplified a lot of processes. And all of that had to do with the fact that they were making it multiplayer and, you know, needing to sync all the stuff across and all that. But again, I do like conceptually the idea of being able to play a game like SimCity or City Skylines or whatever, and choosing to be part of, like, a community or whatever, and that others' actions in your general block, whatever, would impact your city, or that you could choose to effectively specialize your city, and where you'd have, like, this big hole in what you're offering, your neighbor could fill it. But yeah, the execution on that was bad. I was pretty upset about that. Yeah, no, that genuinely killed the genre for a good couple years. That's part of why City Skylines did so well, is it took that genre, which had been just basically left to rot. And they're like, what if we just made a new SimCity game? And people bought a lot of it. And it did really well. Apparently, collecting data to improve your product or improve your experience is not legal, because you have to disclose exactly why you are collecting all that stuff. Yeah, no, there's a lot of restrictions. It's one of those things I actually do appreciate that's happening with a lot of that. A lot of companies collect your data, and they don't really specify what you're collecting, why you're collecting, how you're collecting, that kind of stuff. And like, and as a data-driven person myself who has worked on software a ton, like, don't get me wrong, I like heuristic data. I like being able to go to my users and be like, hey, well, I can tell X number percentage of my users clicked on this button versus that button. Maybe we change the position or the size of these buttons to get access to this button that's really small and out of the way that everybody's using, and get this button that nobody's using and, like, shove it over in the corner. You know, that's not necessarily the great example, but, you know, having that information to help go with that. Or being able to collect all sorts of error logs and all that to see what problems people are running into, being like, oh, I'm seeing an issue here. But all that stuff needs to be, like, opted in and being very careful and stuff. You know, they discovered Ubisoft's games, not disclosed which one, connects to their servers 150 times within 10 minutes. Nice. So it's probably, knowing that frequency, more than likely it's probably collecting some type of logging information. So like whether what's happening with their games or communication calls or whatever. Which again, they still need to disclose that they're collecting heuristics or whatever. And I do think it should be opt-in, not opt-out. But I do appreciate that there are more places being like, hey, you can't just collect copious and endless amounts of data about people without at least getting their permission. And I also like that a bunch of places are also making it so like if I buy your game and then I walk home and then your terms of service comes up and says, hey, by the way, you're required to agree to allow us to collect your data, that's a legal violation. They got to have it on the box being like, hey, you're buying this box. At the time you're getting ready to give us money, just know there's terms and conditions that apply here. Now, granted, you still have to click through and go through and read them and all that, and a lot of people don't. But it is one of those things that at the time of purchase, they can't kind of okie doke you and be like, by the way, we're going to scrape all your data and make it our own. They can't just do that. They can't force you to do that after you've spent your money and the game may not be returnable or whatever. And they even use unique identifiers for every crash report. Nice. So that with enough effort, they could one-to-one, figure out who it is. I have had that battle at more than one company where they're like, we anonymize your data. And you're like, all right, give me 15 minutes. That's Carol in purchasing. Like, wait, we anonymize it. What did you do to figure that out? It's like, well, you've got the department here. The department has 8 people. And it was pretty easy from there. Like, I didn't need any internal access beyond this, like, one package of data. You gave me the department. It says, whether they're, like, male or female or whatever. And by the time we're there, we're down to 2. And it's real easy to figure it out from there. But yeah, no, and especially when you have unique identifier where you can get more and more chunks of data. It is really easy to de-anonymize data. Properly anonymizing data can be done, but it's extremely hard and it requires collecting extremely limited amounts of data, which is the key aspect there. The more you collect, the harder it is to genuinely anonymize. Market departments need better training on data. I don't disagree with that. I would also say it's a step more that, genuinely speaking, we just need stricter laws about what data can be collected, how it can be collected, what it can be used for, how it can be stored, how it can be shared, how it can be sold, yada yada yada, all those things. And again, there are places getting good about it. Hey, Asian Hot Wife, thank you so much for the raid. It's good to see you. For those who don't know, I met Asian Hot Wife through Ultrasaurus. Playing some Farming Simulator 25. So how was your stream and all that good stuff? So go check them out, playing some Farming Simulator 25. And I still get a smile and a chuckle out of the name. It is an amazingly good name. And also, definitely one of those ones that's weird to say out loud. Yeah, $1 million in debt. Yeah, so we're doing a challenge that we started with $1 million in debt. And also, again, check out Asian Hot Wife. Do that thing, all that. Before I get into my thing. Secondary concerns. For those who don't know who I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. Feel free to call me Monique. Did I pronounce that correctly? I feel like I did. Because I'm gonna add a nickname. Because I will not remember that if I do not add a nickname. Because brains are the way they are. There. Cool. So next time you post for me, I will see a nickname. Cool. So, I'm Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record. Hubby here, Christian. Alright, I'll set a nickname on that one as well. Cool. But, and thanks for those follows, by the way. Yeah, no, I got the context, but thank you for making sure I was clearer in that one. But I used to hold a world record in Project Zomboid for the highest kill count run ever streamed at 135,121 zombies killed on one character, one life, with no mods to change itemization or vehicles, on sweaty try-hard settings and yada yada yada. The point is, big record, big number, cool times. But you'll notice there's a past tense. That record has been beaten. But I am a variety streamer. I do play a whole range of games, including games like their simulation like this one, RimWorld. I've played a Project Zomboid in the past, Tycoons, the occasional Survival Crafter, a whole range of stuff, good times. But I tend to do a lot of challenge runs in games that I know. So what I'm doing right now is we started today, so like a day or two ago, the precision farming mod came out, and I ran into, Azriel dropped in, and was like, hey man, I got this mod that I've been playing, and it changes the way loans and all that work in the game, and you should check it out. And it was like, oh, maybe I'll look at that some point. I'm at a thing. And then, after talking about it a little bit, and then coming up with all sorts of awful ideas I will absolutely regret after stream, I was like, I know I just started this precision farming run like 2 days ago, but I want to start a new run. To do something far worse, because we did check out like the basic cycle of all the precision farming stuff, which is fun times. And yes, I am absolutely looking forward to Roadcraft. Dune Awakening looks like a good game. I'm kind of sitting back and waiting to see it a little bit for myself. Just in a lot of survival crafters and all that I'm kind of like, the MMO-ish aspect of it is kind of one of those things I'm a little leery about. It looks good. I know a lot of people have been having a lot of fun with it. I don't have any negatives to say about it. But yeah, Roadcraft is going to be entirely too much of my schedule. It's gonna be great. It's gonna suck people in for sure. Oh yeah, I'm expecting it to be you walk around the map and the map is just littered with buildings, and I'm not expecting to enjoy it that much. You got your hard hat and safety vest ready to go? Nice. But to get on to what we're doing today, is I've started this challenge run, and an important thing about this challenge run is you see this extra tab up here? This is the enhanced loans mod. And what we've done is we've given ourselves a $1 million loan, of which I only actually got $100,000. So when we started the game, I got $100,000 and $1 million in debt. And you probably noticed that my loan payment every month is about $19,000. It is a thing that if I do not make my loan payment, my interest rate goes up, and if I continue to not pay it, they take my stuff, which would be bricking the run. That's my game over condition. So we're doing all that. But wait, there's more. We are playing on the hard economy settings, and I'm not allowing myself to take any loans. And we have used a mod so that when I take a contract, I can't get the super discounted equipment lease. I have to lease it myself at the less ideal rates. I did say I was probably going to regret this. So right now, it's a juggle between I need to do contracts to make money enough to keep ahead of my loan payments. I also need to make enough money to get equipment so that I can do other contracts. And we're just trying our best to make it through. And the results are... They're results. We haven't lost yet, but you can probably tell from the 8,000 in the bank when I need to pay 19,000 by the end of the month, and the winter months don't have many contracts that we can do. I'm a little worried we're in bad shape, because January and December basically have very little in the way of contracts. So I definitely need to make money. I've also been trying to not slow down time at all. Because, you know, then I can basically pause time and just keep burning contracts. Just root veggies, and those stink. Yeah, though, so like I haven't been slowing down time, so root veggies, that's the thing that would work against that. But because I have to buy the equipment, that's the snag though. because you got all those harvesting contracts. There's money to be had there. But to do that, I need like $130,000 to get like even the worst harvester. The root crops, I could technically get the crappy harvester with the crates. I mean, not right now. I could have gotten that earlier. So we did make one slip up, is I got the weeder, and unfortunately it didn't work with the precision farming mod. But the good news is that was only $6,500, and then I was able to return and get about about $4,500 back. So it really only set me back about $1,200. We should be a bank robber mod to offset the debts. Yeah, I'm actually looking. Yeah, so all of these lucrative harvesting ones can't do it. We got a deadwood, and I've got 2 more cultivating contracts we can do. I'll grab another one of those. We're gonna probably do a lot of these, unfortunately, and all that. So, also, people mentioned is like, what is this map? So this is my first time doing this map. It is like, I don't know, it's like fresh stocks. It is a 4, and there's like the name down there for you. It is a 4x size map, which is like the biggest size map. So this map's like, okay. Keep in mind, like this field here, that's a $60,000 field. That tiny little itty bitty field there is a $60,000 field. If we go over here to field 13, for example, I think that's the biggest one on the map. It is an 80-acre field. This is a big map. This is a really, really big map. Hey, Daka, how's it going? So you want to make like coffee and pineapple crops? Oh, that'd be fun. That's do they have mods for a lot of that stuff? The because one of the conversations that come up. Gotcha, Hawaii, gotcha. Yeah, no, that's like we've had discussions like, okay, if you could add one crop to the game, what would you want to add? And usually my first one is I want like a proper orchard. I don't want those grapevine olive garbage we've got. I want like a proper orchard. I don't care if it's apples, I don't care if it's oranges, I don't care if it's like almonds or walnuts or whatever. I want like a proper, you drive between the trees, you get your big hydraulic arm, you grab the base of the tree and you give it a little shaky shake and all that. And I also want it to work like an actual orchard where you plant the tree and you don't get squat out of it for a couple of years because that's genuine for it. And then, you know, as it gets bigger, you get a better and better yield up until it hits like whatever the best one, you know, best is. Because I feel like that'd be a nice thing. If not that, we already have strawberries. I want strawberries in the field. I want to put like the big ridge that you punch the hole in the top, you put the little strawberry plant in. I want that kind of strawberries. I want to be able to do that and like have like the big ridges with a plastic wrap over them where we grow all the strawberries. And yeah, I mean we have grapes, but those aren't real crops. Yeah, I could absolutely go with pineapples. Like I could literally go for it because I imagine I've never actually looked at what a pineapple farm looks like. I've grown pineapple myself, but you know, home garden versus commercial is very different. Pineapple's a huge field that takes 3 years to grow. Interesting. So pineapples, like when you grow a residential garden, you grow the pineapple plant, you get a pineapple, like 1 pineapple a year. And then usually they live for a decent number of years before they stop putting out good pineapple. They'll still grow pineapple, but it's just like the quality of the pineapple really takes a hit as they... Let's see, you lived in Hawaii for 6 years. Dole has a massive field hand harvested. Yeah, strawberries are typically hand harvested as well. They do make machines to do it. They're just not commonly used. But yeah, nuts. Yeah, I imagine that's the holdup is the hand harvesting thing. But it would be nice for some of those crops that like, yeah, commercially they're mostly hand harvested. but there are are technically machines out there that can be used. It's just thing. Kind of coffee. Yeah, coffee would be another one. But yeah, I would like more fruit. I would like more fruit that we can farm. Let me grow tomatoes in a field. Ignore the fruit veggie comment for a month. Let me grow like tomatoes in the field. Let me grow like citrus. Let me grow things. Yeah, bananas, guava, mango. Like, let me grow some of that kind of stuff. And mango would be an orchard. Bananas, would you call a banana an orchard? So, for those who don't know, a banana tree is not a tree. It's actually a type of grass. But it grows like a tree, so people call it a tree. But it's really just a very extreme form of grass. But yeah, no, coffee makes sense, because coffee kind of grows on a bush sort of thing. You want a fruit bowl now? They use shaker machines for orange trees, don't they? So most citrus groves are hand-picked. Most citrus groves are hand-picked. They do have shaker machines for some of them as well, and they use more of those here in Florida than they use in California. And I'm using just the US because that's my point of reference. Because here in Florida, we typically grow the oranges you use for like orange juice and products that taste like orange and all that kind of stuff. Because we get these big oranges that are like this large. They look terrible. They're like yellow, and they look like they got spots, like not spots like rot on them, but like looks like someone gave it a good whack with, a bat a couple of times. But they taste really good and big. And then you go to California, and that's where you get the oranges that are used for when you buy an orange, or you get orange slices. And those are the little tiny oranges that are like bright orange. They look great. But they usually don't use those for like juicing and anything else like that. There's just way less in there. But they look good. And you'll have a lot of crops that's true. That you'll have like, this is the version of the crop you use for stuff you're going to process it, and then this is the version for the crop that you really need it to look good because it's going on the shelf as that. Let's see, they have a combine harvester for pineapples Dole uses. Some of those, when the harvest fields, they don't use to replant the other fields. Little known fact, to grow pineapple, you need the top of the previous pineapple. Oh yeah, no, we've actually talked about that in the channel. That I've talked about growing my own pineapples. Like, yeah, you just go to the store, you buy a pineapple, you hack like about in, half an inch from an inch, underneath where the green part is. Just get that very, very tippy top of the fruit, and you just stick it in the ground, put a little dirt on it, walk away. I mean, give it a water or whatever, but walk away, and it's a very low maintenance plant. Like, really, really easy to grow plant if you're in a climate that accepts it. Like, very genuinely, and then the beauty is, as like a residential person, like home gardening, you put the one down, you water it, it grows, it gets a pineapple, you cut the top off. And then you put that down, and now you got 2 pineapples. And then you cut the tops off, and now you got 4 pineapples, and then you cut the tops off, and then you got 8 pineapples. Now the downside is a year in between each of those, but it can be a project. The plantation, they teach you to actually just twist the green off. No fruit needed. Interesting. Yeah, I was always, again, home gardening versus commercial. I was always told to cut just barely below the green part. Like, you're mostly getting rind. That's probably more to keep it standing up, but yeah. The downside here is we got critters that'll get into them. Raccoons love to rip up pineapples. And the worst thing is they'll eat the backside of the pineapple out, and so you'll look out there and be like, oh man, my pineapple's getting pretty close to being ripe, I'm real excited. And you don't realize it, but the pineapple's gone. You're just looking at the skin, and then the green part on top of it. I've had that twice now. And then you go up, you touch a pineapple, it crumples on something, you're just like, well, that's the one pineapple this year that I don't get to eat. Or I had someone steal one that was like, you went up and there was like serrated blade cut off. I'm like, well, that wasn't wildlife that took that pineapple. That was someone's gardener or something. I only had that one once. That someone decided my pineapple looked good just the way it was and took it. I don't know who took it. It wasn't worth making a big think over. Someone wanted your $5 pineapple? Yeah. Yeah, sadly my pineapple plants aren't doing well. I kind of let my garden fall into bad shape. I kept getting rid of one pest and then getting a larger pest, and I was getting scared of where that was going. Like, started with leaf miners, no problem, got that sorted. Got caterpillars, no problem, got that sorted. Neighbor's cat / birds, no problem, got that sorted. Got to raccoons, okay, this is getting a little out of hand. Got to deer, and I'm like, alright, if I get rid of the deer, what shows up next? Cause we're getting pretty big here, and the deer were the one that were the hardest to get rid of. The deer give no F's about so many things. You grew watermelon growing up, you never got to eat one. Deer kept smashing them. Yeah, like, I did the thing where we had motion sprinkler thing I put on there was just like, it was just a motion sensor on a stick. And when a deer ran by, it would spray them. That worked well until the hose came off, and thankfully the water company forgave me that water bill. Cause that was upsetting. That was a lot. And it was only one day, but it was basically a hose on full tilt just on the ground because it got detached from it. Because the connection points are plastic and garbage. Then I tried, it also worked pretty well. It was a little thing that it was like a little pole with a little cotton, dab on it with a little pair of wires on it. And the idea is you'd put something that smells good to deer on it and then poke it with their nose and it gave them a real minor zap. And yes, I actually did zap myself with it because I wanted to make sure it's like, am I doing something like horrifically unethical? And it was like the zap, like if you stick your tongue in a 9-volt battery. Whereas like a little tingle, you're like, yeah, that's a little unpleasant, but not bad. It's more just upsetting to a deer who's, they're going there, sniff, sniff, get a little zappy zap on the tip of their nose, and it's sensitive and deeply upsetting. And so they bugger off. And that worked, except every time it rained, I had to re-put the scent into it. In the state of Florida, we call that a day that ends with Y during the summer. And so I got real tired of that. And that was kind of where I finally was like, you know what, to hell with it. I am properly demotivated now. Like, properly demotivated. I had this raspberry bush. No, sorry, blackberry. I had grown both raspberry and the blackberry. The raspberry didn't make it, it was just too hot. And I got this blackberry bush, and it grown to be like 3 or so feet tall, maybe 2 feet wide, something like that. So it was like basically full grown for the most part for what it was. And getting all excited about getting my blackberries and all that finally, because I had tried a couple of times, a couple of different varieties of blackberries and raspberries to find something that could tolerate the heat, and I had finally found one. And so I had that whole bush, and I went to bed, and I woke up, and there was this little nub, like maybe like half an inch to like or a centimeter above ground was all that was left. They literally ate the bush, thorns and all the way down to nothing, in the course of one night. And it was just like, F this all, it's not worth it, I'm done. You've lost your buffet, dear. You did this to yourself. You're trying to grow chocolate mint, but it's not going well. Deer be like that? Deer are metal. Like, the fact they're like thorns, yeah, that sounds good. You're in Vegas now, can't grow fruit other than Myers lemon. It's fun that you're in Vegas, because I was coming up with the excuse as to why we're $1 million in debt. And it was like, yeah, so we took a loan of $1 million, and you might be thinking, we went to Vegas and we went red or black. No, we went and we got a plain burger, and we got a drink, and then the $1 million was gone. Because this is Vegas. Because Vegas is hell of expensive. The deer was like, whom implanted this food just for me? Nom nom nom. Vegas is not for me. It's not a bad place, it's not for me. The strip, everything's on all the time. There is no escape from the noise. Very, very much I'm glad I went there for TwitchCon. But man, that whole strip going up and down, is just sensory overload the whole way. And I was real upsetty spaghetti about the prices on everything. But yeah, and again, that's the strip itself, which is its own world. Go 5 minutes off the strip, the prices are 50% less. Oh yeah, no, I believe it. Yeah, I absolutely believe that. The issue was when I was traveling for TwitchCon, I didn't have like a vehicle or anything, so if I couldn't walk there, it wasn't happening. So that was the whole thing. I'm glad I went, but it's definitely like the tourist part of Vegas was just definitely not for me. Was the Uber or DoorDash from Chinatown is your friend? Yeah, tourists don't know. Yeah, no, exactly. And that's mostly true. So I live in Central Florida, and it's very touristy here as well. Not quite as pricey as the Strip. Like, the Strip was still a price shocker even for touristy Central Florida. But generally, a lot of people who come here complain about the prices. But it is kind of that exact thing. It's not like the Strip where it's that one big kind of row and that sort of arcs. It's not like that where you can get off the sides. It's more like this vaguely ball area. But like once you get like outside that major touristy area, yeah, the prices drop off pretty steeply. Orlando in 6 to 8 weeks. Disney cruise and Epic Universe trip. Nice. Absolutely fantastic. I've enjoyed the Disney cruises. I've done a couple of those because living here, Disney being the major employer for basically all of Central Florida and one of the largest players in all of Florida, everybody who lives here for any length of time knows someone who works for Disney. It's just the way it be. But yeah, so I've gotten lucky where someone will be like, hey man, there's a cruise leaving in like in a week and they got spots open and they're going for cheap. Do you want to go? Yes. Yes, I do. How much is it now? Okay, we're on board. We don't get those often, but it is real fun when that happens. Where you get like a cruise half price. It's not something you can count on or rely on in any capacity. You get that call and you got to be ready to jump or you missed it. But yeah, no, it's very fun and enjoyable in the sense that yeah, you can like have that area where all the kids and all that do their thing, and you got the adult areas and they're super chill. Let's see, your mom visited a place not too far from us, got a sticker shock, $100 for a steak with no sides, just the beef. Steak gets hell of expensive sometimes. Let's see, you even got your kids your own room. It's not cheap. You could have done like 5 other cruises for the price of these, but the Disney, and you love it. Yeah, no, for those who haven't been on, like, this isn't even a thing, like, ignoring the Disney IP side of it. Like, you know, like, just pretend that label doesn't exist on there. Even ignoring that, the one thing I will hold that Disney cruises do better than any other cruise line I've been on is they've got, like, a really well set up where it's like, this is the kids area. You unleash the children over there. They're over there under adult supervision, and then this is the adults area. And this is where the adults go that the kids aren't welcome. And there's this middle area that everybody is welcome. And so you can do a really good job that if you want a quiet, relaxing time, you can just go over to the adults area and you can spend your whole cruise over there. And the kids who want to be away from their grown-ups, but again, under adult supervision, so it's not like they're able to do a lot of trouble with lots of activities, they've got their thing where they can be away from mom and dad and having a lot of fun on their own with all their friends they're making. And you know they're under supervision and everything, and it's good. And then you have all those times where it's like, all right, you're over there in the kids area. I'll see you at noon or whatever. We'll grab lunch and we'll hang out. We can tell each other about how our days are going, and then we can scatter again if you want. And then you do the excursions together and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, yours are the age where they can freely roam with their various kiddo teen clubs. Yeah, exactly. So it does a really good job of kind of letting you break away from that. And I'm not a parent myself, but even then, like, being able to go on a cruise and like separate out from all like the teenagers and the kids is still nice, because like the cruises I did when I was much younger was like Carnival cruise, and they were fun, but that's a party boat, and the teenagers were almost always going absolutely wild. And, you know, there's a certain thing, like, when you're in that age group, that's great. But as you get a little older, you're like, you know what? I want a little less wild. I'm down to do, like, a wine tasting or a beer tasting or whatever. And, you know, a comedy show and all that. I don't really want to deal with the 17, 18-year-olds and 19-year-olds if I can help it, though. You've never been to any Disney location or cruise? And probably never will, because, like, yeah, it can be tough. He doesn't relax with other normal folks. And generally, they have kids, so Disney is great. Yeah. So it's like one of those things that, like, ignoring. Obviously, there are people who are super into Disney, and that is a draw in for as well. But ignoring that side of it, it's still, to the day, of the cruise lines I have been on, which is admittedly not many. I think I've been on like 3 cruise lines, because that's just a big thing, Central Florida. And like I said, I've had connections with different groups who have people working for them who are like last minute. It's like, I remember getting on a Carnival cruise in my teens, and I knew someone who was, I don't remember what she did for them. She worked in something on Carnival Cruise, and I definitely remember she was like, okay, there's a cruise leaving in a week. If you could do it, the ticket's like $125 for a 5-day cruise. I'm like, yes. It's like, I haven't verified this with my employer yet, but yes, the answer is yes. Give me the ticket. I will call in dead if I have to. A 5-day cruise for $100-something bucks? Yes. The answer is yes, is nothing but yes. They don't get that cheap anymore. Let's say Virgin Cruises, even as a lifestyle yourselves, you're like, nope, that's far too much partying and clothing optional areas. Oh man, I haven't been on any cruises with clothing optional. That'd be one that I don't particularly. That's not a me thing. Disney is for the wealthy. Well, I mean, when it comes to cruise lines, there's definitely more expensive and less expensive. Disney's are on the more expensive side, but you've got a couple other like premium ones. But again, if you manage to like catch them on the discount, there's ways you can get discount ones. You gotta, usually for any type of discount tourism thing, you gotta be ready for like, hey, this didn't sell out. You know, can you jump right now? You've got to be able to do that kind of thing, which most people can't. It's one of those reasons why it's mostly locals that benefit from that kind of stuff, because there's not many people who. You'd be like, hey, you on the other side of the country, can you be here in 3 days to jump on a boat for super cheap? The answer is probably no. You'll be lucky to get that plane ticket over there for super cheap. Those Virgin boats pulled up right next to their Disney boat. You're like, kids, close your eyes. So, where I grew up in my teens, there was a fairly infamous beach not far called Playa Linda Beach. And it is a ridiculously long beach. Basically, there's a wildlife reserve that the Kennedy Space Center is at, and Playa Linda Beach is out that way and just keeps on going up that shore the whole way. And it's a really neat beach. It's not a touristy beach like Cocoa Beach or Daytona Beach or any of those. But, you know, it is a beach out there, and it does have a lot of infamy for it. And the reason is, there's something like, oh man, I'm not going to remember, it's like 25 or 27 piers. And so you start at like Pier 1, you slowly work your way out, and a pier might be 1/8 of a mile, 1/4 mile apart. And you get up to it somewhere around like Pier 22 or whatever, and I don't know if this is still the case. It becomes a nude beach. And I definitely only went there one time as like a teenager, because, you know, haha, you know, nude beach, this will be fun. And you go, oh, I never want to do this again. This is not what I was expecting. I'm gonna leave now. This is very uncomfortable. Like, didn't even do any of the nude beach stuff. Just walked there. I was like, oh, this is really not okay. I'm gonna leave. Wifey. Okay, you sleep well. Love you too. Let's hear in flight. Instructor used to fly at 500 feet over Fire Island. That a nude beach? And he'd have binoculars? Man. That's why we wear pants. Yeah. Cookie is pretty much on the money. There's nothing wrong with that if that's the way you want to live, but none of what you want to see is usually there. But again, teenage me didn't know any better. Oh, I see what's going on. All right. Okay. Laser question, did you upload that split game run to YouTube? Yeah, so I do stream to both Twitch and YouTube at the same time. So if I stream it on the platform, it should go over to YouTube. Like, there's sometimes things that they'll have, like, rules of sponsorships, but I haven't had any of those in a problem. Okay, so with that, we are at 12,647. We'll actually grab the money for that here in a second. I need to go to field 42, which is where? Because what I've been doing is I've actually been keeping a spreadsheet, which is something I don't normally... Okay, so 42 is literally we just hop on this road directly in front of me, and then take a left and to a right. But yeah, no, that's definitely a thing. Because what I'm going to do is I've been starting to keep a spreadsheet just to kind of see how long it takes me to pay off the equipment that I've spent money on. To see like where I made money, where I didn't make money, so like in the future buying equipment, you know, for this. Like, the weeder didn't work out, don't buy a bigger weeder with the expectation of it going anywhere. Or for example, we got the hoe and it's not paid for itself. If it does take a while, you know, that doesn't help. Yeah, so 42 is right there. And we're making relatively okay time. We could probably grab another cultivating contract. All right. Okay, sorry about that. So we can get this one going. I'll do the quick calculation on... Basically with the spreadsheet, I'm just taking whatever equipment I used on a particular thing, I'm taking the money we made from it and dividing it between there. Just out of curiosity with this challenge, like how it'll go with all that. Okay, so with that, we started this row. So with that, we make 12,647. So with 12,647, that'd be 6,323. So 6,323 was it? All right. We'll collect that, and we're good. Alright, so we're basically just using that to try and figure it out. Is you're trying your first Let's Play offline playthrough as well? It's been a rough start with a deadwooding accident. Oh, when you say deadwooding accident, cutting down the wrong trees, I'm assuming? Because that one and like the rock breaking one, it doesn't take very many to get the wrong ones to suddenly just eat up the whole thing. The spreadsheet says it'll take 500 seams to pay off your debt. Well, I mean... Assuming we don't game over, it's 5 in-game years that it pays up automatically. They said cut 17 deadwood. We circled the area, had like 25 deadwoods. Gotcha. Weird. Because usually the ones you cut down, they'll have like a little spray thing on them. I've definitely had times where, like, especially with the 1 or 2 times I've done modded maps, I've definitely had trees where I stared at them and was just like, which one of the, like, it was not deadwood trees, but there were another tree that looked very deadwood-esque, and it was very much one of those things. And it's a whole thing. Let's see, one had a mark buried inside a rock. That's dirty. That's, we did a couple deadwood contracts on this map, and if we look at the edge of this map, like, all the outside edges, the deadwoods out there were like your normal deadwood, but we did have 1 or 2 that appeared in a spot like this, or like that, where it wasn't even in the forest. It's in like this little easement to the side here. I was like, oh, it's just a freebie. Like, I've got like 6 trees here and there's a deadwood spread between them. Okay. Yeah, no, I had, like I said, I had like 1 modded map that I had a deadwood go really bad because, like, just, they had, it wasn't the same model, but it was so close for the deadwood. Like, the model between the normal trees and the deadwood were just so close to each other that it was really hard for me to tell the difference. Lodgepoles and deadwoods on Riverbend? Yeah, I don't think I did deadwood on Riverbend. Okay. Yeah, lodgepoles. They, man, I was messing with off-stream, like, I've been messing with a bunch of different challenge stuff to, I want to be better about producing content for other platforms as well as Twitch. For a whole mess of reasons. Like, 1, it's good to diversify. 2, you know, there's times like when TwitchCon comes up, I'll probably be away for a week. And rather than leave the channel with, like, nothing at all, I'll be like, hey, during this week, boom, here's 5, 6 YouTube videos. There you go. You can still, like, it wouldn't be the interactive thing we have normally, but you can still have some content to check on. And then there's lots of challenges and stuff that people want me to do that just really aren't suited for streaming. Just the nature of them, they're very, very slow. And so I'm like, this is all perfect for YouTube content. It just takes time. Only Farms content when? You and I both know there's going to be an Only Farms website. And I don't advise searching for it because I can guess the type of content on there. And you probably, if you were at any type of, like, educational institution and pulled it up, you'd get a big proxy filter warning that would say you can't go there. Hey, that's your farm on a Twitch playthrough? The in-game name? Oh, it's an excellent name. But you know there's going to be like an onlyfarms.com or .xx or .net or something or all of the above. And you know what you're going to find on the other side of that URL. I hope I'm entirely wrong and it's something like, you know, a farmers advocacy group or like a charity for farmers or whatever. Or like an advocacy group for women in farming or something completely positive. But the name immediately makes me like 100% sus. 100% sus. That is going to be someone's adult website. Remember that contract that ended at midnight when you first started Farm Sim 25 and the costs are failing it? Oh yeah. Yeah. Be real careful if you can't finish a harvest contract. Most contracts, if you fail them, you're only out whatever the lease cost if you leased equipment, and otherwise it's fine. But harvest contracts, you fail those, and you don't drop off a lot of that crop first, it is pretty bad. Only I'm not sure if it tried to filter something, or that was you trying to self-censor. I'm just not smart. You're pretty sure, but oh, that's not me. Gotcha. I don't know. Pretty sure you know the CMO of the platform they own. A lot of the Only sites. Pretty sure they own the Only farms. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I'm aware of those kind of ones. I had lots of people I knew because my background is in software development, including web dev. And we had a lot of people who they would get an idea and they would just burn $1,000 just buying a whole bunch of domains, or more than that, depending on how wide branching they're going. So you just did an Only farm search, and the top results all come back as World of Warcraft gold and level farming sites. You know what? I would not have guessed that. And honestly, while I'm definitely against like the gold farming thing in MMOs and how that can like really cause lots of problems, that's a good name for it. That's a good name for it. The marketing works. The marketing works. I don't have more to add to that. Like, it's like, you know what? If you're going to be selling gold in MMOs, it works. All right. We are doing so much cultivating today. The good news is we have already enough money to take care of our next loan payment, and we still can get probably 2 more contracts of the day easy. Let's see. I'll have to turn real fast and then I'll catch that message because it went by too fast on my screen. I've debated stop using the prompter. It's cool stuff, and I like it because it means I look straight at chat when I'm talking to you. But the downside is it's just too limited of a screen so far as what I can fit on it, versus I put on like my sign bounder and make the chat really tall. And I've been tempted to do that. I mean, we won the prompter at TwitchCon, so it's not like it's a waste, like I wasted money on it. Let's see. Network system architect, JavaScript dev, PCI compliance, HIPAA and data privacy consultant, GDRP, CCPA. For 20 years, government CSI contractor, dealing with global networks and SATCOMs. Many of those things we got overlap. Many of those things we got overlap. That I have done a lot with work with GDRP and CCPA as well, HIPAA compliance, PCI compliance. I have done lots in JavaScript. I am not the biggest fan of JavaScript. I respect JavaScript. It can be used anywhere and everywhere. Probably shouldn't, but I have done a lot of JavaScript. It is very useful. It is very powerful. Like, it serves its purpose. Yes, most e-com sites these days. Yup. And to be fair, like, for the web service side of it, sure, good enough. It's when you run to something that's like, what is this? It's like a Raspberry Pi. What's it running? JavaScript. And you stare at them and go, why? Why, of all the languages you could run directly on the hardware, why? Why is this running JavaScript? The Java trash heap is just nuts. It crashes a lot. Yup. Like Node.js Pi? Exactly. Have to have good system architects to failover. Yep. You fully agree. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, and I messed with like the Raspberry Pi. Oh man, what was the one? There was a it was the same basic hardware as a Raspberry Pi, but it was designed to support like other languages. So you had like a Raspberry Pi, you had a Python Pi, and I can't remember what the .NET one was. There was a .NET Pi. It's so you could use whatever language you're familiar with. But see, it'd be great if FarmSim paid you at the level of completion, for instance. So if you failed a contract and complete halfway, it'd pay you for half of that. Yeah, I know there's mods to do that there is a % completion. Some tasks, it's kind of you completed or you didn't. But yeah, no, for like the harvesting ones, I really wish that was the case. Because, like, especially it's the fact that you get punished. And I understand why they punish you. Because otherwise, you would have people like Spiffing Brit make videos on how you could cheese the game by, you know, starting a contract and then harvesting everything and then failing the contract and then selling all the goods. And even without that particular thing, there have been ways you can double dip contracts and other shenanigans you've been able to pull in the game over the years. Nothing quite to that extent, but like one of the old tricks in Farm Sim 22 that you'd always do, and you can still do it in Farm Sim 25, it's not quite as powerful as it was in 22, is like, for example, is I can take 3 contracts for harvesting canola, and as long as I don't drop off any canola till I'm done, and I just hoard all the canola and then I drop it off, what'll happen is that first contract, that 20% extra canola will then count towards the next one, that'll count towards the next one, that'll count towards the next one. And so you can kind of double and triple dip that one harvest. It still only gets you like 5-10% more of the canola to sell as yours. But, you know, you can get a little extra bang for the same amount of effort. That's on devs? Yep. IT kind of runs a lot because every programmer who knows JS can be used on the back end too. And your client and your thing, you assume that's one of the reasons it's spread. Yeah, so that's, you should give up correcting your typos. Yeah, no, it's all fine. So it very genuinely is a thing that, like, when I've consulted on the software dev side, you got, you know, some group, they've got their idea for a project and they're not knowledgeable on software dev. That's not their area of expertise. They're smart about the industry they want to go in, but they realize they need software to get there. And so I would consult with them. And one of the questions that are coming up is like, okay, you know, I am getting ready to bring on some devs to start, you know, making this website to do this product or whatever. Okay, fair enough. Makes sense. What language should we use? What framework should we use? These types of technologies. And there's certainly wrong answers. Like, there are genuinely wrong answers out there. Like, if you're trying to stand up a website and someone says Pascal, that is a wrong answer. 1, Pascal doesn't do web dev. 2, don't grab a language that far back. But they'll be like, what's the right language? It's like, that's the thing. There isn't a right language. And you'll have people get like in the philosophy behind it, like whether this language is blocking or not, the performance, the garbage heap, all of these different things. And they're all certainly worth considering. But it's like, okay, so you've already got a tech person on your team. What are they the most familiar with? Okay, they're familiar with .NET? Congratulations, you can do web dev in .NET and it'll stand up fine. Oh, they know Ruby? Congratulations, you can do Ruby. For what you're dealing with, you don't have to worry about any of the scalability issues. And those scalability issues, if you do get to a size where that becomes relevant, congratulations, you can afford people to fix that. Like, you've hit that threshold. You can make it happen. Like, you are big enough then. And so it's definitely one of those things that's like, what is the most familiarity you have in your team? And as long as it's not in that wrong answer category, go with it. Like, go with the known technology. Why would you take someone who's got 5-10 years experience in a language and be like, well, on theory, on paper, this other language is better? Sure, and maybe it is, but they're going to have to train themselves to use it. They're going to be more proficient in the one they got 5 years experience. They'll get that product stand up. And again, if you get to the point where scalability is starting to become a problem, you now have the resources to deal with it. Like, you've proven your product out enough that you can hire a team of people to deal with it, and that person who helped springboard you up, they can become your CTO or whatever, if they want to. Because it depends on the knowledge and the hardware, load balancing. Yeah, no, when we're the phase I'm talking about with the consulting, they're usually nowhere near far enough along to be like, am I running on a server I'm going to be running in my own closet? Am I going to be on Azure, AWS, you know, whatever? They haven't gone to that phase. Yeah. So you ran Costco.com and all that. Yeah, no, I gotcha. As well as Microsoft.com. I used to be featured on... I only can say this because, like, I shouldn't say it that much. That's too close to doxing myself. I will simply say I was very heavily featured on Microsoft's website for teaching some of their technologies. Like, I was the recommended resource for learning certain Microsoft technologies. I won't get more specific than that because that will definitely get to the point where people can, you know, way back machine their way to figuring out what it was. Let's see, the old mow and baling contracts of Farm Sim 22 were nice for cheesing and a bit extra. Mowing would allow you to get outside the field a bit and you can get additional grass, which if you then use your own baler, will get you 1 or 2 more bales in that field at a given time. So it's like 1 or 2 leeway, so you get an extra like 3-4 balers plus the extra grass. Yeah, not great money, but great for livestock feed. Yeah, no, that was I did that one. There's a bunch of other websites I ran that some of them were some pretty high traffic. Now, granted, Microsoft.com is a pretty high traffic, and Xbox.com would be another very high traffic one. The fun thing is I can make the comment that says, hey, if you're running those websites, you're also running at my software because I helped write part of .NET. When it did like the whole, well, actually, I take that back. Depending on when you ran those websites, you would or wouldn't be running on my software, because those websites definitely existed before I got involved in it. So if you ran those before I got involved in it, then you wouldn't be running on my code. But yeah, anything running on .NET is running some of my software if it came after the split where .NET Core showed up. You know, which the split and then remerge, and by remerge I mean it's .NET Core and it's still .NET Core, but they kind of hand waved that it all got merged in, but it's still .NET Core. Nice contracts for silage bales because they fermented instantly and you got more money. That's cool. But yeah, like I said, there's always been ways to kind of cheese your way around it. Some more egregious than others. Most of the ways you could cheese in Farm Sim when it came to contract abuse, most of those you're talking like 10-15% extra money or whatever, 20% maybe. So you're kind of sure you could get a version of Delphi, basically Pascal, with some kind of WebSocket interfaces. I mean, even standard ML has web programming. Just because you can, in theory, doesn't mean you should use it, though. Yeah, no, that's exactly it. That was, oh man, what was it? So, like, later on, they actually made Python web frameworks that are actually pretty good. But I definitely remember, you know, people love Python because Python is genuinely a solid functional language. And functional is a term, not, like, the traditional meaning of functional. That's a, blanking on the word. Not an architecture strategy, whatever. Basically, you got, like, object-oriented programming, you got functional programming. But it is a functional language in the functional programming approach. And some of the earlier web frameworks on that, it was like, you can do this, but you really shouldn't pass, you know, experimentation fun. Nowadays, they've actually got some good web frameworks for, was it Django? Is that the Python web framework that ended up being decent? Was it Django? I can't remember. I know I worked with someone who was teaching it. Like, she did 99% of that work. But yeah. But it is, you have a strong imperative object-oriented impression from Python. So you can sort of object-orient Python, but on its strong suit is dealing with the functional side of it. Let's see, are cultivating contracts completing with you for precision farming on that map? Sorry, you haven't been paying attention and just had one come up 10% short on Riverbend. I also had one come up 10% short in Riverbend. This one they are finishing. But yeah, no, I did have that yesterday. The one cultivation contract I did on Riverbend did not get full credit. But yeah, it's kind of like, so like F# is a functional language on the .NET side. And you can object-orient a functional language, and there are use cases that make sense. But it's just not really their strong suit. It's not the thing they do extremely well. They can be done, and there is a use case for it. Just the same thing as C#, for example, is generally an object-oriented programming language. You can actually use C#, as a functional language where you don't base it around objects and all that. It's not really worth doing, though. Generally speaking, you're better off using it as an object-oriented programming language or just using F#. It's the classic, you can get a language that like is written specifically with the intent of writing to databases, and you might be able to make a website doing it, and you can really kind of ram it through and make it happen if you can find the frameworks to support it. But at the same time, you can turn around and be like, you know what? Maybe this wasn't the winning strategy. Let's see, your first website you ever did was a simple HTML with VB functions in the 90s? Yeah, what would be my first one? Like, I know there's like the MySpace and all that kind of stuff, which doesn't really count. You're just dealing with kind of the front end then. I know I made a just like straight up HTML. Straight up HTML. I don't even think it had JavaScript. Did it even have a brain behind it? I think literally it was just like Ahrefs and all that between HTML was the first website I made, but that was like, yeah, you don't count Front Page or those other early WordPress editors. Yeah, no, I'm not talking like the WYSIWYGs. Like, I know I did like straight up just HTML connecting everything where there's no back end, that it just got hosted on whatever the platform was. They gave you like index.html and you just linked everything up. You know, back when it was like FTP things. Like that was way back there. But like my first proper website, that wouldn't be the help desk, would it? This gives you an idea of how I like to jump into challenging things. I'm pretty sure my first application was I was working city government on the IT side, and we were using an Access database as our help desk system. And this is going like circa 2000 or something like that, 2000, 2002, whatever the exact year was. And anyone who knows Access realize it's not multi-tenanted support, which means if I have two people writing to the same database at the same time, you lose data. It doesn't work, which we had it set up so it'd lock the database every time someone accessed it, so one person would have to leave and then the next one could pop in. And it also had a file limit size, I think it was like 2 gigs or 1.2 gigs or something like that. That was terrible. And I was a help desk coordinator, and I hated dealing with that effing garbage. So me having no legitimate dev experience being like, this is terrible, even the worst possible thing I could make is certainly better than this. And so I made an ASP website. Not ASPX, ASP. Like the OG. And literally made it from scratch. Using tutorials to figure it out as I go and looking up websites with whatever I could find teaching me how to do it. And made it from scratch, and for the record, not only did I do that, I actually got it to tie into our domain controller, so it actually used user permissions and everything, so that you would hop in, it would check your user permissions, you know, give you access to the website if you had the appropriate roles and all that kind of good stuff. Had it write to a SQL backend. And this is me just figuring this crap out on the go. Now, granted, many years later, turned around and just like, you know what? How did I make that website? Oh, that is absolutely a SQL injectable website. Super just shove the SQL right in there. Do what you want to that database. It is free for you to go for. Now, granted, it's only accessible internally. But it's definitely one of those things that, you know, again, I was learning this on the go because it can't possibly be worse than the stupid XS thing, and I still stand by that. But there was definitely stuff that, you know, after a couple years working in dev, I was like, oh man, I made some pretty egregious mistakes in there. Caching? What's caching? To hell with caching. Good enough? Yeah, exactly. Good enough for internal. GDRP doesn't exist yet. I don't have to worry about any things like PPI or whatever. Let me catch up real fast. We have BB when you were 14. Oh, you know what? I take that back. The first, not website, but the first application I wrote was in BASIC. I made it, I don't remember what song it was. I think I made it play like Mary Had a Little Lamb or something. I was in middle school and I found I could get into the BASIC programmer and I found I could play a tone. And, you know, naturally I was like, I want to play a song. Okay, well, a real song's gonna be way too hard. You know, brain went to like Mary Had a Little Lamb. And that took me like 2 hours. Just trying to get any of the notes or timing right. Don't talk about XS. Working Cisco BI still used XS database for their data science. Literal privacy and data gov nightmare. Yup. The internet became very fast, so it had no reason. Let's see, that, 1 second, I gotta turn around. Let's see, that XS sounds like a thing you did when you worked at Disney. And what they wanted to do, was you gave them what they wanted. I was not permitted to have a server beyond the SMB file server, and they already had for that team. Yep. Let's see, when digging into Costco's, I keep saying Cisco, Costco's contracts, they needed to be rewritten to be GDRP compliance. You found over 50,000 or 500,000 contracts in people's My Documents folder, no contract repo management system whatsoever. And Costco's contract list was huge, the biggest ever. QBasic Gorilla Game was a thing. Yeah, I don't have one that bad. The worst I've had for like horrible compliance violations, this would be back when I was on the IT side, not the dev side. I was the assistant network administrator for a place with no network administrator. Yep, you can figure that one out. And there was a lot of trouble because the company I worked for sold weapons that were used by SWAT, the Special Forces in Australia, and Navy SEAL. And someone did some bad programming on the CNC machines that are responsible for serial numbers. You can probably get where this is going. There are some real strict laws around firearms and serial numbers. They did get it sorted out in the long run, but a lot of things had to be destroyed. They did have to be like, hey, you need to send those back because they're illegal. They produced a bunch of firearms that all had the same serial number. That is a real big legal no-no. That is a real big legal no-no. But they did manage to recover everything, and then, like I said, destroyed the duplicate serial number ones and got it all fixed after the fact. But it was supposed to increment, and it wasn't. And it wasn't until there was like kind of auditing some oddities that we were like, wait a second, this is not a little problem. This is a people going to jail kind of problem. Yeah, what gun was used to commit the crime? Well, it could have been like twice. Luckily, it was nowhere near that big a number. Because like I said, the primary customers were military and law enforcement. So at least there was that was like, hey, we have a compliance issue, we need those back. It didn't become a big thing. But so, you know, illegal actions in Fortune 500 team, and like the only reason you don't report is because you don't want to deal with the result of creating a federal lawsuit against them. Yeah, that's the whole thing. It's because they can't find contracts, you don't know what it was used for. Just pay the bill and move on. Hey, Azrael. How we getting on? Yeah, so you probably noticed I've given you like 2 or 3 shoutouts during the stream. Or maybe you haven't. After talking to you the other day, definitely doing a horrifically indebting myself run. Because that sounded like a terrible idea. definitely check out Asriel 112. So we're not doing exactly the same idea, but it's very thematically similar. So like we're not allowing ourselves to do leases. I have to own all the equipment, but I also don't have the restriction about owning land or anything like that. So the point is, horrifically indebted, that part's the same. But also plays Farm Sim 25 among other simulation games, so you can find it over there. Good times. We rated out to them last night and all that. But yeah, so we're making that happen. And that's a doozy. And I'm realizing I may have needed more time for this in-game day. So you don't know if it'll do anything, but you submit a bug report regarding the cultivation contracts failing on Riverbend with precision farming. Yeah. The enhanced loan system? Oh yeah. No, I appreciate it doesn't trivialize the loans, because that's always one of the things that bothered me. So in games, a lot of games when you borrow money, they really have pretty unrealistic, like how little you pay back, how long you have, and it's fine. Like for like a challenge run, it's like, you know what? It is just kind of one of those things that, like, being able to sit there and really going and be like, no, loans are actually a big business. You're anti-loan in real life, so you cannot get the self to do them in-game. You'd rather grind. So that's normally what I do as well. Most of my challenge runs, I don't allow loans or leases. This one we are allowing leases, and then, like, I'm not allowed to take a new loan. The idea is our credit is shot in this game. We borrowed $1 million, and we don't have any of that. And so, you know, we're just pretending our credit is shot and no one could possibly give us more money. Oh, so it's not the base game. I have a mod called Enhanced Loans. So if you go in the game normally and you take a $1 million loan, first you're going to have to get a bunch of assets to be allowed to do that. But you take a $1 million loan, I want to say the monthly payment ends up being like $3,000. And if you just don't pay it, your balance goes negative, but it doesn't really hurt you other than it's very annoying to deal with, having a negative balance. And then it's also kind of one of those things that in Farm Sim, when you do a loan payment, nothing goes against the principal unless you do a principal payment. So with the enhanced loans, I can do a special redemption, which is like one extra payment, I think, per year. But with this, you can see I got to pay $19,000 a month on my loan. And it is one of those things that, like, if I don't pay it, I believe if you don't pay it, your interest rate goes up. I believe that's the case in the game. And if you continue to not pay it, I do believe you'll eventually have... I think they do it like a repossession. I know there's the lease mod I don't have right now. I know that one will repossess it. But I believe they'll repossess it or something like that to a certain amount. I could be wrong in that. But regardless, for the challenge run, the rates change depending on payments. Yeah. So if I miss a payment, the interest goes up, which means my future payments are worse. And it's just bad news. Or, like, it'll take me long to pay off my debt, whatever it is. It's bad. We don't do it. But on top of that, if that repossession thing is the case, you get into the negatives and then they take away your equipment, the run's bricked. Because now you're negative monies, you can't borrow more monies, and you don't have stuff. And you still have debt coming in. So it is effectively a losable Farm Sim, challenge. And not in, like, you can have the ones that are losable, like make $1 million in 1 year or whatever. Needs to be a version with randomized variable rate. So I could see them having like a range or whatever that the interest rate goes up and down. That's the only one way to solve it. Time to grow some wheat instead of wheat. Yeah, so the first thing I was going to do for my challenge was start myself with $0 and on top of that $0 have the $1 million loan to pay. And then the plan had been to do a couple quick deadwood contracts to then lease, my first tractor and whatever tool. Use that to generate some money, get enough to pay off the first month. And then the idea being you'd want to slowly work from leasing to owning your equipment because those leases would just cut into your profit margins. That was a mistake because those deadwood contracts do not come very fast. Can you slow down time to the point where the day lasts forever to complete more contracts? I can slow it down to a point an in-game day is 48 real-life hours. I have been trying to keep myself at the rule that I may not slow down time when doing contracts. Later on, if we get our own farm and all that, I will slow down time to manage my own farm, because by the time we get to that point, the challenge part's won. Like, by the time we can get ourselves our own field and work it and all that, if I haven't paid off my debt, it means I've got myself so financially secured that'll be a thing. But I am trying to not slow down time. Because, like, I do feel like if we can slow down time with the contracts I have here, I can get all these cultivating contracts that should give me enough money to get the equipment to do, like, I wouldn't want to do a plowing contract, but, you know, do some of these other contracts to get enough time to do the art contracts and eventually work myself up to the harvesting ones, that in the course of an in-game day, I could probably score myself like 200-ish thousand. Let's see, your sugarcane and rice field takes too long if you don't slow down time, even with two of you. It takes several in-game months to harvest it. You don't really use AI workers. Yeah. Like, there's definitely a point you either need to... So one of the other things you can do is you can also make it so an in-game month takes multiple days. Or you can slow down time and all that. Let's see, yours you've kept it at 5 times speed, 4-day months only allowed to work sunlight hours after we have passed August, because you only ever get 1 day in August. True, but you'd rather just slow it down. That's totally fair. And slowing it down is much easier. You just hit the shortcut key to slow it down. And then when you don't need that time, so it's like it's harvest day, that's your busy day, and then you get off harvest day, and, you know, it's like the planting harvest days are your busy days. And then you got like a bunch of days that aren't that hectic. Not unless you have like a huge variance in crops. You know that still exists in Farmstead 25, but Farmstead 22 there was an admin mod that features. Yeah, there is I don't know about pause time, but I believe there is, I think they call it power tools. There's a mod that does that. I don't have that loaded though. Like installed or anything. Yeah, no, I've been trying to not work after dark. The way I've been doing it, if it gets dark, I finish the contract I'm on and no more contracts. I've been trying to do that as well. That's more of a content creation concern than anything. Because, you know, driving around with your headlights going the whole way, they just, you know, most people on their phones just see this little ball of light. Not a great experience. Yeah, and I did run into, you had mentioned some of the weeding contracts. I did run into like 2 weeding contracts on this map that's bugged. So I have found with the, so like the hoe contracts, that 90% it sets the field to. I think they changed the way they calculate the weeds to count, instead of like the square footage or whatever the field, and then, you know, once you pass a certain percentage of the square footage of the field, congratulations, you're done. I believe what it's done is it's taken the weeds, and it says, okay, the weeds cover 10% of this field, so okay, 90% of the field is weeded. It does mean you finish a little bit early, but I think that's what's happening with that one. That said, the weeding contract it was just totally bugged, and it's definitely because of precision farming mod. Like, it didn't say 90%, I was like halfway through the field, and I was at 9%, I'm like, that's not gonna work. Gonna get some sleep? No problem. You sleep well and all that, and thank you so much for the lurk and all that good stuff. And for, you know, letting me know about the enhanced loans mod to make me do this incredibly cursed thing. Okay. Happy to spread the masochism. I'm also genuinely keeping a spreadsheet, so that literally all my spreadsheet is I buy the piece of equipment, and whatever I spent on the piece of equipment, I put that down. If I sell the equipment, I've got, you know, the mark for what I sold it for. And then each time I do a contract, I count that against it to be like, okay, how much money have I made through the purchase of this piece of equipment? And since, like, you know, for example, this contract, I'm using the cultivator and the tractor, I do split the money between the cultivator and the tractor 50-50. So this cultivator's paid for itself and then some. The tractor has not broken even yet. The hoe I purchased has not broken even yet. And the weeder will never break even, the one I got for $6,500, because the weeder contract was bugged, so we sold it once we realized that. Because there's no point in keeping that gone, so we lost about $2,000 on that from the purchase to the sell price since I sold it same day. Alright. It'll also be a curious thing to see, once we get some more tools, we can do some more processes. That'll help a lot. Now, I'm going to try to avoid buying a new tool for the next in-game month or so, and there's a reason for that. And the big reason is we're entering the winter months. The contracts available in the winter months are far more sparse. You get a lot of, like, you get the wood transport contract. I can't do that yet. I don't have the equipment, nor can I afford it. Those wouldn't be bad if I could. You get deadwood contracts, and that's a little bit of money, but over the course of a full day, I could probably make a couple $1,000. They're just not enough of those contracts to really get you through. And that's generally what you get in December and January. February, I believe you can get contracts for planting cotton, and you might start seeing some of the cultivating and plowing contracts start to show up. But generally speaking, the idea is basically winter is that rough patch. We're between the busy seasons, and we're just doing our best. But it starts to slow down in November, but I believe there is still some process in November. Very glad you passed in the mod to Rual. So much happier with him playing a more realistic loan system now. You much prefer the game on harder settings, a bit more starting capital, but the majority, let's see, the majority of concern comes for loan. Hell, if you were playing the full realism of the farm, you would always have a loan, because as soon as you pay the one off, you need to upgrade and expand, you take a loan. Yeah. Well, normally, my normal challenge run being the survivor, man, it's usually I start with $0, and it's less about, like, can you survive the costs at all, and it's more just a rags to riches kind of thing, where you start with nothing, but there's really not a lose condition. There's a, do I upgrade quickly or do I upgrade slow? But barring some horrific mismanagement of things, you're never at risk of losing. It's just, on the tile you start with whatever you use to start your money, because you can't start with literally nothing when you're doing those ones, because you usually don't allow contracts in that challenge. You know, you give yourself a chainsaw on like a plot of land, and when you run out of trees, you go, okay, I've got $80,000. What can I do to make money with $80,000? And then you do that, sustainably make money. And then it's a matter of going, okay, well, I'm making a couple $1,000s profit every month or whatever. Okay, how can I turn that into tens of thousands of dollars of profit? Okay, well, now it's a tens of thousands of dollars. Can I make it big tens of thousands? Okay, well, what can I do to go to the next step? And you eventually get to the point where it's just a normal run where you're making boatloads of money and all that. This run will eventually also get to that. It's just the early game, there's an attrition, a pushback, that not only do I need to make that money, but I need to make sufficient money to be able to keep this debt under control. Now, the thing is, that debt does go down. We've already paid off a chunk of the debt already, because we've gone 2 months. And each month we are paying down the principal. Part of me wishes this was like a compound interest loan, which you shouldn't, because that's awful. Where like the first payment only takes like $50 off of the principal, and it entirely rest goes to interest, and it very, very slowly over time becomes more and more of the principal gets paid down as you start reducing it. Your payment stays the same, but a larger portion of it goes to principal. And that may be how it works, and we just haven't gone far enough for me to notice yet. No, it can't be, because the first payment, the principal was the bulk of it. Or sorry, yeah, it was the bulk of it. Like the interest was like $3,000 and the principal was like the other 14,000 or whatever. You're kind of peeking at what other contracts are showing up. Compound interest is great for the bank. Oh yeah, compound interest is great for the bank. Compound interest sucks as the person borrowing the money. To be fair, you can actually turn around and make compound interest work better for you as well if you pay down the stuff early, so you're getting to principal payments right away. It can actually be pretty okay. But usually you're not borrowing ridiculously more money than you need just so you can pay down a bunch all at once to knock it down. Because that was always the big thing with interest, like loans that have compound interest, so like car loans and house loans can be that way. It was almost always one of those things that running in and being like, okay, do that extra payment if you can, because it just, that one early extra payment literally will save you thousands of dollars down the road. When playing Farm Sim for the first time, should you play the earlier version or get the latest version? Generally speaking, I would say get the latest version. When it comes to Farm Sim, for the most part, the latest version is what the previous version had, and then. So like, for example, if we look at this, it has all the functioning that Farm Sim 22 had, and more. The only counter argument I could see for that is if, for example, you're able to snag Farm Sim 22 and like all of its stuff at a really cheap price. There's certainly an argument to be made for, not buying this at like the new game price and getting like the other one at like a discount. But that will be one of those things that, 22 will never get the content that comes from 25, and you get the idea. You're losing touch with reality while you're talking about making money for farming in a world where you are doing a job streaming, and the fantasy is the reality of another job while talking about loans on tractors and worrying about market futures is way brighter fantasy than the sole survivor of a zombie apocalypse in Kentucky. Look, man, that sole survivor in Kentucky at some point is going to need to be able to grow their own food, and they're going to have to get into agriculture. And there is going to be some amount of other people potentially surviving in that world. And if someone has something that you need and is willing to loan it to you, there's going to be a cost. It may not be in dollars, it might be in calories of food or nails, but there's going to be something, so this is still applicable. But those dollars are down the road are worth less because inflation? Right, but taking into consideration, Invisible Monkey, while you're not wrong, inflation is, depending on whose metric you do, or don't need to argue one way or the other on the metric, it's usually somewhere in the area of like 3%. Give or take a little, it's a little different every year, adjusted with cost of living, yada, yada, yada. That's, the nuance of the specific number isn't important. But it's something like 3%. So if you consider, for example, you take, say, a 10-year loan on a house, and you've got, $200,000 loan or whatever it is. And sure, that 3% over the course of that 10 years actually adds up to a pretty decent amount. I'm not going to do the math in my head because I'm very lazy. But if you take into consideration that you go in and you drop that $1,000...
Thank you, Johnny_drop_tables for subscribing for 1 month.
And thank you, Johnny Drop Tables, for the Prime Gaming sub. I really do appreciate that, and I do hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes and all that good stuff. And you only get one of those a month, and you used it here. And also, excellent XKCD reference. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Let's see. Inflation is what you do in balloons. Yeah. But it's like the idea is you look at that and the inflation again, let's say it's 3%. Again, you could argue till you're blue in the face of being like, no, it's 1.2 or 1.5 or 5%. It all depends on whose metric you're using. That's not the important factor here. So we say it's 3%, and that's year over year. So like, if I have $100 this year and it goes up for 3%, I have about $97 worth of buying power of that previous amount of money. Fair enough. And then it does stack, so like the next time it'd be 3%, so of that $97, I now have, 94 point something dollars, and then 92 point something dollars, and 90 point something dollars, and you get the idea. So all in all, over the course of like 10 years, it's going to still be at like $85, give or take, of whatever your buying power with that $100 was at the beginning. So you've lost 15-ish bucks of that $100. Now, if I go through and I have a compound interest loan, which is basically that first payment, I'm going to be paying like 95% interest, 5% principal. If you go in there and you slap it with an additional payment, like you pay $2,000 or whatever it is, and you pay an additional $2,000 right here, right now. Now, over that entire stretch of time, yeah, it'd be a couple $100 when you take into consider inflation, that you've effectively lost that monetary opportunity. That's if you do something with that $2,000 now that you can generate money with it or whatever. But because we're dealing with compound interest, which is very nefarious in how it can get you, what ends up happening is by doing that extra loan payment, it'll literally save you thousands of dollars in interest, which is going to be way the hell more than that couple of $100 you saved yourself in potential inflation. Like, if you're getting towards the tail end of the loan, I would agree that it's not as important, but then at that point there's less inflation time. For as bad as inflation is, compound interest is factors worse. It's not credit card debt worse. It's pretty bad though. Credit card debt, where you're talking 18-20% interest, is a whole different animal. It doesn't need to there's a certain compounding of the fact that the principal doesn't get paid down. There's a whole thing there. But you get the idea. As much as it's easy to be like, inflation. Inflation is not always the big meanie in the room. Because, like I said, depending on whose metric you're using, it'll be between like 1.5 to 3%, sometimes up to 5%, adjusted with cost of living. Give or take in a given year, you'll have like that one year that spikes higher and a year that spikes lower. But just in the vague terms, it'll be in there. And while that sucks, that's usually only really a big problem if you have money just sitting there. Now, in the case of a loan, that's not money sitting there, that's money that's generating additional debt through interest. Because if you pay down the principal, that interest never is generated. Like, the credit card would be the extreme thing. Like, if you're like, I'm not going to do this extra, like, I'm not going to pay down the credit card entirely, I'm going to pay it down partially, because my money will be worth less in the future. Obviously, I understand you get that doesn't make sense because you're talking like 3% versus like 18% or whatever. But it is kind of that thing, is that the existing amount that stays on your card, that doesn't just get charged interest once. You get that 18, it goes against that. And then next month goes up. It's 18 AP over the year, not per month. You get the idea. The interest goes on there. And then the next month happens, and that new value with the interest on it gets the interest put against it. And then that new volume with the interest on it gets the interest put against it. And it gets worse. Like, and don't get me wrong, if you're doing your minimum payments, it should go down. But that's the scary thing about credit cards and that kind of thing, is it is one of those things that, because you're paying the interest on it and the interest compounds on itself, it is one of those things that you're like, technically that $100 you borrowed, you paid interest on it several dozen times before you finally paid it off. And that's the terrifying thing about compound interest. And the credit card analogy doesn't really work, but it's an easier to visualize thing because of the whole thing. It's a scam. Oh yeah, do not keep credit card debt if you can hold it. Like, if you can prevent it, do not keep credit card debt. That will take, like, you buy that thing that's $1,000, and by the time you're done with it, you might realize if you're doing minimum payments, you may have spent like $1,900 to get that thing. And if you pay it off quickly, that just 1 month goes by or whatever, you still probably paid $1,180. If you buy it and you pay it off immediately, then you beat the interest and that's fine. But they're counting on you forgetting it, missing it, not getting it in time, all that kind of stuff. Because it happens. And obviously, if you don't have the money, you do what you gotta do. You're done with this TikTok house buying get rich quick scheme? You're starting a credit card company? Hey man, credit cards make a lot of money. There's a lot you gotta set up to make it happen though. Like that's those things. A lot of those bank operations, you have to have ridiculous amounts of capital and often influence and all that to get them off the ground. But it is the thing that once you get it, as long as you're not playing risky plays, you can just bankroll money. And you have to fight their money in court? Yep. But yeah, so it is one of those things that, like, a loan is a less extreme thing. Like, a compound interest loan is a less extreme thing when it comes to that versus a credit card. So, like, very, very genuinely, unless you're expecting your money to be completely devalued over a short period of time, which can sometimes be a realistic concern, usually the answer is when you have a compound interest loan, any extra you can put against that is just going to help you in the long run. Because, again, compound interest, the more principal you pay off now, literally will save you magnitudes of interest down the road. Because that same $2,000 you paid off now, you're not paying the interest on that each and every single month until you would have paid off that $2,000 from your regular payments. It's pretty wild. And that's it. Like I said, if you do your extra payments, the compound interest loans can actually be not that bad. But you gotta be like, your first payment, there's my extra principal payment. Like I did that when I had a car loan and everything. It was like and the house loan when we had it, the mortgage. It was like every second or third payment's like, here's an extra payment, knock it down, and just watch like instantly the estimated amount we were going to have to pay drop several $1,000s. You know, towards the end it didn't really make that much of a difference when there's only going to be a couple more payments anyways. But especially early on, the earlier you can do it, the better. Again, if you have the money. Be real careful with debt. Debt is dangerous. Sometimes necessary, but real dangerous. Everything went from green to black. Oh right, we're basically in late fall, so I was like, man, it's really dark for 5:30. Oh right, it's October in non-specific region in the world. If you're up north like Michigan or Canada or something like that, we got another field to do too, so we're gonna be rolling around in the dark for a little bit. And that was, those are things I wish they did better teaching in school. Like when I went to school. Yeah, it got dark quickly. That's exactly what it was like. It's like, man, it's like there was this green glow and now it's just gone. What happened? It's after dark farming time? Exactly. Farming after dark. But yeah, no, it's one of the things that when I went to grade school and all that, I wish they did better. It wasn't a required curriculum, but we had our teachers, because it was deemed important at the time, it's not as important nowadays, they wanted to make sure we knew how to write a check, because at that time, when you went to pay your rent, you wrote a check. When you went to pay your power bill, you wrote a check. When you went to pay your water bill, you wrote a check. Like, it wasn't until later that we started getting a bunch of the things where you could do electronic payments and all that. Alright, so let's get to... I think we have one more contract I already took. Alright, so luckily this one is not quite as big as the one we just did. So that's Field 119. Okay, so it is go off the road to the right. And the second left. Need high beams mod? It's fine. But part of it is I do want to get this contract done as well. because that'll get me ahead probably 2 payments. So we'll have the payment today, and we'll be good for the November payment. And I want to, like I said, I want to try and get those couple payments ahead just until we get to the other side of winter, and then we can go back to operating per normal. Just because the number of contracts we're going to get during the winter are not going to be great. It'll just be like some deadwood. We might get a cultivating contract. I think you can get cultivating contracts during the winter, but they're pretty infrequent. And then the hope would be, by the time we get to like February or March, that we would have enough money set aside from like whatever contracts we can make happen. Like as we hit like that peak season, that we might be able to get another job done, like another job on the list. I should also be checking here. I mean, a roller's cool and all, but not really what we're looking for. Okay, and this should take us right by field 119, was it? Yeah, 119 will be on our left. Meanwhile, let's take a quick peek. So this contract's going to pay 11,328, so that would be 5,664. So let's go ahead and get that entered. 5,664. 5,664. All right. Tractor is getting pretty close to being paid down, where it has earned itself. The cultivator's more than doubled itself by now. Alright. It'll be real nice when you start getting some better equipment to be able to do some of these jobs faster. That's going to be one of the other investment decisions we're going to have to make. Like, if I get myself, say, 60, 70, 80,000 set aside, and it's time to be like, okay, we need to pick up another contract. Like, we're not seeing cultivating this month, what can I grab? There's that consideration, or do it's like, okay, do we get the bigger equipment for the cultivating or whatever job? You know, invest in a larger piece of equipment that we can catch on sale, maybe. And instead do that so that we can do a job that pays well faster. And honestly, the faster is probably the better call. Now granted, I don't want to do nothing but cultivating contracts forever, because that certainly sounds awful. But you get the idea. I do think we might try and keep an eye on the sales here. And see if we can't snag something that way. I think the pressure we'll have is if I ever find myself where there's not work to be done. Oh. Cool. I all this time I wasn't aware there was like literally a high beam button. It doesn't hugely change things, but it gives a little bit more in front. It doesn't look as dark inside the cabin of the vehicle because of all the headlights pointing this way. Did you... It accidentally picked up the cultivator. Let's spin back just that last little inch. Because I think it was when I switched. I must have yeah, it's right around there. I must have fat-fingered the key and got the cultivator lift button the same time I did the camera switch the second time. Alright. Let's try and get this field done as fast as we can. Because I would rather not fast forward time during our contracts and all that, just to keep that consistent. And all that good stuff. I'm also going to adjust the AC again because I'm slowly dying of heat in here. Okay. Make sure I adjusted the right one. Oh, never mind, it turned on. Yeah, I adjusted the right one. Okay. So I'll quickly go through, get this field knocked out as fast as we can. Get back to, get back to our starting location. Oh, we already did the calculation for this, so we can go ahead and collect that. So we're feeling pretty good. We got about 1.5 loan payments ready to rock and roll. That does mean we start the next day with enough money that if we finish this field before time runs out kind of thing, that will give us enough money to basically be set for 2 loan payments. And we certainly want to get that turned into equipment because money just sitting there to be gobbled up by the loan. While that does kind of future-proof ourselves a little bit from the debt side, it's not doing anything for us to bring in additional funds. And if we can increase the amount of revenue we make each month, we can get more ahead of the loan. And the more we can get ahead of the loan, the far better off we will be. And not only that, I'll be able to do more stuff to then, again, get myself more flow of money, more, get myself a higher rate of revenue, thus not needing to have to sweat it as hard just to keep the bills paid. It'll also give me more opportunity to do more stuff, more variety of stuff, more stuff faster. So while I've been trying to avoid working night, I did take this extra contract. Technically, I could cancel the contract with no penalty. But it's just like, I've got it, we got time, let's do it, let's get it done. Because everyone knows this is the way that Blair Witch Project starts out. Not really. But certainly Slenderman's gonna just show up in the periphery of the headlight. Or Wolfman's just gonna jump up on the side and rip the door open and pull us out of the vehicle. These things are definitely going to occur. You didn't realize it, but secretly Farm Simulator 25 is a psychological horror game. But it just really, really has a long lead-in before it gets to that point. Like they really lull you into that false sense of security over several hundred hours. That would be an interesting mechanic or mod. Just a weird random mod. It's just regular farm sim, but if any point you're running around in farm sim and you don't have a flashlight or like your cabin lights on, you only get a couple of seconds to react before the thing comes and grabs you. Gives you a jump scare. I don't actually want that, but that'd totally be a thing I could see someone doing. Doki Doki FFA Club. Trying to think what the acronym FFA is in this context. I'm assuming one of those is farm. Future Farmers of America. Ah. Doki Doki Future Farmers of America Club. Aw, man. I could certainly see someone doing some kind of crossover thing like that. Just not like that wouldn't be a mod that someone would actually take the time. That wouldn't be someone would take the time to like properly bake it, but for like one of those like really glitchy mods, like, you know, having a mod where you hit your horn and say it goes, "Oh yeah," or something like that. It's like that kind of quality you'd expect to see. It's like a high school club for farmers. Yeah, no, I got when you said the acronym, like, okay, I could guess what that is. I haven't heard of it before. I could guess what that is. Slenderman is not as scary as $1 million debt. Correct. Bring on Slenderman. I'll cover my eyes. I just don't need to look at him. I'll wear a blindfold. Clean your windows with garlic and line them with silver. Sorry, they don't sell that option. You'll have to accept sterling silver, and that doesn't actually count for the vampire thing. It's gotta be the legit stuff. None of this tin-based silver. That said, this field's going quite a bit faster. We're already 15% in, and we've only done, well, 14% in, and we've done 1 lap. So shouldn't be too bad. It'd be really nice if we get ourselves a bigger cultivator. The big problem is I need a bigger tractor for that. Just kidnap me already. I don't want to deal with that debt. Yeah, there's a certain level of debt. It's like, look, man, I'm already dead. This level of debt will never be paid. My existence is to be something that money is extracted from. I will take my chances with the ambiguous tall man who kidnaps people in the park for some reason. Probably not really, but also, yeah, $1 million in debt. It's like, yep, there's there's no paying this off in this situation. Not in real life. Like, honestly, this level of debt, you would end up having difficulty finding work because they would run background checks and all that and be like, holy crap. Garlic for vampire repellent, silver for wolfman repellent. Yeah, but what are we doing for Dr. Frankenstein's monster and Swamp Thing? Or no, it wasn't Swamp Thing, it was the thing from the Black Lagoon or whatever. I mean, that one's probably fine, just don't get near the water. Debt collector shows up for the rescue. Tomorrow, Rual plays a horror scare games at Farm Sim 22? Probably not. I'm actually I'm not very big on the horror genre. Like, the classic horrors, you know, you can kind of find them, like, chintzy and kind of fun and ridiculous. But most horror, like, nowadays, I'm super not into. Because they're just gore fest, and that doesn't really do anything for me. I did enjoy Phasmophobia, but that's like, it's more like the teamwork kind of silly stuff around that. Yeah, it's like, you're playing and it's like a horror, but it's more like Scooby-Doo, where the farmer goes missing, and there's this, you know, no one really knows where it went. And it's the debt collector that figures out that, you know, the monster is actually the farmer the whole time, just trying to dodge their debt. Also, valid on the farmer. Oh no, the farmer disappeared. Now there's just the mystery monster thing. Better not be anyone around. People shouldn't look for the farmer. There's a mission in Starfield like that? There is, but you're the debt collector in that quest? Yeah, that's, we won't go into the spoiler side of it. That's, you'll know the mission for Red Dead Redemption 2. The mission. That was a mission that I'm like, I hate this mission. And then you know where it leads you. I'm not going to take it farther than that so we don't spoil anything. but we'll just go with the debt collector mission. There's multiple debt collector missions, but you know the mission. The story relevant mission is the way we'll phrase it. Was very much like, I know we're the baddies, but no, we are the baddies. Like, we're very genuinely the baddies. Not just a little bit. Not in the, there's the two families fighting and we're just profiteering on it. No, we are the real baddies. Because of, like, the two families in profiteering are, you're like, yeah, both these families really suck. So, like, you know, even though we're the baddies here, we're being baddies to the baddies, so we're okay. Versus there's not an angle on that mission where you're like, oh, I'm not awful. That's one of the things of, like, they have, like, the whole good karma, bad karma thing in Red Dead Redemption 2. And you're like, okay, hear me out. The good karma, bad karma thing. I feel like missions like that automatically nullify any good karma you've done. Because you're like, you went with something that is truly appalling. And granted, it's one of those things the game doesn't give you the choice. Like, it is a required mission kind of thing. That you do awful things of unspecified nature. But it's definitely one of those things you're like, yeah, if we're going on this karma spectrum, our neutral's gotta be pretty low into the bad karma area for this to be considered good karma. But it's okay, because you go up to your horse and you feed a character who's like, that a girl. Yeah. Good girl. Yeah. That a girl. Shh. You're alright. Good girl. That a girl. And just constantly spam it to no end because it makes your horse feel better. Even though you're like, you know what? If I was the horse, I'd probably find this pretty obnoxious after about 10 minutes of you just being like, that a girl. Yeah. You're alright. The horse is like, well, I was alright, but now should I not be alright? Like, this dude on my back, man, really giving me some weird vibes here at the moment. Really kind of feeling a little uncomfortable about this person being around me. Definitely feeling like I'm gonna get this carrot, because the carrot's non-negotiable. I'm taking the carrot. And then I think I'm out of here. Like, I'm gonna get my due, and then I'm out. Red Dead Redemption 2. There are, like, that is a good game. Like, I know that's not shocking to anyone. The horse is deaf anyways, of all the shooting you do right next to its head. Oh, man. There are so many, like, series of shows and games and all that. And it's, like, only recently did they start really adding the whole thing where, you know, you fire a gun in enclosed space and everyone's like, oh! They've been doing that for years. Like, you'd be running around in Half-Life. You'd be in this tiny little box of a room, blasting a shotgun at something at close range. Like, you know what just happened? You know what you just did there in that brick room with no fabric of any kind, blasting a shotgun off with a wall 2 feet away from you? You just got tinnitus. That's what you just got. You just got tinnitus. Because you don't do that very many times before your hearing is effed. That is a whole thing. And you go through a whole game of just blasting that and be like, you know what? You know why all these enemies keep sneaking up on you? Your hearing's gone. They started adding that to like things like The Walking Dead later on, where the person like underneath the car and blasts like this big revolver. You just hear the wah as they're like holding their ears. Or I haven't watched Archer in forever, but that was a running gag in Archer. What's your favorite thing about Farm Sim 25? Ooh, a favorite thing about it? Like, that's a kind of a hard one. Like, I enjoy Farm Sim 25. Like, I enjoy kind of just the relaxing pace. I would definitely say, like, the build-up of the farm. So, like, when I play a lot of these games, especially when I'm doing challenge runs, I do like the gradual progression of it. It's one of the reasons why I like the challenges that slow the game down versus, you know, where you can just make hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars very rapidly kind of thing, that gameplay. I like the ones that really slow it down just because you do have that thing where, you know, you start out with this, like, open area that has nothing going on, and, like, slowly you get, like, okay, here's my greenhouse, okay, here's my barn, okay, well, this field's mine, okay, well, now I got these 4 machines, okay, I got that. And just kind of watch it slowly build up. So there's a very visual progression.
Thank you, for subscribing for 1 month.
Ooh, I am going to try to pronounce your name. If I get it wrong, please correct me. So thank you for the Prime Gaming sub. Is it Suicide? You're wrong. I figured I was gonna be wrong. Like, when I looked at that, I'm like, oh man. Delicious meat. But Tay is fine. Okay, Tay. Well, let's see. You like that if you play with other people, it takes a long time doing it alone? Yeah, no, that's the thing. It's backwards? Oh! I see. I forgot what the term is for that. Gotcha. I totally missed that. That's okay. Instead of all the head turned on their heel and politely ask you to stop. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's like a thing. Like, it used to be that enemies wouldn't even register if you're just firing a gun away. Or like they might scatter or something like that. But I do like that there's been more games and shows and all that where like the person blasts the, like, again, something like a rifle or a big revolver in a small enclosed space. And you have the one person like, ah! Like, you know, like just that kind of thing. It's like, what's wrong with you? I like that as a thing. Because it's also the kind of thing I could see someone who has no idea anything about firearms completely and utterly doing. Because here's a hint, small explosions and even smaller paces, real bad for the hearing. Real painful for the hearing. Yeah, as far as tinnitus, I have like very, very mild where I've got like the ringing. And it's way too much headsets, way too loud and all that. Let's see, wasn't that first episode of Walking Dead where the dude fired a gun inside of a tank? I believe so. They did that. Like, I'm one who hasn't watched through the Walking Dead, but I've definitely seen a number of videos talking about that, and they use the Walking Dead for a lot of scenes. Like, definitely is a thing. But yeah, that's the reason why when you go to the gun range, you wear your hearing protection. If you're going to be around explosions, you wear your hearing protection. Human hearing is actually a lot more fragile than you think. Another thing I'm sure contributed to it, I wasn't the person who absolutely blasted their music in their car, but I certainly did have times I cranked the music up quite a bit. Let's see, Mass Effect has that when explosion or crazy loud things happen. You remember encountering it for the first time thinking it was a great addition? Oh yeah. Your ears have been ringing since like 1987? Yeah. I don't know when it started, because like with stuff like tinnitus, unless it's like a very, very serious injury, like, you know, you got caught in a thing that was like a significant injury for your hearing. For a lot of people who get tinnitus, there isn't one instance that's like, that's when my hearing got jacked. It's you were listening to music too loud, you were firing too many guns, you were near some loud equipment, whatever it was that caused it. And it's one of those things that just tends to get a bit louder and a bit louder over time as you hurt your hearing. And you notice it. And it can be pretty awful. It can really cause, you know, it can cause all sorts of things like sleeping issues and all that. Yours is after combat when you're in the army. That would certainly make sense. No such thing as firing too many guns, brother. I mean, in enclosed spaces or without hearing protection, there certainly is. I definitely see the emote there. The point is, wear your PPE, people. When you go to the gun range, they're like, "Yo, put on your hearing protection." There's a reason for it. Or they'll give you those like the little orange things you stick in your ears. I don't go to many gun ranges, but when I used to work at a weapons manufacturer, like there was a range there because you had to test the things. But you have to hear your guns going off. The worst thing is I can see someone saying that because they've totally jacked their hearing. But so you got it really bad from certain meds. Fortunately, it faded away when you came off those meds, like 3 days later, because no way in heck I was going to accept that side effect. Yeah, my thing is, because again, mine's headsets all the time, always having sound around me, that kind of thing. And I have noticed I have a much higher sensitivity to sound nowadays. Like, being around loud places bothers me a lot more. Like, not just, like, being around, like, a band, that's fine. But, like, if you're, like, out and it's for, like, hours you're around stuff, it's not bothers me as, like, there's pain or anything. It's just like, look, man, I'm ready to not be around people. I'm ready for the noise to die down. That was the reason, like, when I was talking about, like, Vegas not being my kind of cup of tea, the Vegas Strip was on all the time. Like, there was music everywhere, people loud everywhere, things loud everywhere, and I get it. It's the lifestyle there. Let's see, used hearing protection, you still got tinnitus working in a loud environment. Yeah, it happens. But now the imagination is, if you didn't use the hearing protection, imagine how much worse it would be. It is what it is. There are hazards to certain jobs, certain working conditions and all that. And I imagine, not the software dev side, but jobs before that, I imagine that didn't help. Some of the tourist stuff was definitely loud. The conventions got really loud that I did a lot. I didn't think about that till just now. Let's see, even good dog groomers use hearing protection because not all dogs are loud. Dryers they use to dry the dogs to be very loud. Oh yeah. No, it's people underestimating how fast you can damage your hearing. And that when you damage your hearing, how much it takes for it to get better, and sometimes it just doesn't. All depending on the nature of the injury you've done to your hearing. Like, that's, I debated for a while if I could get away streaming without the headsets to, like, let that recover better. I don't think I can, though. Like, I don't think I could get the game sound loud enough that, you know, I could have a clue what's going on and not have it pick up on the mic. I know it's way better with the noise canceling than it's ever been, but there's that. And I don't keep my volume pretty loud. I actually keep it relatively quiet nowadays. But, you know, damage is damage. It's going to take a long time to recover. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, and there's a lot of jobs that are louder than you think, too. Manufacturing plants, depending on the nature of the manufacturing, can be very loud. That's actually probably, now I think about it, that's probably another major contributor, was that, the manufacturing plants. I worked at a bunch of manufacturing plants when I was younger. And, like, those milling machines can get pretty loud. The injection mold machines can get pretty loud. The presses usually weren't too bad. What is it? There's a different name for it. Metal shears. Not hydraulic press. But there was big metal shears that were hydraulic based, for cutting metal and all that. Those things got real loud. Because you'd sit there and be like, shrink! Because it, like, forced the metal apart and you'd have the banging of the other piece of metal falling down. Yep. And like hell was I sitting in that hot building. Like no one wore hearing protection, but even if I had known, as hot as those buildings got, sitting there with things covering your ears the whole day, I couldn't imagine. That'd be just miserable. Just matted with sweat. It was hot and miserable without it. But yeah, having the subwoofer in my car and all that when I was a teenager, early 20s, that sure as hell didn't help. Oh man, I completely forgot when we talked about that piece of junk car that was my first car a number of streams back. I remember I redid the audio system. I forgot. So like the person who owned it before put in their own audio system, they ripped it out when they sold it to me. And I know I had put like the 2 speakers in the front. I forgot I had made like my own little like speaker box in the back, and they're just like 2 6x9 speakers in there. I forgot I'd done that. That was like the first time I'd like really properly messed with any like making my own audio stuff. So like I had made the speaker box, measured a bunch of stuff out, did a bunch of calculations and all that. Yeah, I wasn't even, I think, 18 at the time, I don't believe. Man, I don't know how old I was when I got that car. I genuinely don't know the answer to that, because I was in high school, and I wasn't graduating yet, so I know I wasn't 19 yet. Clearly, I didn't own my own car on a learner's permit. I wouldn't have been able to drive it, because I would have had to have a family member with, or not family member, I would have had to have an adult with a license, so I had to be older than 15. But between like 18 and, 16, I have no idea. Because I can't think relative to what job I was working at the time when I got the car. I know what jobs I could have been working because I needed the car to get to them. Man. I bet you I was 16. Knowing me and how fiercely independent I was, I bet you I got that car as fast as I could have. And I had worked the summer job, so I would have had enough money because I bought that car for like nothing because it was a piece of crap. It was a useful piece of crap. It was a piece of crap. When you buy a car for $300, you're getting a piece of crap. Even by like, 2000, 2002, whatever year it was standards. It's a piece of crap. You don't get a car for a couple $100 and it be a nice car. Not unless, you've got like a family member who's giving it to you and just making you pay on principle or something. Which that was not the case. It was someone I didn't even particularly get along with in high school who just had a car they had to get rid of because they rear-ended a school bus. And I didn't have a vehicle and I wanted one because I was fiercely independent. That was a lot of my decision making as a teenager. Wait, I'm old enough to get a cell phone? Done. Cell phone acquired. Get my brick phone. Later got the upgrade to the Razor. Hot crap then. Get that flip phone. Wasn't just a brick. Felt fancy. And I wasn't made of money. I was working my tail off. That car is such a piece of junk. It's funny. I wish I could go back in time. When I brought that car home, I'm pretty sure I didn't talk to my parents when I got that car. I'm pretty sure I got that thing home. I don't remember what my dad's response was to it. I wish I did. Because as much of a sack of crap as that car was, and the fact that he probably knew he was gonna have to help me, that I was in over my depth. I doubt he remembers. I know in his shoes would be like, oh damn it. Brought home that car. It was 3 different colors on the front with a hood that didn't fit to the car properly. That was spray paint gold. I'd have been like, I don't know how much you spent to buy this, but if it's more than $20, you got scammed. Here, I'll tell you exactly where we can get the most money out of this. Let's go to the salvage yard and drop it off. For the record, I actually got a lot of miles out of it. But I saw that as an opportunity to get away from the house and not have to ask mom and dad for the car or ride the bicycle. Because there was sure as hell no public transportation in the area. And it did that after a hell of a lot of work. But yeah, no, that was, got the flip phone. Went from that to an iPhone when that was new stuff. Because I had worked my tail off the entire time as a teenager. So I got to have nicer things than a lot of people I knew who weren't made out of money because, which was most of the people I knew, there wasn't a lot of money in the area. Not right where I was at. Because like I was, even as a teenager, I was working multiple jobs. I've never been good about not being active. And it's not always been a good thing. There's definitely a lot of bad that came out of that mentality. There's patches of my life that I don't have memories from because I worked myself to the point I wasn't getting proper sleep, and you need proper sleep to form memories. That's a scary, terrifying thing. Because the time I was working 5 jobs, 1 full-time, 1 I owned, and a full-time student. That whole chapter of my life is a blur. That's got little snippets in there of here and there. I'm glad I was never the person who did a bunch of like really sussy things, because I would be terrified of what I might have done then. But like I've always been a pretty good egg. You need sleep to make memories. So it's not like you need like an individual sleep to form memories from the past. It's one of the problems you have with sleep deprivation is it does screw with your memory. So having significant sleep deprivation can have very negative impacts on your ability to store memories for later usage kind of thing. It can compromise that. So you like your iPhone, but you don't need a phone that's actually a mini computer? Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, I got my iPhone, and honestly, the thing I loved the most about the iPhone was when Pandora came out. That I thought was the greatest thing ever. Like, being able to just have a thing that found me new music, and all I had to do was be like, yes, I liked that. Give more, please, thanks. And then having the option to be like, no, I hated that. Don't ever play that again. Speaking of music, where did you go, music? You doing okay over there, music player? The exact moment I flipped this one is like, okay, there's your next track. But yeah, so that was the whole thing. I'm also fortunate at that time, like, there wouldn't be much opportunity for me to get myself in trouble either. I was too busy. One needs time off to get in trouble during your time off. Okay, so we should definitely be able to get this contract done before the in-game day's through. So that'll be good. That'll be another 10,000 or so we'll add on to the old roster. It'll then eat about 20,000, like 19,000 for the loan payment. So I don't quite have 2 months worth of loan payment sitting there, but that's a pretty good lead going in towards the winter months. I wish we had more, but we don't. So, you know, not much to say there. The big concern is I'm not going to have these more generous cultivating contracts or any of that kind of stuff when we hit the winter. It's going to primarily be like deadwood contract, wood transport contracts. In a pinch, if things got really desperate, I might be able to get... Ooh, no, can't get the forklift attachment on here. I was trying to think if I could get something that I could realistically pick up 2 or 3 logs and then drive them across to places to drop off. If we're desperate, I don't think we can. Because I can get like the forklift thing on the back and I might be able to tip a log or 2 on it, but I can't lock it in any way, and it's not as strong as like the grip hand. I don't think I can put anything that's good for picking up a log on the back of this. Like, I could certainly put a trailer, but we don't have super strength or anything going on. So I wouldn't have the means to get the log onto the trailer. And then plus that forklift thing is 10,000. And a trailer would be like only like 2 or 3. Because I could get away with a little trailer and just, you know, belt it down. Just take that trailer, belt down the logs. You know, they're hanging off the whole time. The whole thing's unbalanced and drives terribly. But how well it drives is irrelevant if I get it there. Hopefully it doesn't come to that, because... Or we get lucky and we get something on sale. That is always the wild card with these kind of things, is the RNG on the sales of what goes on sale each month. That you can have a plan and then suddenly you get something half off that is a very useful piece of equipment. And you're like half off in the baler and there's a bunch of baling contracts sold. But yeah, we definitely need to expand our equipment because we are cultivating and we're cultivating and we're cultivating, and it is progressing things. Because again, we are paying down our loan each month. And we're actually getting a little bit ahead on our loans now, which is the dream here. Because every little bit I get ahead is opportunity. Because that could be another piece of equipment. You know, more opportunity to make money. Yeah, because we paid this down to 968,000. We'll say 969,000. And it is a 60-month loan, 5 years. So we'll get that all sorted out. I don't know what the 34 here is. Now, technically, I could do a special redemption. And that's a thing you can do, and that's where you basically do an extra payment to knock down the interest rate. I would love to do that, but we're kind of in that situation where I don't think I can get away with it. And the reason I don't think I can get away with it, one, it's going to be hard just to survive our first winter. That's going to be the hardest winter we've got just because of that. And two, I think we'll be much better served in this particular case, because I don't believe it's compound interest and all that kind of good stuff. That we would probably be better served if I can get a piece of equipment that gives me more opportunity to make money. Like right now, the cultivation is doing fine. And one of the downsides is I only have one tractor. So even if I were to get another piece of equipment, if the amount of money I can make is still similar to that I can make from cultivation, I haven't really gained any ground unless I go to a month where I don't have enough contracts to keep me busy. Or I can run into the situation that there's just more lucrative contracts. Like the harvest contracts are certainly more lucrative than the cultivation contracts. But right now, with the money I have, the only cultivator I could afford would be the vegetable cultivator with a 0.8 meter wide spot on it. And I've learned my lesson on taking that thing. I could cultivate a field and we would make buku bucks, but I would probably have to slow down time if it was a field that was more than tiny. If it's a field more than tiny, I don't really want to do it with that cultivator. So in that particular case, I don't think it would win out. So the answer is we wouldn't do that cultivator. I think the one that would probably get me the most mileage for my next piece of equipment is if I can get a sprayer. Because the sprayer, I can do both the fertilizer and the herbicide contracts, and they're fast. We do have to buy the product that goes in there, but I could go ahead and do the sprayer and all that kind of good stuff, and I could fly through that. And then on top of that, if we get that, then I can, save up the $12,000 or whatever to get the one that makes it use way less herbicide, and now I just make the margin gets much larger. And if I could do that again with the one that does the weeds, which is unfortunately like 35,000 or some ridiculous nonsense, for another upsell, that would again give me the advantage there of suddenly I'd be able to do, one, whole fields on one tank, even the big fields, and then two, I'd reduce my consumable cost by like 70%. So that would easily be pocketing, an extra $3,000-$4,000 per contract, which would add up real fast. I do think getting into those sprayer contracts is probably the win, especially with precision farming. But I gotta put the money aside to make that happen. I think the cheapest sprayer there is, I want to say, is like 35 or 30,000. And then for all the options to really cut down its costs, probably another 40,000. Unless they can catch it on sale. So yeah, if we go here to sprayers, that's the cheapest there is the 30,000 one, I believe. Because these are for a specific tractor, so I can't use them. Yeah, so this would be a thing that attached to the front. I can't use that. It doesn't have a large capacity, but yeah, so it's 30,000, and then 14,000 to make it really good with the so I got to keep an eye on things with the really good with, I believe, the herbicide. Let's see, what changing mods do you have other than the precision farming? I have the enhanced loans mod, which we are using to make our loans more awful. So instead of paying like 3,500 for each payment, we're up to about 20,000. Sorry, 19,000. Yes, that's this one up here, the enhanced loan. So we have $1 million in debt, which I did not start with $1 million. I started with 100,000, and we had to pay about 19,000 every month, to keep it at bay. I have a mod that makes it so when I take contracts, if we look here, I can't rent equipment. So that literally just disables functionality. And then I have a mod that it doesn't really do anything, but if we go here, it lists the vehicles I own in a nice organized list so we can actually see them. But it doesn't really do anything, you can just look at it. It's basically just a different UI. So really the only ones game-changing is the precision farming mod and then the enhanced loans. UI mods matter? Yeah, because this is the existing thing to seeing your vehicles, is you have this thing here. And it's not the worst. It does give you a lot of information at a glance. But with me not being an expert on things like John Deere 980, I would have thought that was a tractor. It's not. It's a cultivator. Rotocare? No idea what that'd be. Volvo BM? I would have guessed that's a tractor. But if you said, like, the Volvo something or other, and it was, again, a cultivator, I'd have been like, tractor, that's a tractor, that's a tractor, and it's not. Mod pack name, pain. Oh, it could certainly get worse. But it's trying to get worse and actually doable. And even then, like I said, I like this setup because it's genuinely losable. Like, I can brick my save in this setup. If I default on my payments, we're dead. It's like getting a home loan and not getting the house. Yes, basically. Like, that's kind of the thing. Yes, the early game of this is going much faster than the early game of Survivor Man. Survivor Man Challenge, I'm probably still cutting down trees to afford my first things to get going. Like, maybe I got the greenhouse down by now and, like, a crappy, like, 24 horsepower tractor with a little water thing behind it at this stage. But as far as my capabilities, broadly speaking, I'm probably still sitting at like $0 effectively and some income going in. So as far as being able to do stuff right away, we get there faster. But when we look at my net worth right now, so I've got how much debt still? 968. 968 minus 32. So we're at 936 in the negative. plus our farming equipment. So we're probably sitting around somewhere around like 890 negative net worth. 890 in the hole for our net worth. It's fine. We're barely gonna scrape in at the end here. But I should be able to finish the contract. But yeah, we are taking this down to the wire because it is, the contract expires in 2 in-game hours. Not real life hours, in-game hours. But we're at 90%. We're on our like last 4 passes. And I want to say each in-game hour, I can't remember how many minutes it is, but it is a couple of minutes. It's like something like 10 minutes or so. Like, I can't remember. I used to remember how long an in-game day was in real life hours. It was a couple of real life hours as an in-game day. On the default 5 times. You can adjust that a lot, so it's not a direct thing. 5 times mean 5 times speed? Yep. So yeah, 1 times is 1 real type. Yeah, so it's like every in-game hour is 5 hours. So an in-game day would be around 4 hours, start to finish. Obviously, I realize it's a little off. The math doesn't exactly work out. But yeah, so that's also a thing that I'm looking forward to. As we get farther along in the run, we'll get more equipment, and that'll help out. There's also going to be times that we fast forward. Like, for example, at the beginning of the day, when the day resets, it clears out a bunch of the contracts, and you have to wait for the new ones to generate, which usually happens around the time the sun rises. So we just fast forward while we watch the contracts generate until we get ones that we can take. Because there's no point in me just standing around being like, yep, those contracts will come. So we just fast forward real quick. This will actually be pretty good timing because we should wrap up this contract, be able to figure out what we've got going on for the next in-game day right around the time I would normally start wrapping up stream. So that works out conveniently. Not planned. Because yeah, it's only been 11 in-game minutes and we got 4% done, so we should be more than fine for the last 6%. Probably about hit 5% any second now. It is a bummer that for like the last probably hour of stream we've been driving around in the dark. I do try to avoid that, but I had this contract accepted. I'm like, no, really, I want to get that extra payment in. Not the extra payment, sorry. The extra money in the bank, because I really need to get more of a lead on this loan. Because I'm worried about the winter. I'm worried about where we have the low number of contracts during the winter to work with. I just don't see myself pulling in $19,000 worth of contract on deadwood contracts. Nor do I particularly want to do $19,000 worth of contracts of just deadwood contracts in the course of the day. I realistically think you could probably knock out $4,000 or $5,000 because they don't just instantly appear again and again. But I think, not counting if you slow down, well actually no, because the contracts generate based on in-game time. So it wouldn't really affect much whether you fast forwarded time or slowed down. If I slowed down time, I'd finish the contract and I'd just not have another contract. For those ones. Obviously, as I mentioned earlier, people are like, could you slow down time? It's like, yeah, I could slow down time to make it like 48-hour, real-life hour in-game days. And work through literally every contract. Probably not all the harvest contracts. There probably isn't quite that much money. But I will be able to work through probably every contract that isn't harvest contracts, and then maybe get one set of the harvest ones done, that I could get a cheap piece of equipment in the course of a day, if I did that. But that'd be, you know, over the course of like 3 streams, we finish one in-game day. Alright. And run that home stretch, I probably have 1 or 2 more rows. Then we can turn that in and see what the results are. And also pull up, like I mentioned, I'm working on a little bit of a spreadsheet just out of curiosity. And this is one of those runs like my Survivor Man challenge runs. People who've been there since like the beginning of those ones, they usually start off fairly slow because you're very limited on what you can do. But it is one of those things that like each new piece of equipment, you suddenly can do that much more, the money comes that much faster, then you can do that much more and that much faster, and you just get the snowball rolling. But the early game is like, what is the thing I can do to make money? Okay, I'm going to do a lot of that. Okay, I can now do a second thing to make money. Okay, now we do both of that. Or sometimes the second thing just overrides the first if it's just better money, whatever. With a Survivor Man, since it's usually all about getting a field up, it's usually, you know, cutting down trees or mowing grass, whatever your initial thing is. Then you'll get to something like greenhouses or baling or whatever. Okay, so let's check this real fast. So 9,680. So half of that would be 4,840. 4,840. Split between the tractor and the cultivator. Complete that. So we're sitting on 42,000 now. And the way back home is literally just pull over here to the road that's ahead of me somewhere behind the darkness. Pretty sure this is a movie I've seen. I feel like this is where the zombies start hoarding the tractor and it becomes this whole thing about, you know, even as strong as the tractor is, the zombies are slowly, you know, dragging it back. There's just too much of a thrall of it. But they keep pushing through, but you can't see more than a couple feet in front of you because it's just a sound stage. I mean, because it's really dark. Oh, it really helps if I pick up the cultivator. I was like, why am I going so slow? Sounds like people like to lurk in the dark? Yes. So let's get this home. And we will fast forward into the next day, mostly just to see what's on sale, have the final numbers for what we've got going on here. I guess I probably should have also tracked the loan. The thing with the loan is the payments, I think they're really just the same every month. So I think literally that graph will just be like that, or like this, depending on how you chart it. So I guess that wouldn't be very interesting. Alright. And there's my turn right here. Okay. So now we fast forward time into the next day. And we'll get to like 6 in the morning is when we will bring time back down to normal. Yeah, so we did our next loan payment. Yep, so we paid off a little bit more of that. So now what? We watch the passive time. Normally, if I had a house, I would sleep there, but I realized as far as I'm aware, there's not a house to sleep on the map. I do think if I make a YouTube series with a similar challenge to this, I will buy like the smallest tile of land. I'm not allowed to build anything on it, but just dump a house on it or a tent or something. You know, just so at the end of the day we can go there, go to sleep, and fast forward through like this side without having to like crank up the in-game speed or whatever. Because while it can be cool to like watch the weather blow by, Yeah, that's close enough. Alright, so if we check out what we got going on. So the contracts have generated. There's a deadwood contract I could do. And otherwise I would need new equipment to do literally any of the rest. I could technically make the mowing one happen in a pinch, because I could buy a mower head and put it on the back. It'd suck, but if it is what it is. And then meanwhile, the only thing we got on sale is this thing for increasing the capacity of the seeder and a slurry thing. Those aren't going to do me literally any good. So that's not very encouraging. But the good news is I do still have enough in the bank that I can still make a payment, so I can make this work. If I went with the mowing, how much would be the cheapest mower I can get? 13, and you're bigger? I'd be willing to spend the extra 500. Because we have 140 horsepower. Actually, that one's better for the back. I do a lot of these, but these more expensive ones would eat into there. So you're 4.4. Yeah, so I could technically get this one here. And it's one that goes behind and sticks off to the side. We might end up doing that next time. But with all that said, though, chat, it is getting to be about that time. So what's going to end up happening here is, first of all, what I'm going to go ahead and do is just to share with you all before we fully quit out. I'm going to quit out of the save just so it's not advancing time. But I will share with you the spreadsheet we've got so far, just because it doesn't have formatting or anything, just to show where we're at. So a little bit of a flashbang. I'm going to try and shrink it a little bit so it's not super flashbangy, but a little bit of flashbang. So with all that said, let me go and show you that. And for the record, if you have enjoyed the stream, don't forget to follow. You might not be able to read that. Can I make that more readable? Zoom 200%. Yeah, we can do that. So needless to say, it's not a super elegant one, and this calculation here is wrong. You need to be at... Okay, so if we actually take a quick look at what we even did here, we got the equipment we bought. So we got our cultivator, our tractor, no, the cultivator, our tractor, our hoe, our weeder. So these three pieces of equipment we bought, we lost money on. They haven't paid for themselves yet. That cultivator has made some cash for itself. And these are just the amounts the contract's made. So you get the idea. I could make a chart or something on it later. We'll figure it out. Oh, I'll just put up here and say debt challenge. But I just wanted to show that we got that that we've got that that spreadsheet going. I don't normally do spreadsheets, but it's whatever. But with that said, if you are watching over on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly, so don't forget to like and subscribe and all that. I do really appreciate you all being here and all that good stuff. But I'm going to be wrapping up, but I'll be back here tomorrow at 7 p.m. EST. Probably for more Farm Sim, maybe Timberborn. We'll figure it out when we get there. And for everyone over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere, because what's going to end up happening is I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who